If you're preparing for the PMP exam and want to feel confident answering Agile project management questions, you're in the right place. Welcome to the Agile Review Questions video, a complete walkthrough of 15 essential Agile topics and 150 exam-style questions designed to help you master Agile for the PMP exam. We'll cover everything from the Agile mindset and principles to key areas including frameworks, roles, events, artifacts, communication, value delivery, planning, estimation reporting, procurement, risk management, change management, hybrid environments, and governance. Each topic starts with a short concept review, followed by 10 focused practice questions that help you apply what you've learned. The goal is to give you structured, balanced coverage of the most important concepts you need to know for Agile project management on the PMP exam. If you prefer to focus on one topic at a time, we also have individual videos for each topic, and each question includes a timestamp for easier navigation. You can find the full playlist linked in the description below. If you find this helpful, make sure to like this video and subscribe to PM Aspirant for more PMP exam study resources. All right, let's get started with our first topic, Agile mindset and values. Agile mindset and values is the foundation of everything we do in Agile. At its core, Agile is about being adaptive, collaborative, and value-driven. It's not just about following a framework, it's about how you think, how you lead, and how you respond to change. The mindset starts with trusting your team, believing that the people closest to the work are the ones best positioned to make decisions. That means stepping back as a leader, creating space for autonomy, and supporting the team through guidance, not control. It's also about creating an environment where people feel safe to speak up, try new things, and even fail, because that's where real learning and innovation happen. This is where psychological safety becomes a core part of how Agile teams operate. Another key concept is putting the customer at the center of everything. Agile isn't about doing more work, it's about doing the right work. We focus on delivering value early and often, and we use continuous feedback to adapt and improve along the way. And then there's simplicity, not just in how we design solutions, but in how we communicate, collaborate, and plan. Agile teams strip away unnecessary processes so they can move quickly and stay focused on what really matters. It's also important to understand how this mindset extends beyond just Agile teams. It influences how we interact with stakeholders, how we prioritize the backlog, and even how we design flexible contracts in more complex environments. In this topic, we'll go through 10 practice questions focused on the Agile mindset and values. You'll work through scenarios involving self-organizing teams, collaboration over control, psychological safety, delivering customer value, and guiding leadership toward Agile thinking. All right, let's get into the first question. Question 1. A new executive sponsor joins an organization that is transitioning to Agile. After reviewing recent sprint reports, the sponsor expresses concern about a perceived lack of control over the team's daily tasks and wants to introduce more detailed task tracking and approvals. What should the project manager do? A. Support the sponsor's request to implement more oversight to align with organizational expectations. B. Explain that Agile values emphasize adaptability and detailed task tracking may limit team autonomy and innovation. C. Schedule a meeting with the sponsor and product owner to co-create a compromise solution that addresses transparency without reducing team autonomy. D. Ask the team to increase documentation to meet the sponsor's expectations and improve transparency. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your understanding of how to lead with an Agile mindset, especially when working with stakeholders who are still operating in a traditional mindset. Agile isn't just about protecting autonomy. It's about building shared understanding and finding a balance between transparency and team empowerment. By choosing to co-create a solution with the sponsor and product owner, you're demonstrating emotional intelligence and collaborative leadership, which is what Agile values most. You're not rejecting the sponsor's concerns, you're engaging them in a way that maintains Agile principles. Choice A is incorrect. Supporting more oversight might seem like you're being helpful, but it actually erodes team trust and shifts the culture back to command and control, the opposite of Agile thinking. Choice B is incorrect. While it's aligned with Agile in theory, it's not collaborative. It sounds like you're just defending Agile instead of helping the sponsor feel heard. Agile leaders build bridges, not walls. Choice D is incorrect. Adding more documentation just to satisfy a stakeholder goes against the Agile value of working software over comprehensive documentation. It doesn't solve the root issue and adds unnecessary overhead. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 2. A company that traditionally uses a predictive project management approach is launching its first Agile initiative. During the kickoff meeting, a senior manager expresses concern that the team hasn't yet finalized all requirements and insists that no development should begin until a complete plan is documented. As the Agile project manager, what should you do? A. Propose gathering high-level requirements now and scheduling a detailed planning phase to satisfy traditional expectations. B. Explain that Agile embraces change and planning is iterative and evolves with customer feedback. C. Recommend conducting a full-scope definition workshop to reduce uncertainty before development begins. D. Create a hybrid plan that maps all backlog items into a fixed sequence to address the manager's concerns. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your ability to differentiate Agile thinking from traditional, predictive, project thinking. In a traditional model, the focus is on detailed upfront planning and locking down requirements. But in Agile, we embrace uncertainty. We deliver in short cycles, gather feedback often, and allow plans to evolve based on what we learn. So when a senior manager from a predictive background expresses discomfort with incomplete requirements, it's your opportunity as the Agile leader to coach and guide, not shift back to waterfall thinking. You help stakeholders understand that Agile prioritizes early value delivery and uses incremental discovery to reduce risk. Choice A is incorrect. While proposing a detailed planning phase might sound like a good compromise, it undermines one of Agile's key benefits, starting small and iterating. You're reinforcing traditional thinking instead of helping shift the mindset. Choice C is incorrect. A full scope definition workshop sounds like it will reduce uncertainty, but in Agile, trying to define everything up front is the risk. It leads to rigid plans and wasted effort when things inevitably change. Choice D is incorrect. Mapping the backlog into a fixed sequence removes the flexibility and adaptive planning that Agile relies on. It's a disguised waterfall plan and a red flag in an Agile environment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 3. During a project review, a key stakeholder expresses concern that the team skipped a detailed sign-off process on a recent deliverable. The team explains they held a demonstration and incorporated immediate feedback instead of waiting for formal approval. The stakeholder insists this lack of sign-off is unacceptable and wants all deliverables to go through formal review before being accepted. What is the best action the project manager should take? A. Acknowledge the concern and update the team's workflow to include a formal approval checkpoint before each release. B. Reiterate that Agile prioritizes working solutions over documentation and skip any further discussion. C. Explain the Agile value of customer collaboration and propose aligning on a shared definition of done that includes stakeholder expectations. D. Offer to increase the frequency of sprint reports to provide more transparency and minimize the stakeholders' objections. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. All right, the correct answer is C. This question is about how to apply Agile values in decision-making, especially when expectations from traditional stakeholders conflict with Agile practices. In Agile, we value customer collaboration over contract negotiation and focus on working solutions over formalities. But that doesn't mean we ignore stakeholder needs. Instead of dismissing their concerns or reverting to old habits, the best move is to bring the stakeholder into the process and find common ground. Proposing a shared definition of done is the ideal solution. It aligns expectations without compromising Agile principles. Choice A is incorrect. Adding a formal approval checkpoint undermines Agile's focus on speed, feedback, and team empowerment. It adds bureaucracy instead of solving the real issue, misalignment. Choice B is incorrect. While Agile does prioritize working solutions, skipping the conversation shuts down collaboration. And that's the opposite of Agile. Agile teams listen, adapt, and build trust. Choice D is incorrect. Offering more reports might create the illusion of transparency, but it doesn't resolve the underlying disagreement. You need a shared agreement, not just more data. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 4. Midway through the project, the product owner receives feedback from a key customer that a recently delivered feature doesn't fully meet their needs. The team had completed the feature according to the original user story and accepted definition of done. The customer now requests several enhancements. What should the Agile team do next? A. Reject the feedback since the feature was already accepted and completed per the agreed-upon definition of done. B. Ask the Scrum Master to facilitate a discussion on whether the change should be treated as a defect or a new feature. C. Create new user stories based on the customer feedback and prioritize them in the product backlog. D. Reopen the original user story and revise it until the enhancements are included and accepted. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is focused on how Agile teams respond to customer feedback, especially after a deliverable has been marked as complete. Agile teams deliver iteratively, but just as important, they must respond to change and continuously focus on delivering value. If a completed feature isn't quite right for the customer, even though it technically meets the original criteria, the Agile response isn't to argue, it's to adapt. By capturing the new feedback as new user stories, the team respects the existing process while keeping customer value at the center. Choice A is incorrect. Saying no because it's technically done ignores one of Agile's core principles, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. It creates friction instead of value. Choice B is incorrect. While facilitation is helpful, this option focuses more on labeling the request than acting on it. Whether it's a defect or enhancement, the real action is to update the backlog. Choice D is incorrect. Reopening the original user story blurs the team's commitment to a clear and stable definition of done. It also risks rework confusion and undermines the inspection adaptation cycle. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 5. During a retrospective, several team members expressed frustration that tasks are not being completed as planned because some team members frequently work in isolation and avoid asking for help. This behavior is slowing progress and creating tension within the team. What should the Agile project manager do to help the team adapt its behavior based on Agile values? A. Remind the team that Agile values emphasize individuals and interactions and encourage open communication and collaboration. B. Suggest rotating team roles to ensure all members experience different tasks and improve shared responsibility. C. Assign a peer reviewer to each team member to monitor task completion and enforce accountability. D. Recommend that the team create working agreements that include raising impediments early and supporting one another. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to apply Agile values to improve team dynamics, especially when behavior is getting in the way of progress. Agile isn't just about delivering work, it's about creating a culture of openness, collaboration, and shared responsibility. When team members are working in isolation and not asking for help, it's a signal that the team may lack clear expectations for collaboration or psychological safety. A great Agile practice in this case is to have the team establish or update working agreements. These agreements empower the team to define how they want to operate and hold themselves accountable. Choice A is incorrect. While encouraging collaboration is aligned with Agile values, simply reminding the team is too passive. It doesn't lead to a concrete improvement or shared commitment. Choice B is incorrect. Rotating roles can be useful for cross-training, but it doesn't address the real issue here, communication and help-seeking behavior. It's a misalignment with the actual root cause. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning peer reviewers introduces external control and reduces self-organization. Agile is about trust, not surveillance or micromanagement. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 6. An Agile project team is in its third sprint and is struggling to decide how to approach a complex technical problem. A senior stakeholder, concerned about delays, suggests that the Agile project manager assign tasks directly to team members to help speed things up. What is the best course of action for the Agile project manager? A. Work with the Scrum Master to create a task assignment plan and distribute it among the team to ensure clarity and momentum. B. Meet privately with the stakeholder to provide regular updates and offer reassurances that the issue will be closely monitored. C. Facilitate a working session where the team collaborates to break down the problem and decide how to proceed. D. Agree with the stakeholder and assign tasks to team members based on their expertise to avoid further delay. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your understanding of self-organizing teams, a cornerstone of Agile. Agile teams are empowered to decide how best to accomplish their work. When they hit a roadblock, the Agile leader's role isn't to take control, but to facilitate collaborative problem solving and maintain trust in the team's capability. By hosting a working session, you're enabling the team to solve the problem together while modeling servant leadership and promoting team ownership. Choice A is incorrect. Creating a task plan for the team, even with the Scrum Master, goes against self-organization. It's a subtle shift back toward command and control, which weakens team accountability. Choice B is incorrect. While it sounds diplomatic, privately reassuring the stakeholder does nothing to help the team solve the issue. It avoids the problem rather than empowering the team to resolve it. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning tasks based on expertise might seem efficient, but it breaks the Agile principle of trusting the team to collaborate and self-direct. It sets a dangerous precedent for top-down control. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 7. A functional manager wants to attend daily stand-ups to ensure that the team is staying on track and to intervene quickly if problems arise. Team members have expressed that this presence makes them uncomfortable and less open during the meetings. What should the Agile project manager do? A. Support the manager's participation to improve visibility and foster leadership involvement. B. Ask the manager to only attend when there are blockers that require escalation or resolution. C. Encourage the manager to attend, but remind the team that transparency is a core Agile value. D. Speak privately with the manager about the purpose of stand-ups and suggest alternative ways to stay informed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question is about shifting from control to collaboration, a key transition in Agile thinking. In Agile, stand-ups are for the team, not for management oversight. When leaders attend to monitor the team, it often shifts the tone and undermines openness. The Agile leader's role is to protect team dynamics while still supporting stakeholder engagement. The best way to handle this is to have a respectful, private conversation with the manager. Help them understand the purpose of the stand-up and offer better ways to stay informed, like attending sprint reviews or reviewing shared dashboards without disrupting the team's flow. Choice A is incorrect. While it might seem helpful to increase visibility, encouraging oversight during stand-ups reinforces a command and control culture and erodes team safety. Choice B is incorrect. Limiting attendance to only when there are blockers still implies that the manager's presence is necessary for resolution, which isn't the Agile way. Teams should raise and resolve issues collaboratively. Choice C is incorrect. While transparency is an Agile value, forcing it in this way violates psychological safety. Team members won't speak up if they feel they're being watched or judged. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 8. During a sprint planning session, a team decides to prioritize several low-effort technical tasks that are easy to complete but provide minimal value to the customer. The product owner expresses concern that this focus could delay features that directly impact customer outcomes. How should the project manager respond? A. Remind the team that Agile prioritizes delivering customer value and facilitate a discussion to realign the backlog. B. Support the team's decision to build momentum and promote quick wins early in the sprint. C. Recommend balancing technical tasks and customer-facing features equally to maintain team morale and velocity. D. Reassure both sides that sprint review will determine whether the work aligns with overall business goals. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question is about keeping the team focused on customer value, one of the core Agile principles. Agile isn't about just staying busy or checking off easy tasks, it's about continuously delivering what matters most to the customer. Even when a task is low effort, if it doesn't deliver value, it's not the right priority. As the Agile project manager, your role is to help the team stay aligned with product goals, not just team preferences. Facilitating a conversation during planning to realign priorities with value-driven delivery is a key leadership move. Choice B is incorrect. While building momentum sounds good, prioritizing based on what's easiest rather than what's most valuable leads to waste and misalignment with business outcomes. Choice C is incorrect. Balancing tasks sounds diplomatic, but it assumes technical and customer priorities always carry equal weight, which isn't true in Agile. Value to the customer comes first. Choice D is incorrect. Sprint review is too late to address this misalignment. Agile emphasizes early and continuous collaboration, especially during planning, not after work is already done. Let's move on to the next question if you are ready. Question 9. During a sprint retrospective, a team member admits they made a mistake that caused a production issue but hesitated to speak up earlier out of fear of being blamed. The issue has since been resolved, but the incident has affected team morale. What is the best way for the Agile project manager to respond? A. Encourage the team to implement stricter controls to prevent similar mistakes from happening again. B. Thank the team member for their honesty and lead a discussion on learning and psychological safety. C. Ask the Scrum Master to document the incident and share lessons learned with leadership. D. Reassure the team that mistakes are expected in Agile and move on to the next topic. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your understanding of psychological safety, a critical factor in Agile team success. Psychological safety means team members feel safe to speak up, admit mistakes, and ask for help without fear of embarrassment or punishment. When someone openly admits a mistake, it's an opportunity, not to assign blame, but to foster trust and learning. The best response is to acknowledge their courage and use the moment to reinforce a culture where it's safe to speak up. That's how Agile teams grow stronger together. Choice A is incorrect. Adding stricter controls may feel like a solution, but it can lead to fear-based behavior and reduced openness. It treats the symptom, not the root cause. Choice C is incorrect. Documenting and sharing with leadership might be well-meaning, but it can feel punitive and risks undermining trust if not handled delicately. It may discourage others from speaking up. Choice D is incorrect. Saying mistakes happen and moving on ignores the deeper issue, the lack of safety that caused the delay in disclosure. Agile retrospectives are the time to engage, not to skip over tough conversations. Let's move on to the last question in this topic if you are ready. Question 10. An Agile team is struggling to adopt Agile practices consistently. Leadership is eager for results but continues to push for fixed deadlines, detailed upfront plans, and sign-off-based approvals. The team feels pressured to compromise Agile principles to satisfy leadership expectations. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the team to balance Agile practices with leadership expectations until results improve. B. Encourage leadership to attend Agile ceremonies and offer coaching on Agile values and practices. C. Focus on improving team velocity to meet deadlines while quietly maintaining Agile practices behind the scenes. D. Recommend assigning a liaison between the team and leadership to streamline communication and reduce tension. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your understanding of how leadership shapes the Agile environment. Agile transformation isn't just about teams adopting new processes. It requires a mindset shift at all levels, especially from leadership. The most effective approach here is to bring leadership into the learning journey, inviting them to attend Agile ceremonies and providing guidance on Agile values helps create alignment and transparency. When leaders understand the why behind Agile, they're more likely to support it authentically, not just ask for faster delivery. Choice A is incorrect. Asking the team to compromise Agile practices sets the stage for hybrid confusion and burnout. Agile shouldn't be diluted just to meet traditional expectations. Choice C is incorrect. Operating Agile under the radar reinforces a lack of trust and transparency and puts the team in a tough position between doing what's right and doing what's expected. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning a liaison might reduce surface tension, but it's a band-aid. It doesn't address the root issue. Leadership's mindset and behavior need to evolve alongside the team. Congratulations, you've just completed all 10 questions for the Agile Mindset and Values topic. How did you do? You're doing an amazing job of making it this far. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. Now that we've covered the mindset behind Agile, let's move into the core principles that guide Agile teams in their day-to-day work. The Agile principles are the foundation of Agile practices, 12 guiding ideas that shape how we deliver value, interact with stakeholders, and build high-performing teams. You don't need to memorize all 12 for the PMP exam, but you do need to understand how they show up in real-world scenarios. At the heart of these principles is the commitment to delivering customer value early and often. Agile isn't about waiting until the end of a project to show results. It's about incremental delivery, getting feedback fast, and adapting based on what we learn. You'll also want to be comfortable with the idea of welcoming changing requirements, even late in the process. Agile teams know that change is a competitive advantage, not a disruption, and they build in flexibility to respond quickly. Working software over comprehensive documentation is another core idea. That doesn't mean no documentation. It means we prioritize usable solutions over paperwork that doesn't move the needle for the customer. These principles support daily collaboration with stakeholders, empowered and motivated teams, and maintaining a sustainable pace of work. Agile isn't about speed for the sake of speed. It's about long-term, consistent performance. Other principles emphasize the importance of technical excellence, simplicity, and allowing teams the autonomy to self-organize and make decisions. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your ability to apply these principles in real PMP exam scenarios. You'll see questions about value delivery, stakeholder collaboration, team empowerment, sustainable work habits, and how Agile principles influence project decisions. Here is our next question. Question 11. A product owner is eager to release a major new feature, but suggests waiting until all components are fully built and tested before deploying it. The Agile team, however, believes that part of the feature could be released now to start gathering feedback and delivering value. What should the Agile project manager do? A. Support the product owner's plan to wait and ensure the full feature meets quality expectations. B. Recommend releasing the full feature in a single launch to provide a seamless and complete user experience. C. Encourage the product owner to consider releasing the most valuable part now to gain early feedback. D. Suggest bundling the most complete parts into a limited beta release to evaluate user response before a broader launch. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your grasp of one of the core Agile principles, delivering customer value early and often. Agile isn't about waiting until everything is perfect. It's about getting valuable increments into the hands of users quickly, so you can learn, adapt, and improve. In this case, the team is ready to release a portion that already provides value. The best move is to support an incremental release strategy that invites early feedback. This reinforces responsiveness, flexibility, and customer focus. Choice A is incorrect. While quality matters, waiting until everything is perfect before delivering can lead to delayed value and missed learning opportunities. Choice B is incorrect. A full release may feel polished, but it delays feedback and contradicts the principle of frequent delivery of working solutions. Choice D is incorrect. A beta release sounds Agile-friendly, but it still reflects a hesitancy to deliver value now. It adds unnecessary caution and complexity instead of embracing small, valuable increments. Congratulations on tackling this first principle. Let's move on to the next question when you're ready. Question 12. Midway through a sprint, a business stakeholder requests a change to an in-progress feature based on new market feedback. The team worries that changing course might affect their ability to complete the sprint as planned. The product owner believes the change adds value, but is unsure whether to act now or wait. How should the Agile project manager respond? A. Recommend implementing the change now, as Agile welcomes changes that improve customer value at any stage. B. Advise waiting until the sprint review to introduce the change, ensuring minimal disruption to current commitments. C. Suggest revisiting the sprint backlog with the team and product owner to assess impact and adjust scope if appropriate. D. Encourage the product owner to document the request and prioritize it in the backlog for future sprints. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your ability to respond to change while maintaining team alignment, a hallmark of Agile. Agile values welcoming change even late in development, but that doesn't mean acting impulsively. It's about being responsive and thoughtful. The Agile project manager's role here is to facilitate collaboration between the product owner and the team to evaluate the change. If it's valuable and the team agrees it's doable without compromising the sprint goal, then adjusting scope is perfectly appropriate. Choice A is incorrect. While Agile embraces change, recommending implementation without team input or impact assessment undermines team commitment and sustainable planning. Choice B is incorrect. Waiting until the sprint review delays feedback and value delivery, which goes against Agile's principle of fast response and continuous adaptation. Choice D is incorrect. Backlog documentation is helpful, but postponing a value-adding change without discussion misses an opportunity to deliver timely impact, especially when the team is already engaged in the work. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 13. An Agile project is behind schedule, and a stakeholder requests a detailed progress report with updated risk logs and a revised communication plan. The team is already preparing for an upcoming product increment demo and refining user stories for the next sprint. What is the best way for the Agile project manager to address the stakeholder's request while supporting Agile principles? A. Propose creating a brief summary document supported by existing team metrics to meet the stakeholder's request. B. Recommend providing a live product demonstration and summary instead of detailed documentation. C. Work with the product owner to prioritize documentation tasks alongside backlog refinement to support transparency. D. Ask a team member to compile the requested documents while others continue with preparation for the demo. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to balance Agile principles with stakeholder expectations. Agile promotes working software over comprehensive documentation, but that doesn't mean no documentation. It means you provide just enough to support transparency and collaboration without getting bogged down. In this case, a brief summary using existing team metrics is an efficient way to give stakeholders what they need while still protecting team capacity and focus. You're still communicating clearly, you're just doing it with lightweight, high-value artifacts. Choice B is a tempting option. While a demo is great, some stakeholders, especially when projects are behind, expect a structured status update. A demo alone might feel incomplete or informal. Choice C is incorrect. Trying to formally prioritize documentation in the sprint risks derailing value delivery. It introduces unnecessary overhead. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning documentation to one person may seem efficient, but it creates work in progress that's outside the sprint goal and fragments team focus. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 14. During an Agile project, business stakeholders begin attending sprint reviews but remain largely uninvolved during the rest of the sprint. The team delivers on commitments, but feedback often comes too late to influence current work. What should the Agile project manager do? A. Encourage the team to review all feedback during retrospectives and incorporate it into future sprints. B. Recommend inviting stakeholders to daily stand-ups to increase visibility and promote ongoing input. C. Ask the product owner to collect stakeholder feedback weekly and share it during backlog refinement. D. Suggest scheduling additional review sessions mid-sprint to ensure feedback is captured earlier. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to promote meaningful, real-time collaboration with stakeholders, one of the core Agile principles. Agile isn't just about delivering value. It's about doing it in close partnership with the people who define what value means. Stakeholders attending sprint reviews is a good start, but if feedback comes too late to act on, the team misses the chance to adapt in real time. By introducing mid-sprint reviews or informal demos, you create a natural opportunity to gather insights earlier, when they can still shape the outcome. Choice A is incorrect. Retrospectives are useful, but they focus on team process, not on product feedback. Waiting until the end of the sprint is already too late for course correction. Choice B is incorrect. While daily stand-ups increase visibility, they're not designed for stakeholder input. Involving stakeholders in this ceremony risks distracting the team and changing its intent. Choice C is incorrect. Having the product owner collect feedback weekly is helpful, but passive feedback collection isn't a substitute for interactive engagement with the full team. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 15. A team member shares in a retrospective that they feel their input isn't being considered during sprint planning. Other members often dominate the conversation, and the product owner tends to prioritize ideas from more senior team members. The team delivers on time, but morale is starting to dip. What is the most appropriate next step to strengthen team trust and motivation? A. Speak privately with the product owner to ensure more balanced input in future planning sessions. B. Encourage the team to rotate facilitation responsibilities to give everyone a chance to lead discussions. C. Suggest the Scrum Master hold individual check-ins to gather input and address concerns privately. D. Facilitate a team discussion on inclusion and decision-making during the next retrospective. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question is testing your ability to support psychological safety and inclusive team behavior, both essential to building motivated, high-performing Agile teams. Agile encourages team ownership and open communication, and retrospectives are the perfect forum to address group dynamics. By facilitating a discussion on inclusion, you help the team raise awareness and establish norms that support equal contribution and trust. When people feel heard, motivation naturally improves. Choice A is incorrect. While speaking privately with the product owner might help, it removes the opportunity for team-level awareness and self-correction. Agile favors transparency and collective ownership. Choice B is a good practice. Rotating facilitators is great, but it doesn't directly address the core issue of feeling excluded or dismissed during decision-making. Choice C is incorrect. Individual check-ins are useful for sensitive topics, but private channels can unintentionally hide systemic problems that require team attention. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 16. Several Agile team members are working remotely across different regions. While some overlap in working hours exists, communication has become inconsistent and misunderstandings about user stories have led to rework. What is the best action the Agile project manager can take to improve communication? A. Suggest that the team follow a standardized communication checklist to ensure consistency across time zones. B. Encourage asynchronous communication using collaborative documents to reduce dependency on meetings. C. Facilitate regular video-enabled meetings during overlapping hours to promote real-time interaction. D. Schedule regional sync meetings to ensure clarity within time zones and reduce miscommunication. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of Agile communication principles, especially when teams are distributed. Agile strongly values individuals and interactions over processes and tools, and emphasizes that face-to-face communication is the most effective way to convey information. Since the team has overlapping hours, the best step is to use that time for real-time video meetings that improve understanding, encourage collaboration, and reduce rework caused by miscommunication. Choice A is incorrect. A communication checklist adds structure, but it reinforces process instead of solving the root issue, the lack of direct interaction and immediate feedback. Choice B is tempting but incorrect. Asynchronous tools can support collaboration, but when misunderstandings are already happening, relying on written-only communication can make the situation worse. Choice D is plausible but suboptimal. Regional syncs improve alignment within small groups, but they miss the benefit of whole team communication, which is essential for shared understanding in Agile. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 17. An Agile team has been working late nights and weekends for the past few sprints to meet aggressive delivery deadlines. While the team is meeting its goals, several members have started expressing fatigue and declining morale. What is the most effective action the Agile project manager should take to support a sustainable pace? A. Celebrate the team's dedication and encourage them to maintain their momentum until the next release. B. Recommend that future sprint commitments be based on team capacity and historical velocity. C. Ask leadership to provide performance incentives to keep morale high during this intense period. D. Raise the team's work-in-progress limits to help them multitask and reduce pressure over time. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to apply one of the core Agile principles, maintaining a sustainable pace indefinitely. Agile isn't just about short-term delivery, it's about building a rhythm that the team can sustain over time without burnout. By basing future commitments on team capacity and historical velocity, you're ensuring that planning is grounded in reality, not pressure. This allows teams to deliver value consistently and predictably, a key Agile goal. Choice A is incorrect. While it may seem supportive to celebrate the team's dedication, encouraging them to keep pushing at this pace leads to burnout, not sustainability. Choice C is also incorrect. Incentives might raise short-term morale, but they do not solve the underlying issue of overwork. Agile focuses on intrinsic motivation and sustainable delivery, not rewards for overexertion. Choice D is incorrect. Raising work-in-progress limits encourages multitasking and context switching, which actually reduces efficiency and worsens fatigue, the opposite of promoting a sustainable pace. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 18. An Agile team frequently delivers functionality that meets business needs, but technical debt is growing due to shortcuts taken during development. Refactoring is rarely prioritized, and code quality issues are starting to slow future work. What should the Agile project manager do to promote technical excellence? A. Hold one-on-one meetings with developers to understand their concerns about quality and gather suggestions for improvement. B. Ask the product owner to add refactoring tasks as separate backlog items in future sprints. C. Facilitate a team discussion to establish quality standards and incorporate technical improvements into each sprint. D. Suggest having senior developers conduct periodic code reviews outside of sprint work to catch quality issues early. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is about promoting technical excellence, one of the Agile principles that directly supports long-term speed, quality, and sustainability. The best way to improve code quality and reduce technical debt is to address it collaboratively and continuously, not reactively. Facilitating a team discussion allows everyone to align on quality standards and bake improvements into each sprint, rather than treating them as separate or optional tasks. This promotes shared ownership and keeps technical health part of the team's regular rhythm. Choice A is incorrect. One-on-one conversations may uncover insights, but they don't promote team-wide awareness or collective accountability, which are essential in Agile environments. Choice B sounds reasonable, but treats refactoring as separate from regular sprint work rather than something that should be integrated into every increment. That weakens the commitment to continuous excellence. Choice D is tempting, but scheduling code reviews outside of sprint work isolates quality efforts from the team's flow. Agile encourages technical excellence within the team's regular process, not as an external add-on. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 19. During sprint planning, the team proposes a complex solution for a user story that involves multiple integrations and automation features. The product owner reminds them that the customer needs a quick and usable version to validate before investing in advanced capabilities. What is the best way for the Agile project manager to support simplicity in this situation? A. Support delivering a minimal viable version that allows customer feedback before expanding the solution. B. Suggest implementing the core functionality now and deferring integrations to a later sprint. C. Recommend building the minimum viable product with all intended components to ensure a complete experience. D. Encourage the team to focus on building a demo that showcases the long-term vision of the feature. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question focuses on the Agile principle of simplicity, maximizing the amount of work not done. When complexity creeps in, Agile teams are encouraged to focus on delivering just enough value to learn and adapt, and that's where the concept of a minimum viable product comes in. By supporting the delivery of a minimal viable version that gets quick feedback from the customer, the Agile project manager helps ensure that the team is working on what truly matters, not just building out unnecessary features. Choice B is a good sounding option, but it doesn't go far enough. It defers some of the work, which is helpful, but it doesn't center the delivery around customer validation, which is what the PO is emphasizing. Choice C misrepresents the MVP. A true minimum viable product is not about building all components. It's about delivering the smallest valuable thing, not the most complete experience. Choice D sounds creative, but focuses on a demo, which is more of a presentation than a usable increment. Agile teams strive to deliver working software, not just visuals of what's to come. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 20. A cross-functional Agile team has consistently relied on the Agile project manager to resolve impediments and assign tasks. During a recent retrospective, the Scrum Master notes that this habit may be limiting the team's growth and ownership. Some team members say they feel unsure about stepping up without formal direction. What approach should the Agile project manager take to foster a more self-organizing team environment? A. Facilitate a working agreement session where the team defines how they will manage impediments and collaborate on task ownership. B. Coordinate with the product owner to define clearer task priorities before the next sprint planning session. C. Ask the Scrum Master to mentor team members on Agile roles and ensure they stop expecting direction from leadership. D. Schedule one-on-one coaching sessions with each team member to encourage initiative and reinforce Agile values individually. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question is testing your understanding of empowering teams to become self-organizing, a core Agile principle. It's not just about removing blockers for the team, it's about creating an environment where they learn to solve problems and take ownership together. Facilitating a working agreement session brings the whole team into the conversation. It lets them define how they'll handle blockers, distribute work, and make decisions together. This builds both autonomy and accountability. Choice B is a good sounding distraction. It uses the right technique, clarifying priorities, but does so with the wrong stakeholder and at the wrong level. Task assignment and ownership should come from the team, not be dictated through product level prioritization. Choice C shifts responsibility to the Scrum Master, which misses the mark. The Agile project manager should be helping enable the team, not delegating cultural change to someone else. Choice D also sounds helpful, but one-on-one coaching isolates the issue instead of addressing it as a team dynamic, which is where the problem lies. Great job finishing 10 Agile Principles questions. That's a total of 20 Agile questions mastered so far. You're building a solid foundation for your PMP exam. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. Now that we've talked about Agile mindset and principles, let's take a closer look at how Agile is actually implemented through frameworks and approaches that teams use to plan, build, and deliver value. In this topic, we'll cover the most widely used non-scaled Agile frameworks, including Scrum, Kanban, Extreme Programming, Feature-Driven Development, Dynamic Systems Development Method, and Agile Unified Process. The PMP exam expects you to understand what each of these frameworks is designed for, how they differ, and when to use them. Not to memorize every detail, but to apply the concepts in realistic project scenarios. Let's start with Scrum, the most popular Agile framework. You'll want to be familiar with the 3 roles. The Scrum Master is the servant leader who removes obstacles and helps the team follow Agile principles. The product owner is responsible for maximizing value by managing the product backlog. The developers are a self-managing team who plan and deliver the work during the sprint. Scrum uses fixed-length time-box sprints, typically ranging from 1 to 4 weeks long, where teams deliver a usable product increment. Key Scrum events include sprint planning to define the goal and select backlog items, daily Scrum or stand-up for team coordination, sprint review to gather feedback, and sprint retrospective to reflect and improve the process. The core artifacts are the product backlog, which holds all desired features prioritized by the product owner, and the sprint backlog, which contains the selected work for the current sprint. You'll also want to understand the definition of done, which sets the standard for when work is considered complete. Next, let's look at Kanban, a flow-based Agile method that focuses on visualizing work, limiting work in progress, and improving flow efficiency. Unlike Scrum, Kanban doesn't use sprints or time boxes. Instead, teams use a Kanban board to track work as it moves through stages like to do, in progress, and done. This helps identify bottlenecks and manage work more effectively. A key concept in Kanban is setting work in progress limits, which prevents overload and encourages teams to finish work before starting new tasks. Work is delivered continuously, and teams track metrics like cycle time and throughput to improve predictability. Kanban is lightweight and flexible. It doesn't introduce new roles or ceremonies, making it easy to apply within existing workflows. For the exam, be ready for questions about visualizing flow, work in progress limits, and incremental improvement. The next one is extreme programming. XP is one of the most technically disciplined Agile frameworks. It's designed to improve software quality and responsiveness to change through a set of engineering best practices. These include pair programming, test-driven development, continuous integration, refactoring, and maintaining a simple design. XP values frequent releases, customer involvement, and collective code ownership. It's especially useful when requirements are expected to change rapidly and technical quality is a top priority. Another framework to know is feature-driven development. FDD is a model-driven, architecture-centric process that focuses on delivering tangible, working software in the form of features, which are small, client-valued functions. It follows a 5-step process. Develop an overall model, build a features list, plan by feature, design by feature, and build by feature. FDD emphasizes strong upfront design, domain modeling, and frequent short iterations. While it's more prescriptive than other Agile approaches, it works well in larger teams that benefit from a clear structure. You should also be familiar with Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM, emphasizing delivering on time and within budget by fixing schedule and cost while allowing scope to vary. One of its signature practices is MOSCO prioritization, which stands for must have, should have, could have, and won't have, a structured way to prioritize requirements based on business value. DSDM also promotes active user involvement and frequent delivery, with clearly defined roles and strong governance. Another framework you may encounter is Agile Unified Process, or Agile Up. It adapts the rational unified process to be more agile by focusing on iterative development, disciplined team roles, and producing just enough documentation. Agile Up breaks work into phases like inception, elaboration, construction, and transition, but applies Agile practices like time boxing and evolving requirements throughout. It's especially useful in environments that require structure but still want to stay responsive to change. Now, we'll go through 10 Agile practice questions that will challenge your knowledge of framework mechanics, team roles, engineering practices, delivery flow, and feedback loops in fast-moving Agile environments. Let's get started with our next question. Question 21. A Scrum team has completed 3 sprints, delivering working increments each time. However, the product owner reports that stakeholders still seem unclear about the overall project direction and worry the team may be building functionality that will not meet end-user expectations. The team feels confident in their process and delivery pace. What is the most appropriate response? A. Encourage the product owner to provide more detailed acceptance criteria and scope definitions before sprint planning. B. Recommend that the product owner engage stakeholders to gather feedback and revalidate backlog priorities. C. Suggest adding a formal stakeholder review midway through each sprint to verify the team is on track. D. Ask the team to increase velocity by delivering more features per sprint to build stakeholder confidence. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your ability to assess how Scrum supports transparency, stakeholder engagement, and feedback-driven iteration. Even when a Scrum team is delivering working software, stakeholders may still feel disconnected if the feedback loop isn't strong enough. The best way to fix that isn't more documentation or speed, it's more meaningful collaboration. Choice B encourages the product owner to actively reconnect with stakeholders, gather feedback, and use that insight to refocus backlog priorities. It respects team autonomy while strengthening alignment. Choice A is incorrect. It focuses too much on upfront scope detail, which is more predictive than agile. Scrum teams expect evolving requirements, not fully locked ones. Choice C is incorrect. It introduces a formal stakeholder checkpoint mid-sprint, which breaks Scrum's cadence. Scrum already includes a sprint review for stakeholder feedback, and mid-sprint interventions risk disrupting flow. Choice D is incorrect. It assumes that faster delivery will solve the alignment issue, but increasing velocity for the sake of perception undermines sustainable pace and does nothing to address stakeholder concerns about value. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 22. Midway through a sprint, a team member asks the Scrum Master to reassign a user story to another developer because they feel it's outside their expertise and don't want to risk delaying the sprint goal. The Scrum Master agrees and begins rearranging the assignments to balance the workload. What should the project manager do? A. Support the Scrum Master's decision to reassign tasks, ensuring the team meets the sprint commitment. B. Advise the Scrum Master that the team should self-organize and collectively decide how to handle the user story. C. Ask the product owner to update the backlog and create a new task that better matches each team member's skill set. D. Recommend holding a mid-sprint planning session to redistribute work based on availability and expertise. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your understanding of Scrum team structure, especially around the principle of self-organization. Scrum teams are self-managing, meaning they decide how to deliver the work without micromanagement or top-down task assignments. Choice B is the best option because it encourages the Scrum Master to empower the team, not take control. Rather than reassigning work, the team should discuss the issue and decide together how to move forward. Choice A is incorrect. While it might sound reasonable, it reinforces the wrong behavior. The Scrum Master isn't a task manager. Their role is to facilitate, not direct. Choice C is incorrect. It involves the product owner whose responsibility is managing the what, not the how. They don't assign or tailor tasks to individual team members. Choice D is incorrect. It introduces a mid-sprint planning session, which disrupts the cadence and violates Scrum's respect for the sprint structure. Planning happens at the start, and a team adapts within the sprint. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 23. During a sprint review, stakeholders express concern that some key features demonstrated do not align with current market needs. They propose changes that could significantly impact the next sprint. The product owner wants to incorporate the feedback, but the developers are unsure how to adjust their work without disrupting the sprint process. What is the most appropriate action for the team? A. Schedule an additional backlog refinement session during the current sprint to reprioritize work mid-sprint. B. Review the stakeholder feedback during the retrospective to identify ways to improve stakeholder alignment. C. Use the upcoming sprint planning session to incorporate the feedback and adjust the backlog accordingly. D. Invite stakeholders to attend the next daily Scrum to help clarify their expectations and promote transparency. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of Scrum events, particularly how to incorporate stakeholder feedback without disrupting the current sprint. Scrum encourages adaptation, but within the boundaries of its structured cadence. The sprint planning session is the appropriate event to evaluate new insights and adjust the backlog in a focused and time-boxed way. Using sprint planning to respond to stakeholder concerns allows the product owner and team to collaboratively realign priorities without compromising the current sprint goal or breaking the rhythm of delivery. It upholds Scrum's balance of flexibility and discipline. Choice A is incorrect. It suggests mid-sprint reprioritization, which violates the principle of sprint commitment and introduces instability. Choice B is incorrect. The retrospective is focused on process improvement, not on backlog refinement or stakeholder alignment. Choice D is incorrect. The daily Scrum is meant for the development team only, including stakeholders, disrupts its purpose, and breaks the team's autonomy and focus. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 24. During a mid-sprint sync, the product owner notices that several backlog items marked as done by the team are missing key documentation and integration testing. The team argues that the items meet their definition of done and that documentation can be added later. What should the project manager do? A. Propose reviewing the definition of done during the next retrospective to identify documentation and testing gaps. B. Recommend that the Scrum Master revise the team's workflow to include documentation as a required final task. C. Encourage the product owner to clarify documentation expectations with each developer during backlog refinement. D. Work with the Scrum Master and team to revisit and clarify the definition of done to ensure shared understanding. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question is testing your understanding of how Scrum promotes transparency through well-defined artifacts, especially the definition of done. A shared understanding of what done means is essential for ensuring quality and consistency. If there's misalignment or conflicting interpretations, that signals the need for clarification. Working with the Scrum Master and team to revisit and align on the definition of done helps ensure that everyone is on the same page regarding documentation, testing, and completion criteria. This collaborative approach reinforces quality without assigning blame. Choice A is incorrect. Waiting until the retrospective delays resolution of a known quality issue, when it should be addressed promptly to avoid recurring problems. Choice B is incorrect. It places responsibility solely on the Scrum Master to revise the workflow, which contradicts the team-driven nature of Scrum. The Scrum Master facilitates, they don't dictate process steps. Choice C is incorrect. It inappropriately places responsibility on the product owner to manage team-level execution details. The team owns the definition of done, not the product owner. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 25. A Kanban team has recently implemented a work-in-progress limit of 3 items per workflow state. However, team members are frequently starting new work instead of helping to finish items already in progress, causing delays and uneven flow. What should the project manager do? A. Increase the work-in-progress limit to accommodate the team's preference for multitasking. B. Ask the team to review how work-in-progress limits are supporting collaboration and flow. C. Assign specific team members to monitor and enforce work-in-progress limits daily. D. Have each team member complete their own tasks until all current tasks are complete. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of Kanban principles, particularly how work-in-progress limits are used to improve flow and promote team collaboration. When team members start new work instead of finishing what's already in progress, it leads to delays, bottlenecks, and uneven workflow, defeating the purpose of work-in-progress limits. Choice B is the best option because it asks the team to reflect on how their work-in-progress limits are supporting collaboration and flow. This aligns with Kanban's emphasis on inspect and adapt thinking, where the team takes ownership of improving its own system based on real observations and outcomes. Choice A is incorrect. Increasing the work-in-progress limit undermines the whole purpose of having limits in the first place. It encourages multitasking and prolongs delivery cycles. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning team members to enforce work-in-progress limits daily introduces a command and control approach that contradicts Kanban's philosophy of decentralized decision-making and team ownership. Choice D is incorrect. It promotes individual task ownership instead of encouraging the team to swarm on unfinished work, which is essential for improving flow and completing tasks efficiently in Kanban. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 26. A development team using extreme programming practices is struggling with frequent integration conflicts and unstable builds. Team members are committing code at the end of the day without coordination. What should the project manager do to improve integration stability? A. Encourage the team to pair program only during high-risk features to save time. B. Introduce test-driven development to identify conflicts earlier. C. Implement continuous integration and require multiple daily commits. D. Ask the Scrum Master to assign specific integration windows for each developer. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of extreme programming engineering practices, particularly around maintaining integration stability. Frequent integration conflicts and unstable builds are classic signs that the team is not integrating code regularly enough, which hinders rapid feedback and increases rework. Choice C is the best option because it recommends implementing continuous integration, a core XP practice that involves integrating code multiple times a day and running automated tests with each commit. This ensures that issues are caught early and the codebase remains stable, which is vital for high-quality incremental delivery. Choice A is incorrect. Pair programming only during high-risk features dilutes one of XP's fundamental practices. Pairing is meant to be applied consistently, not selectively. Choice B is incorrect. While test-driven development is valuable for improving code quality and test coverage, it does not directly address the issue of integration timing and coordination. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning specific integration windows creates a top-down structure that limits collaboration and agility. XP favors a shared, continuous integration approach, not rigid scheduling. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 27. An Agile coach observes that a team following XP values rarely reflects on feedback from customers and relies heavily on upfront planning. As a result, the product is not evolving to meet user needs. What should the project manager do? A. Recommends simplifying documentation to focus on executable specifications. B. Introduce weekly customer demos to gather early feedback and guide development. C. Invite customers to submit feedback via surveys before starting each release. D. Schedule customer walkthroughs during project planning to finalize detailed requirements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of extreme programming values, especially the importance of customer feedback and responsiveness to change. The team in this scenario is relying too heavily on upfront planning and not engaging users frequently, which limits their ability to adapt the product based on evolving needs. Choice B is the best option because it recommends introducing weekly customer demos, which creates a regular opportunity to gather early feedback. This aligns directly with XP's emphasis on continuous collaboration with the customer and ensures the product evolves in line with real-world usage and expectations. Choice A is incorrect. Simplifying documentation supports XP's value of simplicity, but it doesn't address the core issue, which is the lack of customer input during development. Choice C is incorrect. Collecting surveys before each release introduces delayed feedback and lacks the immediacy and interactivity that XP promotes. Choice D is incorrect. Scheduling walkthroughs during upfront planning reinforces a predictive mindset, which runs counter to XP's adaptive, feedback-driven approach. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 28. A product development team is working in an environment that emphasizes modeling, planning, and delivering features every few days. The team is organized around delivering business value in small functional increments. Stakeholders want visibility into both planning and results. What should the project manager emphasize to align with FDD practices? A. Organize work around client value features and deliver them iteratively. B. Prioritize responding to change over following a detailed upfront design. C. Use feature burndown charts to track delivery progress and performance. D. Focus on achieving team consensus before modeling or designing features. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question is testing your understanding of feature-driven development, which emphasizes delivering small, client-valued features iteratively. FDD blends modeling and planning with regular, meaningful output, giving stakeholders visibility into both design and delivery. Choice A is the best option because it reflects the core of FDD, organizing work around features that deliver business value and delivering them in a structured, iterative manner. This practice ensures that planning and progress stay tightly linked to stakeholder priorities. Choice B is incorrect. While responding to change is a key Agile value, FDD is more model and design-driven than frameworks like Scrum or XP. It favors some upfront structure over pure adaptability. Choice C is incorrect. Feature burndown charts are not a standard FDD artifact. While tracking progress is important, this choice leans more towards Scrum-style monitoring than true FDD practice. Choice D is incorrect. Requiring team consensus before modeling can slow down progress and is not specific to FDD. FDD relies on subject matter experts and class owners, not full team consensus, to lead design efforts efficiently. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 29. A project team is working under tight budget and timeline constraints. Senior stakeholders have requested several new features during delivery, putting pressure on the schedule. The team follows the dynamic systems development method to ensure delivery remains on track. What should the project manager do first to stay aligned with DSDM principles? A. Reassess the schedule and adjust the delivery milestones to accommodate new requests. B. Organize a formal change control board to review and approve the new features. C. Apply Moscow prioritization and collaborate with stakeholders to defer lower priority features. D. Recommend adding a short iteration to explore feasibility before adjusting the plan. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your ability to apply the principles of DSDM in a constrained project environment. DSDM assumes that time and cost are fixed, so the way to handle changing demands is by adjusting scope, not deadlines or budget. The core technique used in DSDM is Moscow prioritization, which ensures that must-have items are delivered, while could-have or should-have items may be deferred if needed. Choice C is the best option because it directly applies Moscow prioritization and encourages stakeholder collaboration, both of which are aligned with DSDM principles and help maintain delivery discipline. Choice A is incorrect. In DSTM, adjusting the schedule undermines the fixed time box principle. The framework is built on predictable timelines and budgets. Choice B is incorrect. While governance is important, DSDM emphasizes active stakeholder involvement and lightweight processes over formal change control structures. Choice D is incorrect. Adding an iteration could stretch the timeline or impact delivery cost, which contradicts DSDM's emphasis on fixed time and cost. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 30. A project manager is leading an Agile team that must meet internal audit standards, maintain traceability across iterations, and support post-release maintenance. The team values agility but faces pressure to align with organizational policies and quality gates. What is the most appropriate approach for the project manager to take? A. Adopt Agile Unified Process to tailor Agile practices while meeting compliance needs. B. Use Scrum with minor adaptations and document deviations separately for audits. C. Apply feature-driven development to focus on rapid delivery of prioritized features. D. Use DSDM to fix cost and time while allowing flexibility in scope delivery. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question assesses your ability to apply Agile in regulated or structured environments where compliance, traceability, and governance are essential. In these contexts, teams often need more than lightweight frameworks. They require a disciplined, Agile approach that supports both flexibility and formal oversight. Choice A is the best option because Agile Unified Process offers a blend of iterative delivery and structured lifecycle phases. It provides enough formality to meet compliance standards, such as traceability and auditability, while still supporting Agile values like adaptability and customer collaboration. Choice B is incorrect. Adapting Scrum and documenting exceptions may work temporarily, but it's a reactive workaround, not a robust or sustainable strategy for regulated environments. Choice C is incorrect. While FDD emphasizes delivery of features, it doesn't provide the governance structure needed to address audit trails, traceability, or maintenance planning. Choice D is incorrect. DSDM allows for flexibility in scope and can work well with fixed time and cost, but it lacks the specific traceability and post-release support structures that this scenario demands. Amazing job in finishing 10 Agile Framework questions. That's a total of 30 Agile questions mastered so far. Every question you tackle sharpens your exam readiness. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. The topic we're about to cover is Scaled Agile Frameworks, how Agile is applied when multiple teams collaborate toward a shared goal. As organizations grow, Agile isn't just about a single team working in isolation. The PMP exam expects you to understand how Agile scales across teams, departments, portfolios, and entire enterprises, and how coordination, delivery, and communication are managed in those environments. In this section, we'll focus on 5 key frameworks you need to know: SAFe, Scrum of Scrums, LESS, Disciplined Agile, and Crystal. Each one approaches scaling differently, and each has core ideas you'll want to remember for the exam. Let's start with SAFe, the Scaled Agile Framework. It's the most widely adopted scaling method, especially in large enterprise environments. SAFe introduces a layered structure with team, program, and portfolio levels to coordinate across many Agile teams. You'll want to understand concepts like Agile release trains, program increment planning, and roles such as the release train engineer. What makes SAFe stand out is how it connects daily Agile work to strategic business goals using value streams and synchronized planning. Next is Scrum of Scrums, a lightweight coordination technique. Rather than creating new roles or layers, each Scrum team selects a representative to join a Scrum of Scrums meeting. They address dependencies, blockers, and alignment between teams. This approach preserves the simplicity of Scrum while providing a way to scale coordination without extra overhead. Then we have LESS, or large-scale Scrum. LESS is all about scaling Scrum without scaling complexity. Multiple teams share a single product owner and one product backlog. Teams still follow Scrum practices, but they do so together, often holding joint reviews and retrospectives to ensure alignment. LESS emphasizes transparency, empirical process control, and lean thinking. Disciplined Agile, or DA, is a toolkit rather than a framework. It helps teams choose their way of working based on their context, considering size, culture, risk, and regulatory needs. DA combines guidance from Agile, Lean, Kanban, Scrum, and even traditional methods. You're not told what to do. Instead, you're supported in tailoring your approach with flexibility and governance. Finally, there's Crystal, a family of Agile methods that are tailored based on team size and project criticality. For example, Crystal Clear is great for small, co-located teams with low risk, while Crystal Orange or Red might be used for larger, more complex efforts. Crystal focuses on people and communication rather than strict rules or artifacts. It emphasizes frequent delivery, face-to-face collaboration, and adaptability to context. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions to help you test your understanding of these frameworks and how Agile scales in real-world environments. Let's get started. Question 31. An organization is implementing SAFe to improve coordination across Agile teams. Leadership wants to ensure that strategic goals are consistently translated into team-level execution without disrupting Agile delivery practices. What should the project manager emphasize to support alignment in the SAFe environment? A. Establishing a consistent cadence and synchronizing teams through Agile release trains. B. Coordinating work using a single product backlog shared across all teams. C. Empowering Scrum Masters to prioritize work based on team capacity each sprint. D. Allowing each team to tailor their planning and governance approach based on their context. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question is testing your understanding of how SAFe enables enterprise-wide coordination while preserving Agile values. The key mechanism in SAFe that ensures alignment is the Agile release train, which groups multiple teams into a synchronized unit operating on a shared cadence. This cadence provides regular opportunities to align goals, assess progress, and adapt. Choice A is the best option because ARTs and cadence-based planning are foundational practices in SAFe to synchronize delivery and align teams with business goals. Choice B is incorrect. A single shared backlog is a hallmark of large-scale Scrum, not SAFe. SAFe utilizes layered backlogs at the team, program, and portfolio levels to manage complexity. Choice C is incorrect. Scrum Masters help facilitate team agility but do not own prioritization. In SAFe, prioritization happens at the program level through PI planning and is led by roles like the product manager. Choice D is incorrect. This reflects a concept more aligned with disciplined Agile, which allows tailoring per team. SAFe, on the other hand, relies on standardized coordination mechanisms for alignment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 32. A large organization using SAFe is preparing for the upcoming program increment planning event. The Agile release train includes 10 teams working on a shared product roadmap. Some team members are questioning the value of the event, given the time commitment. What should the project manager do to reinforce the purpose of program increment planning? A. Emphasize that the main goal is to finalize scope and timelines across all teams for the next increment. B. Explain that the event fosters alignment, transparency, and risk mitigation through shared planning. C. Reassure teams that any changes after PI planning will be managed by the release train engineer. D. Encourage each team to define their own backlog before the event to speed up the planning process. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your understanding of why SAFe emphasizes program increment planning as a critical cadence-based event. PI planning isn't just a coordination activity. It's designed to align teams around shared goals, surface risks early, and foster collaboration at scale. This alignment is key in large, distributed, Agile environments. Choice B is the best option because it highlights the strategic purpose of PI planning: alignment, transparency, and early risk mitigation. These are core benefits that make the time investment worthwhile. Choice A is incorrect. While scope and timelines are discussed during PI planning, the goal is not to finalize everything. Agile promotes adaptation over rigid planning. Choice C is incorrect. This downplays team accountability. Managing change is a shared responsibility across teams, not just the release train engineer. Choice D is incorrect. While team preparation is valuable, defining team-level backlogs in isolation undermines the shared planning and alignment PI planning is meant to achieve. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 33. Multiple Agile teams are working on a shared product. Dependencies between teams are creating bottlenecks and duplicated effort. The teams want a better way to identify and manage cross-team risks without slowing down individual team delivery. What should the project manager do to improve coordination across teams? A. Ask team leads to review interdependencies at the end of each sprint and document lessons learned. B. Establish a scrum of scrums with representatives from each team to share progress and raise impediments. And C. Combine all teams into one larger team with a shared product owner and single backlog to reduce dependencies. D. Schedule a full team sync across all Agile teams every other day to improve transparency. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question is testing your knowledge of cross-team coordination mechanisms in multi-team Agile environments. When multiple Scrum teams are working on a shared product, dependencies can lead to misalignment, duplicated effort, or delays. The Scrum of Scrums is specifically designed to address this. Choice B is the best option. The Scrum of Scrums allows teams to maintain autonomy while coordinating effectively. Representatives from each team meet regularly to share updates, surface risks, and manage dependencies, all without disrupting each team's workflow. Choice A is incorrect. Reviewing interdependencies after the sprint is too late. Agile encourages addressing blockers early and continuously, not just during retrospectives. Choice C is incorrect. This reflects a concept from large-scale Scrum, which combines teams under one product owner and backlog. However, it may reduce autonomy and doesn't scale well for all environments. Choice D is incorrect. While transparency is important, syncing all teams every other day can lead to excessive coordination overhead and slow down delivery. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 34. An organization has 3 Agile teams working on the same product. Leadership wants to scale Agile while keeping the structure lightweight, avoiding additional roles or governance layers. They prefer unified prioritization and minimal duplication of effort across teams. What is the most appropriate approach the project manager should recommend? A. Assign a dedicated product owner to each team to manage its individual backlog. B. Form an Agile release train and use PI planning to align all teams every quarter. C. Create cross-functional feature teams and assign team-specific goals through the PMO. D. Use a single product owner and shared product backlog to guide all 3 teams collaboratively. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question is testing your ability to identify framework traits based on desired outcomes, even when the framework isn't named. The scenario describes a preference for simplicity, minimal overhead, and unified product direction, all of which are core principles of large-scale Scrum. Choice D is the best option because less promotes a single product owner and one shared backlog across all teams. This ensures streamlined prioritization and efficient coordination without adding roles or bureaucracy. Choice A is incorrect. Giving each team its own product owner creates silos and diverging priorities, which less explicitly avoids. Choice B is incorrect. That describes SAFE, where Agile release trains and PI planning are used. While useful in more complex settings, this adds overhead the organization wants to avoid. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning goals through the PMO introduces top-down control, which goes against the self-organizing nature of Agile and less. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 35. A company is exploring ways to scale Agile and improve how teams select their ways of working. They want to avoid rigid, one-size-fits-all practices and instead encourage teams to make context-sensitive choices that reflect their unique needs. What should the project manager do to support this goal? A. Adopt SAFE to provide a structured, role-based framework across all teams. B. Use Scrum of Scrums to ensure each team coordinates without altering their workflows. C. Allow each team to define its own approach using lightweight, people-focused methods without guidance. D. Guide teams to evaluate options using a goal-driven approach that considers their specific context. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question is testing your understanding of Discipline Agile, a process decision framework that helps teams choose their way of working. Discipline Agile doesn't prescribe a fixed methodology. Instead, it provides goal-based guidance to help teams make informed choices based on their unique situation. Choice D is the best option because it reflects Disciplined Agile's approach, supporting decision-making by helping teams evaluate trade-offs and tailor their practices based on context. Choice A is incorrect. SAFE is a structured framework with defined roles, layers, and ceremonies, helpful in some environments, but not ideal when the goal is flexibility and context-specific decision-making. Choice B is incorrect. Scrum of Scrums helps with team coordination, but doesn't guide teams in selecting or evolving their processes. Choice C is incorrect. While Crystal promotes lightweight, people-centric approaches, it doesn't offer systematic guidance for evaluating process decisions across varying team contexts. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 36. A software development company wants to adopt an agile approach that emphasizes people and interactions while allowing teams to tailor processes based on team size and project criticality. They value simplicity and favor minimal documentation when possible. Which agile approach best supports this need? A. SAFE, because it provides detailed documentation and coordination structures. B. LESS, because it focuses on alignment through shared product ownership and scaled team events. C. Crystal, because it adapts practices based on team size and project complexity. D. Disciplined Agile, because it provides teams with decision trees and guidance on choosing their way of working. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your understanding of Crystal, one of the lesser-known Agile frameworks that focuses on lightweight, people-centric approaches. Crystal recognizes that different teams need different levels of process and formality depending on the size of the team and the criticality of the project. It encourages tailoring and favors simplicity and communication over rigid structure. Choice C is the best option because Crystal supports customization while emphasizing individuals and interactions, aligning perfectly with the needs described in the scenario. Choice A is incorrect. SAFE provides structure and coordination across large organizations, but it's not lightweight and involves considerable documentation and defined roles. Choice B is incorrect. LESS promotes team coordination through shared backlog and ownership, but it still follows a more structured model than what the scenario is asking for. Choice D is incorrect. While Disciplined Agile helps teams select their way of working, it includes more decision-making structure and formal guidance than the simplicity desired here. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 37. A global enterprise is evaluating different scaled Agile frameworks. Their primary goals are flexibility in choosing team-level practices, minimizing role duplication, and keeping overhead light while still coordinating across multiple teams. What is the best action the project manager should take? A. Recommend SAFE, because it provides a structured portfolio layer and clearly defined roles at all levels. B. Recommend LESS because it encourages minimal roles, shared backlogs, and team-level autonomy. C. Recommend Disciplined Agile because it allows teams to choose their way of working using guided process decision tools. D. Recommend Scrum of Scrums because it supports cross-team synchronization without requiring structural changes. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your ability to evaluate scaled Agile frameworks and align them with organizational needs. In this case, the company is looking for a flexible, lightweight coordination approach that allows individual teams to choose their practices while minimizing added roles or overhead. Choice C is the best option because Disciplined Agile provides a toolkit that guides teams to select their way of working based on context. It supports coordination without imposing rigid roles or centralized control, making it ideal for organizations that value flexibility and autonomy. Choice A is incorrect. SAFE introduces defined roles and layers at portfolio, program, and team levels, increasing structure and overhead, which contradicts the goal of simplicity. Choice B is incorrect. While LESS promotes shared backlogs and minimal roles, it's less flexible than DA and has a stricter structure that may not fit all teams' needs in a large, diverse enterprise. Choice D is incorrect. Scrums helps coordinate teams, but it lacks the broader decision-making support or customization capabilities that the scenario calls for. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 38. When an organization is transitioning from a traditional structure to Agile at scale, teams have different levels of Agile experience, and the company operates in a regulated industry that requires portfolio-level coordination and compliance tracking. What is the best course of action for the project manager? A. Adopt Crystal because it allows each team to define its own practices based on personality and context. B. Adopt LESS because it uses minimal roles and simplifies scaling across teams. C. Use SAFE because it provides portfolio alignment, supports regulatory needs, and accommodates different team maturities. D. Use Scrum of Scrums because it helps coordinate teams without requiring changes to roles or structure. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question is testing your ability to evaluate which scaled Agile framework is best suited for a complex organization that must coordinate across multiple teams with varying Agile maturity and strict regulatory requirements. Choice C is the best option because SAFe, Scaled Agile Framework, is built for large, complex organizations. It provides portfolio-level alignment, integrates compliance needs, and offers a scalable structure that accommodates teams at different stages of Agile adoption. Choice A is incorrect. Crystal is lightweight and highly adaptable, but relies on team personality and informal coordination. It lacks the governance and scalability needed for a regulated enterprise. Choice B is incorrect. Less works well for smaller organizations that want minimal overhead and shared backlogs, but it doesn't offer the governance and compliance structure required in regulated industries. Choice D is incorrect. Scrum of Scrums is a coordination technique rather than a full framework. It doesn't provide the enterprise-level support or regulatory scaffolding needed in this scenario. Now let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 39. During a program increment planning session across multiple Agile teams working in different locations, several participants express confusion about priorities and dependencies. Some teams are unclear about how their work aligns with the broader objectives. What should the project manager do to improve collaboration and clarity in future remote workshops? A. Use a shared digital program board to visualize cross-team dependencies and objectives during the session. B. Break the workshop into multiple shorter sessions across time zones to improve focus and accommodate availability. C. Assign one facilitator per team to manage presentations and gather feedback ahead of time to streamline participation. D. Assign a representative from each time zone to attend on behalf of others to simplify scheduling and decision-making. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question is testing how well you understand collaboration techniques in a scaled Agile environment, particularly when teams are remote and must align during major planning events like PI planning. Choice A is the best option because using a shared digital program board improves transparency, visualizes dependencies, and keeps everyone focused on the broader program-level objectives. It supports effective alignment and decision-making across teams, a key part of successful remote SAFe practices. Choice B is incorrect. While shorter sessions may reduce fatigue, spreading a PI planning event over multiple time slots can fragment discussions and make it harder to maintain real-time alignment on priorities and dependencies. Choice C is incorrect. Pre-gathering input and using individual facilitators per team can streamline logistics, but it risks siloed planning and reduces the dynamic interaction required to coordinate across teams. Choice D is incorrect. Having a representative attend on behalf of others can simplify scheduling, but it undermines inclusivity and shared ownership, both of which are essential to collaborative Agile planning. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 40. A large organization with siloed departments is transitioning to Agile. Leadership wants to improve enterprise agility without enforcing a single framework across all teams. Some teams prefer Scrum. Others use Kanban, and several follow hybrid models based on legacy processes. What should the project manager do to support the transition? A. Apply the Choose Your Wow principle to guide teams in selecting their way of working based on context. B. Standardize on Scrum across all teams to create consistency and enable easier scaling. C. Recommend using SAFe to align team structures, cadence, and planning across the organization. D. Recommend that teams follow a hybrid Agile waterfall approach to reduce resistance during transition. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of Discipline Agile's core principle, process tailoring. The idea behind DA is that there is no one-size-fits-all Agile solution. Teams are encouraged to make context-based choices to find and choose their best way of working. Choice A is the best option because it aligns with DA's flexible approach to enterprise agility. It empowers teams to make informed decisions based on their unique needs, which helps scale agility across complex organizations without enforcing a rigid framework. Choice B is incorrect. While consistency can simplify coordination, mandating Scrum across all teams ignores the varied needs and maturity levels of different groups. It goes against DA's belief in flexibility and situational decision-making. Choice C is incorrect. SAFe is a structured scaling framework. While it might work for some organizations, recommending it here contradicts leadership's desire not to enforce a single framework. Choice D is incorrect. Suggesting a hybrid, agile waterfall model to reduce resistance may seem pragmatic, but it delays meaningful transformation and reinforces legacy thinking. DA encourages informed, purposeful adaptation, not fallback to the status quo. Great job in finishing all 10 scaled Agile Framework questions. That's 40 Agile questions mastered so far. By the way, if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel. Keep up the momentum and continue building confidence with each step. You're doing an incredible job. Let's keep going, and I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile Roles and Responsibilities, a core area of Agile that defines how teams operate, collaborate, and deliver value without relying on top-down management structures. In Agile, roles are defined more by their purpose and mindset than by titles or hierarchy. Success depends on clear responsibility, servant leadership, and team empowerment. And these themes show up again and again on the PMP exam, not just as definitions, but in real-world scenarios where you have to apply these concepts. One of the most central roles is the Scrum Master. A Scrum Master is a servant leader. They remove impediments, facilitate Scrum events, and coach the team to continuously improve. Their job is to protect the team's focus and help them self-organize and grow. Then there's the product owner, who owns the product backlog and serves as the voice of the customer. The product owner is responsible for prioritizing work, defining acceptance criteria, and making sure the team is always focused on delivering the highest business value. They collaborate closely with stakeholders and the team, and they make tough calls about what gets built and when. The development team is expected to be self-managing and cross-functional. That means they plan and estimate their own work, share responsibility for outcomes, and adapt their processes as they learn. You'll need to understand how Agile teams function without command and control, and how they make decisions together, especially as teams grow or scale. It's also important to understand the roles of sponsors and stakeholders. Sponsors support value alignment, provide funding and organizational support, and trust the team to deliver. Stakeholders provide feedback, context, and priorities, but they don't direct the team's day-to-day work. Agile emphasizes collaborative partnerships, not command relationships. Agile also brings role flexibility, especially in hybrid or scaled environments where responsibilities may shift or overlap. For example, in hybrid projects, an Agile project manager might work alongside a Scrum Master, helping manage coordination and integration while respecting Agile team autonomy. Another area tested on the PMP exam is the difference between coaching and directing. Agile leaders don't micromanage. Instead, they create a safe space for the team to experiment, learn, and take ownership. That's where servant leadership shows up again, whether you're resolving conflict, encouraging collaboration, or guiding change. You may also see questions on how decision-making authority is distributed in Agile, often decentralized, empowering teams to act quickly while aligning with product vision and business goals. So as you work through this section, think about how Agile roles promote clarity, accountability, and collaboration, and how the behaviors of Agile leaders shape team performance. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your knowledge of Agile roles, leadership behaviors, team dynamics, and how responsibilities evolve across different Agile settings. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 41. A new Agile team is struggling to meet their sprint commitments. Daily stand-ups often run over time, and team members are regularly pulled into unrelated work by external departments. Despite raising the issue, the Scrum Master notices that team morale is dropping and collaboration is deteriorating. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Establish clear working agreements with the team and collaborate with external stakeholders to minimize disruptions. B. Use the upcoming retrospective to document team challenges and encourage ideas for improving future sprints. C. Facilitate a team discussion to identify recurring impediments and coach the team to co-create solutions. D. Escalate the issue to the project sponsor and request formal restrictions on external requests. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the Scrum Master's role as a servant leader, someone who empowers the team to self-organize, remove their own blockers, and grow through collaboration, not control. Choice C is the best option because it focuses on coaching the team and enabling them to solve their own challenges, a core behavior of servant leadership. The Scrum Master guides the team in identifying recurring impediments and empowers them to take ownership. Choice A is incorrect. While setting working agreements and collaborating with stakeholders can be helpful, this approach centers more on external management and less on team empowerment. Choice B is incorrect. The retrospective is valuable, but servant leadership is continuous and proactive, not something reserved for scheduled ceremonies. Waiting delays needed support. Choice D is incorrect. Involving the project sponsor to limit external requests introduces a command and control tone and removes the team's opportunity to self-manage and engage directly with stakeholders. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 42. A product owner has been receiving frequent feature requests from stakeholders. The team is currently in the middle of a sprint, and some stakeholders are pressuring the product owner to immediately add new work to the sprint backlog. The product owner wants to maintain trust but also ensure the team's progress isn't disrupted. What should the product owner do? A. Add the high priority items to the current sprint backlog to satisfy the stakeholders. B. Meet with stakeholders to discuss their requests and add them to the product backlog for future prioritization. C. Pause the current sprint and revise the backlog to reflect the new business needs. D. Collaborate with the Scrum Master to address the stakeholder concerns and determine how to respond as a team. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the product owner's responsibility to manage the product backlog and act as the bridge between stakeholders and the development team, all while maintaining team focus and delivery integrity. Choice B is the best option because it preserves the integrity of the sprint while respecting stakeholder input. The product owner should listen, gather requests, and incorporate them into the product backlog for future prioritization. This balances responsiveness with discipline. Choice A is incorrect. While it may please stakeholders temporarily, adding items to the sprint midway disrupts team commitment and undermines predictability. Choice C is incorrect. Pausing a sprint should be extremely rare and only done in exceptional cases like major business shifts, not normal feature requests. Choice D is incorrect. While collaboration with the Scrum Master is valuable, product backlog management is owned by the product owner, and deferring the decision dilutes that accountability. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 43. During an Agile project, the development team raises concerns that they are constantly waiting on a separate testing department to validate completed stories. This delay is impacting velocity and limiting their ability to meet sprint goals. The Scrum Master wants to support the team's autonomy and help them become more self-sufficient. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Facilitate a discussion with the team and product owner to resequence backlog items that require less external testing. B. Work with the team to integrate testing skills and responsibilities within the development team. C. Request that the testing department increase their capacity to match the development team's pace. D. Collaborate with stakeholders to define clearer handoff processes between development and testing teams. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your knowledge of Agile team structure, specifically around the importance of cross-functionality and autonomy. Agile teams are expected to deliver working, tested increments of value within a sprint without relying on external handoffs. Choice B is the best option because it reflects the Agile principle of cross-functional teams. By integrating testing skills into the development team, dependencies on outside departments are reduced and the team gains greater control over quality and delivery. Choice A is incorrect. While resequencing items might offer short-term relief, it avoids solving the core issue. The team lacks end-to-end capability to deliver potentially shippable product increments. Choice C is incorrect. Asking the testing department to scale up may help temporarily, but it preserves the dependency, which is what Agile aims to eliminate through self-sufficiency. Choice D is incorrect. Improving handoffs sounds reasonable in a traditional setup, but Agile strives to eliminate handoffs altogether, not refine them. The goal is team ownership of delivery from start to finish. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 44. Midway through an Agile project, several stakeholders express frustration that the product does not reflect their needs. They claim they haven't been given opportunities to provide feedback until recently. The product owner insists that invitations to reviews and demos were regularly sent, but attendance was inconsistent. What should the project manager or team do to improve stakeholder engagement? A. Share a summary of sprint review outcomes with stakeholders who missed the sessions and invite follow-up feedback asynchronously. B. Highlight the importance of sprint reviews and upcoming communications and strongly encourage attendance from key stakeholders. C. Collaborate with stakeholders to understand their communication preferences and adjust engagement strategies accordingly. D. Refine the stakeholder list based on current engagement patterns to focus collaboration on the most active participants. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of stakeholder collaboration in Agile environments, especially the importance of adaptive communication and maintaining continuous feedback loops. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the Agile principle of individuals and interactions over processes and tools. By adjusting the communication strategy based on stakeholder preferences, the team fosters stronger engagement and more relevant feedback. Choice A is incorrect. While providing asynchronous updates is helpful, it remains one-directional and doesn't resolve the core issue of low engagement quality. Choice B is incorrect. While emphasizing the importance of reviews is good practice, simply encouraging attendance doesn't address why stakeholders aren't engaging in the first place. Agile favors empathy and collaboration, not just reminders. Choice D is incorrect. This filters out disengaged stakeholders instead of addressing their needs or constraints. Agile promotes inclusive collaboration even with those who may be less active. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 45. In a hybrid project, the Scrum Master and a functional manager are both advising the development team. The Scrum Master focuses on team facilitation and Agile practices, while the functional manager often gives direction on how specific tasks should be executed. The team is becoming confused about whose guidance to follow, which is affecting morale and progress. What should the project manager do to resolve the situation? A. Request the functional manager align their task guidance with the team's Agile goals. B. Support a conversation to clarify roles and agree on how to best guide the team. C. Assign the Scrum Master as the sole decision maker to ensure Agile consistency in team direction. D. Have the team vote on whose guidance they prefer to follow to establish alignment and accountability. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of role clarity and boundary management, particularly in hybrid environments where traditional and Agile roles may overlap. Choice B is the best option because it reflects an Agile leader's responsibility to facilitate alignment, not impose control. By helping stakeholders clarify roles, the project manager reduces confusion and conflict, enabling the team to work more effectively. Choice A is incorrect. While aligning with Agile goals is helpful, it still assumes the functional manager continues to direct tasks, which can blur boundaries instead of clarifying them. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning sole decision-making to the Scrum Master oversimplifies the issue and undermines the collaborative nature of hybrid environments. Choice D is incorrect. Having the team vote may feel democratic, but it delegates leadership responsibility and avoids resolving the underlying role confusion. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 46. A project manager observes that the Agile team is falling behind on its sprint goals. Concerned about deadlines, the manager begins assigning tasks to individual team members and checking in frequently to monitor progress. After a few days, team members seem disengaged and less communicative during daily stand-ups. What should the project manager have done instead? A. Focus on coaching the team to identify challenges and co-create a plan to recover sprint goals. B. Remind the manager that Agile teams are self-managing and should not be micromanaged. C. Shift to a more hands-on leadership style temporarily to help the team get back on track. D. Meet with stakeholders to explain the situation and request extended sprint timelines to reduce pressure. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the difference between coaching and directing, a critical mindset distinction in Agile leadership. Agile leaders do not control the team, but instead create conditions for the team to own and solve their challenges. Choice A is the best option because coaching helps the team reflect, learn, and recover in a self-directed way. This preserves engagement, autonomy, and trust, all essential for long-term performance. Choice B is incorrect. While reinforcing Agile values is important, simply reminding someone about team self-management does not address the real need for support. The team still needs help, just not through top-down control. Choice C is incorrect. A hands-on style may seem supportive, but it risks overstepping boundaries and reducing ownership. Agile favors guidance, not direction. Choice D is incorrect. Informing stakeholders may be necessary in some cases, but it sidesteps the root problem, the team's internal process and morale, which must be addressed first. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 47. In a hybrid project with both predictive and agile work streams, the agile team is progressing well using Scrum, but delays from the predictive work stream are beginning to impact the agile team's delivery. The agile team is unsure how to escalate the issue and maintain their momentum. What should the project manager do? A. Collaborate with the Scrum Master to help the team adjust sprint goals around the delays from the predictive team. B. Realign the Agile backlog priorities so they match the predictive workstream's adjusted schedule. C. Recommend the Agile team operate independently until the predictive workstream catches up. D. Raise the cross-team dependency issue to leadership and explore options for improved coordination. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of cross-team coordination in hybrid environments, where Agile and predictive teams often work in parallel but must stay aligned to avoid delivery conflicts. Choice D is the best option because it acknowledges that dependency risks span teams and resolving them may require leadership involvement. By raising the issue, the project manager encourages organizational-level support and creates space for better coordination. Choice A is incorrect. While collaboration with the Scrum Master is a good start, adjusting sprint goals around delays treats the symptom, not the cause, and may normalize dependency disruptions. Choice B is incorrect. Realigning the Agile backlog to fit predictive timelines weakens Agile prioritization and could lead to delivering less value just to match a schedule. Choice C is incorrect. Operating independently risks breaking important dependencies and ignoring the impact of delayed inputs, which can cause rework or misalignment later. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 48. Midway through a sprint, two senior developers on the Agile team are in conflict over how to implement a feature. One insists on using a new framework to improve scalability, while the other believes it adds unnecessary complexity. Their disagreement has become personal and is beginning to affect team morale and collaboration. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Step in and make the technical decision to help the team move forward quickly. B. Allow the developers to resolve the conflict on their own to promote team self-management. C. Facilitate a discussion to explore both perspectives and guide the team toward a shared decision. D. Address the situation with the entire team to reset expectations for constructive collaboration. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to apply Agile conflict resolution and understand the Scrum Master's role as a facilitator, not a director. In Agile teams, conflict is expected, but how it's managed determines whether it becomes destructive or productive. Choice C is the best option because it promotes open dialogue and team ownership. the Scrum Master helps the team surface ideas and disagreements constructively, fostering trust and continuous improvement. Choice A is incorrect. While decisive, making the call removes decision-making from the team, undermining self-organization and Agile values. Choice B is incorrect. Though self-management is important, avoiding facilitation during escalating conflict allows emotions to take over and risks team dysfunction. Choice D is incorrect. While team-level reminders are useful, doing this without first addressing the specific issue avoids the actual root conflict and may feel impersonal or dismissive. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 49. A new Agile team relies heavily on the Scrum Master to assign tasks, track progress, and resolve all blockers. While they are meeting delivery goals, the Scrum Master is concerned that the team is not growing in independence or taking initiative during sprint planning or daily stand-ups. What should the Scrum Master do to encourage greater self-management? A. Continue supporting the team as is to maintain delivery stability while they gain more experience. B. Rotate facilitation responsibilities for daily stand-ups to help the team take ownership of their process. C. Schedule extra coaching sessions outside of sprint events to reinforce Agile theory. D. Emphasize the importance of the sprint goal to guide the team's focus during execution. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how to develop team self-management, one of the key characteristics of high-performing Agile teams. Teams must gradually shift from facilitated to self-directed behavior, especially in their core ceremonies. Choice B is the best option because rotating facilitation during daily stand-ups promotes ownership, shared responsibility, and active participation. It helps the team internalize Agile behaviors and supports a sustainable culture of accountability. Choice A is incorrect. Continuing the current pattern preserves comfort, but prevents the team from developing autonomy or resilience, both critical in Agile settings. Choice C is incorrect. Extra coaching can be helpful, but may reinforce the idea that Agile is something taught externally rather than learned through team-driven experience. Choice D is incorrect. While the sprint goal is essential, focusing on it alone does not address the team's reliance on the Scrum Master for execution support and decision-making. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 50. An organization is transitioning from a traditional project delivery model to Agile. Some department heads are unsure how their roles align with the new team structure, especially since decision-making and delivery responsibilities now rest more with Agile teams. They are concerned about losing visibility and influence. What should the project manager do to support alignment during this transition? A. Create a detailed RACI matrix to define how all roles will function in the new Agile structure. B. Reassure department heads that Agile teams will continue to provide regular reports and updates. C. Meet with leaders to clarify evolving roles and identify new ways they can support team outcomes. D. Encourage department heads to observe Agile ceremonies to better understand how delivery decisions are made. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of organizational alignment during Agile transformation, especially how leaders must shift from control-based roles to supportive, enabling roles. Choice C is the best option because meeting with leaders fosters shared understanding, transparency, and buy-in. It gives space for role clarification and helps them see how they can positively support Agile teams in their new capacity. Choice A is incorrect. While RACI matrices can clarify roles, they tend to reflect linear, hierarchical models and may not be well suited for dynamic Agile environments. Choice B is incorrect. Reassuring department heads about reports may ease discomfort temporarily, but it doesn't address the underlying need for role clarity and engagement. Choice D is incorrect. Observing ceremonies can increase exposure, but may not fully explain their role in the new system, especially without intentional dialogue. Congratulations on finishing all 10 Agile roles and responsibility questions. That's a big milestone for completing 50 Agile questions so far. You are doing an amazing job. When you're ready, let's keep up the momentum, and I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile events and artifacts, the core ceremonies and deliverables that bring structure, alignment, and continuous improvement to Agile teams. These aren't just meetings and lists, they're how Agile teams plan collaboratively, stay aligned, inspect progress, and adapt quickly. Let's begin with the events. For the exam, it's important to understand the purpose, timing, and outcomes of each event. The sprint planning sets the tone for the sprint. The team discusses what can be delivered and how they'll get it done. The outputs include a clear sprint goal and the sprint backlog. Daily Scrum is the team's daily sync-up. It keeps everyone aligned, surfaces blockers early, and helps the team adapt their plan as needed. Sprint Review is a working demo for stakeholders. It's about inspecting the increment, gathering feedback, and updating the product backlog based on what was learned. Sprint Retrospective gives the team space to reflect and improve their process. It's about making Agile more effective for the team, one sprint at a time. Now let's talk about the artifacts, the items that create transparency and shared understanding. The product backlog is the full, evolving list of everything that might be built. It's prioritized by the product owner and updated often based on stakeholder input and team feedback. The sprint backlog is created during sprint planning. It includes the selected backlog items and the team's plan for how to deliver them. It's a team-owned artifact that evolves daily as work progresses. The sprint goal is a short, guiding statement that captures the purpose of the sprint and keeps the team aligned even if not every backlog item gets finished. The sprint goal ensures everyone knows what success looks like for that iteration. The definition of done outlines the team's shared quality criteria. It helps everyone understand when work is truly complete, not just coded or tested, but potentially shippable. The increment represents the sum of all completed work at the end of a sprint. It must meet the definition of done and be in a usable, potentially shippable state. Even if the product owner chooses not to release it immediately, it's still a complete and valuable deliverable. Backlog refinement or grooming is a continuous process where upcoming work is clarified, split into smaller pieces, and estimated so it's ready for future sprints. You'll also need to understand acceptance criteria, which define the conditions a user story must meet to be considered complete. This ties user stories directly to stakeholder expectations. Even though Agile favors working software over detailed documents, Agile documentation practices ensure that teams still capture what's needed for understanding, compliance, and collaboration. And Agile teams measure progress with working outputs, things like completed stories, accepted features, or demos, not just status reports or effort logged. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your understanding of the purpose and value of each Agile event, the key artifacts, the definition of done, and how teams use acceptance criteria, refinement, and documentation to deliver real value. Let's get into our next question. Question 51. During sprint planning, a new Agile team spends most of the session discussing individual tasks and assigning them to team members. As a result, they run out of time before finalizing the sprint goal or understanding the overall value to be delivered. What should the Scrum Master do to improve the effectiveness of sprint planning? A. Ask the product owner to assign tasks beforehand so planning runs more smoothly. B. Encourage the team to focus first on defining a clear sprint goal before discussing tasks. C. Extend sprint planning time to allow for a more detailed breakdown of technical assignments. D. Review the previous sprint's velocity in detail to help the team forecast more accurately. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of sprint planning's purpose, which is not just about assigning tasks. It's about defining what value will be delivered and how the team will work toward it. Choice B is the best option because the sprint goal creates alignment and focus. It sets a shared direction for the team and helps avoid turning sprint planning into a task assignment session, which is not the intent in Agile. Choice A is incorrect. Having the product owner assign tasks violates team self-management and creates a command and control dynamic. Choice C is incorrect. Extending the time may give more space for discussion, but it doesn't fix the root problem, which is the lack of value-based focus. Choice D is incorrect. Velocity can support planning, but focusing on it first shifts attention away from shared outcomes and can lead to scope fixation. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 52. A Scrum team's daily stand-ups have gradually shifted from quick, focused syncs to lengthy problem-solving sessions. Team members often start debating solutions or diving into technical issues, and the meeting now regularly exceeds 30 minutes. What should the Scrum Master do to help the team get back on track? A. Coach the team to stay focused on the purpose and time box of the daily Scrum. B. Encourage team members to hold technical discussions after the daily Scrum. C. Add more time to the daily stand-up to accommodate important issue resolution. D. Suggest rotating facilitators to help the team stay focused during the meeting. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how the Scrum Master protects the integrity of Scrum events, especially the daily Scrum. These meetings are meant to be brief, focused, and purposeful. Choice A is the best option because it focuses on helping the team understand and respect the purpose and structure of the daily Scrum. Coaching builds awareness and self-correction, which are key to long-term success. Choice B is incorrect. While post-Scrum discussions are helpful, it does not address the root problem that the team has lost focus during the event itself. Choice C is incorrect. Extending the meeting may seem practical, but it undermines the Scrum principle of time boxing and leads to inefficient habits. Choice D is incorrect. Rotating facilitators may help with engagement, but without resetting expectations, the format issues will likely continue. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 53. During a sprint review, stakeholders raise new suggestions after seeing the completed increment. The product owner listens but does not record the ideas, stating that only previously prioritized backlog items should be discussed. The Scrum Master notices some stakeholders appear disengaged by the end of the session. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Remind stakeholders to submit suggestions through the formal backlog refinement process. B. Support the product owner in keeping the sprint review limited to planned deliverables. C. Encourage open discussion and ensure valuable input is considered for future backlog refinement. D. Recommend adjusting the format of the sprint review to keep it more structured and efficient. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the sprint review as a collaborative, adaptive event. It's not just a demonstration, it's a key moment for feedback and alignment. Choice C is the best option because it keeps the review interactive and value-driven, ensuring stakeholders feel heard. The Scrum Master's role is to create an environment where ideas are welcomed, recorded, and refined later if valuable. Choice A is incorrect. While backlog refinement is important, directing stakeholders to a formal process in the middle of a review may feel dismissive and limit collaboration. Choice B is incorrect. Focusing only on planned deliverables misses the point of the review, to inspect the product and adapt the backlog based on stakeholder feedback. Choice D is incorrect. While structure helps, adjusting the format won't resolve disengagement caused by ignoring feedback. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 54. The team has been running successful sprints with minimal defects and strong delivery. During the last few retrospectives, however, the team members have struggled to identify areas for improvement and often suggest repeating what already worked. What should the Scrum Master do to support meaningful continuous improvement? A. Allow the team to skip retrospectives until a problem arises that needs attention. B. Remind the team that retrospectives are required and must be held at the end of every sprint. C. Introduce new retrospective formats or questions to help the team reflect more deeply. D. Encourage the product owner to attend and suggest improvement areas for the team. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of the sprint retrospective's purpose. It's not just a formality. It's about uncovering ways to improve even when things are going well. Choice C is the best option because using new techniques or questions helps the team see patterns, surface hidden challenges, and stay engaged in the process of continuous improvement. Even high-performing teams benefit from reflection. Choice A is incorrect. Skipping retrospectives undermines the inspect and adapt cycle at the heart of Agile and risks complacency. Choice B is incorrect. While it's true that retrospectives are required, simply reminding the team of that won't make them more valuable. Choice D is incorrect. Involving the product owner can provide perspective, but it may shift focus away from team-led improvement. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 55. A product owner has maintained a well-ordered product backlog, but after several sprints, stakeholders express concerns that new market insights are not being reflected in upcoming work. The team continues to work through the existing backlog items in order, with little change or reprioritization. What should the Scrum Master do? A. Advise the product owner to preserve the backlog order to avoid disrupting team flow. B. Facilitate a backlog refinement session to help the product owner reassess priorities. C. Encourage the team to raise concerns during daily stand-ups when priorities feel outdated. D. Acknowledge stakeholder concerns and ask them to share new insights during the next sprint review. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of the dynamic nature of the product backlog and the Scrum Master's role in supporting collaboration and adaptability. Choice B is the best option because backlog refinement sessions are intended for reviewing and reprioritizing items based on new information. The Scrum Master helps ensure that the product owner considers emerging market needs and keeps the backlog aligned with business value. Choice A is incorrect. While preserving flow is important, sticking rigidly to backlog order prevents responsiveness to change, a key Agile principle. Choice C is incorrect. The daily stand-up is not designed for strategic prioritization. It focuses on short-term coordination, not product direction. Choice D is incorrect. Asking stakeholders to wait until the next sprint review may delay needed adjustments and miss the opportunity for immediate backlog updates. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 56. During a sprint, a developer marks a user story as complete after writing the code and conducting a quick demo to the product owner. However, the team's definition of done includes peer code review, unit testing, and documentation updates, none of which were completed. The developer says the extra steps can be done after the sprint. What should the project manager do? A. Acknowledge the progress and ask the team to complete the remaining steps in the next sprint. B. Suggest revisiting the definition of done with the stakeholders so the team can stay on track for delivery. C. Confirm with the product owner that the story meets functional expectations before closing it. D. Reinforce that all items must meet the agreed-upon definition of done before they are considered complete. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question evaluates your understanding of quality control in Agile and the importance of adhering to the definition of done, which ensures consistency, transparency, and shared quality expectations. Choice D is the best option because it reinforces accountability and alignment. When the team commits to a definition of done, all criteria must be completed before an item is considered done. Skipping parts of it weakens the integrity of the increment and could cause quality issues later. Choice A is incorrect. While acknowledging progress is helpful, pushing the remaining steps into the next sprint violates the time box and lowers quality. Choice B is incorrect. Revisiting the definition of done mid-sprint to avoid delivery impact compromises standards and sends the message that quality is optional. Choice C is incorrect. Even if the product owner is satisfied, accepting incomplete work bypasses team agreements and may create rework or technical debt. Well, let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 57. Midway through the sprint, a few team members raise concerns that upcoming backlog items are vague and lack sufficient detail. The product owner has been unavailable for refinement sessions, and the team feels unprepared for the next sprint planning. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the team to proceed with estimating the items as best they can during sprint planning. B. Re-engage the product owner and support the team in clarifying upcoming backlog items. C. Facilitate a meeting between stakeholders and the team to gather the missing details. D. Suggest the team rely on historical velocity to compensate for the lack of detail in backlog items. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of backlog refinement and the project manager's role in supporting product owner and team collaboration. A healthy backlog is essential for effective planning. Choice B is the best option because the product owner is accountable for the backlog and the project manager can play a facilitative role by re-engaging them to ensure that upcoming work is clear and prioritized. This supports delivery readiness and team alignment. Choice A is incorrect. Estimating vague items leads to unreliable forecasting and lowers team confidence in commitments. Choice C is incorrect. While stakeholder input can help, it doesn't replace the product owner's responsibility or ensure backlog quality and prioritization. Choice D is incorrect. Relying on velocity to compensate for unclear items treats planning like guesswork and risks misalignment and rework. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 58. During the sprint review, a stakeholder points out that a completed user's story does not meet their expectations. The product owner explains that the story was accepted because it met the acceptance criteria written at the start of the sprint. The team is confused because the stakeholder's feedback seems valid, but it was not reflected in the original criteria. What should the project manager do? A. Conduct an impact analysis to assess whether the stakeholder's feedback should affect the current release. B. Remind the stakeholder that acceptance criteria cannot change once the sprint begins. C. Facilitate a conversation between the team, product owner, and stakeholder to clarify expectations and improve future stories. D. Ask the product owner to update the story to reflect the stakeholder's feedback and reopen it in the next sprint. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question focuses on validating user stories and managing expectations through clear acceptance criteria. It also highlights the importance of continuous improvement in agile collaboration. Choice C is the best option because it encourages transparent communication and shared understanding. By bringing the team, product owner, and stakeholder together, the project manager promotes better alignment on expectations for future stories and prevents repeat confusion. Choice A is incorrect. Conducting an impact analysis sounds logical, but shifts focus to the current release, rather than solving the underlying misalignment on acceptance criteria. Choice B is incorrect. While technically true, simply reminding stakeholders about process rules can damage trust and discourage feedback. Choice D is incorrect. Reopening the story without broader discussion may lead to rework without understanding the root cause of the miscommunication. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 59. Midway through an Agile project, a compliance officer raises a concern that critical architecture decisions are not being formally captured. The development team argues that Agile values working software over documentation and prefers to keep details within the code base in team discussions. The project sponsor is now asking for a resolution that balances agility with traceability. What should the project manager do? A. Advise the team to maintain detailed architecture documentation for all technical decisions going forward. B. Work with stakeholders to define the minimal necessary documentation that supports compliance and business needs. C. Ask the compliance officer to attend sprint reviews to observe team progress and reduce reliance on formal records. D. Explain to the stakeholders Agile's focus on working software, team communication, and minimum documentation. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to balance Agile values with regulatory and organizational requirements. In real-world Agile environments, working software is a priority, but documentation isn't discarded. It must still serve value and compliance. Choice B is the best option because it reflects the Agile principle of just enough documentation tailored to business and compliance needs. It shows that Agile teams are flexible and responsive to stakeholder concerns while still maintaining efficiency. Choice A is incorrect. Creating detailed documentation for all technical decisions may be wasteful and go beyond what's actually needed, violating the Agile principle of simplicity. Choice C is incorrect. While involving the compliance officer can improve visibility, sprint reviews aren't the right venue for architectural traceability. Choice D is incorrect. Educating stakeholders about Agile values is helpful, but ignoring their need for documentation misses the opportunity to collaborate and adapt. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 60. An executive sponsor asks the project manager for a status update on the Agile team's progress. The project manager presents a slide showing velocity trends, team capacity, and total story points completed. The sponsor appears confused and asks, "But how do we know if we're actually making real progress?" What should the project manager highlight? A. Reassure the sponsor that velocity trends and story points are standard Agile metrics used across the industry. B. Explain that progress is measured through the completion of planned tasks and meeting team capacity targets. C. Share the latest working product increments and explain how they align with business objectives. D. Show a burn-up chart to forecast how many story points will be completed by the end of the release. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how Agile measures real progress, not through internal metrics alone, but through delivering working, valuable outcomes. Choice C is the best option because in Agile, progress is evaluated based on working product increments that can be reviewed, validated, and aligned with business goals. This is what provides true transparency and confidence. Choice A is incorrect. While velocity and story points are helpful team-level tools, they don't always resonate with business stakeholders who care about value delivery. Choice B is incorrect. Capacity and task completion are internal productivity indicators, not business-focused progress measures. Choice D is incorrect. A burn-up chart can provide forecasts, but without showing actual working outputs, it doesn't demonstrate what value has been delivered so far. Great job on completing the 10 questions on Agile events and artifacts. That's a total of 60 Agile questions mastered so far. Every question you tackle sharpens your exam readiness. Keep it up. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile communication and collaboration, one of the most essential pillars of Agile success. In Agile, communication isn't just about sharing updates, it's how teams align, build trust, and adapt quickly. Whether you're co-located or spread across time zones, Agile demands frequent, transparent, and meaningful communication that supports both collaboration and decision-making. Expect to see questions on how Agile teams maintain a shared understanding using lightweight, high-frequency interactions like daily stand-ups, sprint reviews, and visual boards. These aren't just ceremonies. They're designed to keep information flowing, uncover risks early, and maintain team cohesion. You should also understand the role of information radiators, such as task boards and burn-down charts. These tools help teams and stakeholders see the status of work at a glance, promoting transparency without constant meetings. When teams are distributed, communication becomes even more critical. You'll want to know how Agile teams use digital collaboration tools, set clear communication cadences, and engage remote stakeholders. Agile doesn't assume perfect conditions, it values adaptability, even in complex team setups. Another important concept is servant leadership in communication. Leaders facilitate, not control, by removing blockers, encouraging dialogue, and creating an environment of psychological safety where every voice matters. The exam may test your ability to navigate communication breakdowns, recover alignment, and ensure everyone's on the same page, especially when dealing with stakeholder feedback, cross-team collaboration, or last-minute changes. You should also be familiar with how Agile teams handle nonverbal cues, time zone coordination, and asynchronous communication, especially in virtual teams. These aren't just soft skills, they're critical to delivering working solutions in fast-moving environments. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your ability to apply these principles in real-world Agile scenarios, including facilitation of Agile ceremonies, stakeholder interaction, virtual team dynamics, and collaborative problem solving. Let's dive into the first question in this topic, question 61. After the first sprint, an Agile team reports that blockers were not surfaced early enough, leading to delays in completing several stories. The team follows standard daily stand-ups and sprint reviews. What should the project manager recommend? A. Encourage team members to raise blockers during retrospectives so they can be addressed in the next sprint. B. Introduce visual tools like Kanban boards to improve shared awareness of progress and blockers. C. Extend daily stand-ups to allow deeper discussion of tasks and status details. D. Assign a rotating facilitator to ensure stand-up updates are captured and documented for follow-up. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of Agile communication models and tools that promote transparency and real-time awareness. Choice B is the best option because tools like Kanban boards create a shared, visible workflow, allowing the team to spot blockers immediately rather than waiting for structured meetings. Choice A is incorrect. Retrospectives are for improvement after the sprint ends. They're too late to identify and resolve blockers that affect in-sprint delivery. Choice C is incorrect. Extending stand-ups may encourage over-discussion and defeat the purpose of a focused sync. Agile favors short, efficient, frequent communication supported by visible tools. Choice D is incorrect. Rotating facilitators can help improve engagement, but documenting updates doesn't address the real-time visibility problem. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 62. During a sprint, several team members privately inform the project manager that progress is behind, but none of these concerns have come up during team meetings. At the same time, leadership is asking for more visibility into delivery health. What should the project manager do? A. Schedule one-on-one check-ins to gather accurate status from each team member. B. Share an updated risk log with leadership highlighting internal delivery concerns. C. Encourage open discussion in team meetings and implement visible progress tracking tools. D. Ask the product owner to provide a delivery update in the next review meeting to address leadership concerns. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to foster transparency and psychological safety within Agile teams, especially when delivery challenges are hidden from view. Choice C is the best option because it promotes team-level openness while reinforcing visible tracking, such as task boards or burn-down charts, both of which help surface issues early and build trust across the organization. Choice A is incorrect. One-on-one check-ins may offer insight, but they don't solve the root issue of low transparency and discourage open team dialogue. Choice B is incorrect. Updating a risk log may satisfy leadership temporarily, but bypasses team-level ownership and communication. Choice D is incorrect. Having the product owner deliver updates delays visibility and places the responsibility outside the team rather than addressing transparency at its source. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 63. A distributed Agile team has members across 4 time zones. Stand-ups are inconsistent and collaboration is delayed as team members wait for input from others who are offline. Morale is slipping and blockers remain unresolved for too long. What should the project manager do? A. Ask team members to adjust their schedules to overlap more during core hours. B. Rotate meeting times weekly to balance convenience across time zones. C. Introduce asynchronous tools and norms to share updates and surface blockers in real time. D. Establish regional subteams with designated leads to coordinate updates across time zones. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how to manage virtual Agile teams, where time zone challenges and collaboration delays can impact morale and delivery. Choice C is the best option because it leverages asynchronous tools and clear norms to maintain transparency and unblock work in real time, even when team members aren't online at the same time. This supports agility and autonomy in distributed settings. Choice A is incorrect. Asking members to shift their working hours may create burnout and dissatisfaction, especially if it disrupts work-life balance across regions. Choice B is incorrect. Rotating meeting times helps distribute inconvenience but doesn't solve the underlying issue, which is the delays in collaboration outside of meetings. Choice D is incorrect. Creating subteams adds unnecessary hierarchy and communication layers, which may reduce cross-functional alignment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 64. A senior stakeholder has been passively attending sprint reviews but shows minimal engagement and provides little feedback. The product owner is concerned this may impact alignment with business needs. The stakeholder claims to be too busy to attend more meetings. What should the project manager do? A. Align with the stakeholder on when and how they can provide timely input with minimal disruption. B. Share concise updates highlighting key decisions and invite asynchronous feedback on business priorities. C. Offer to provide executive summaries after each sprint to keep the stakeholder informed without additional meeting time. D. Recommend assigning a proxy stakeholder who can participate more actively in day-to-day discussions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to adapt stakeholder engagement strategies to balance availability, influence, and agile collaboration. Choice A is the best option because it focuses on proactive alignment, working directly with the stakeholder to find a communication rhythm that respects their schedule while maintaining essential feedback loops. This keeps the stakeholder engaged without pushing them into extra meetings. Choice B is incorrect. Sharing concise updates and inviting feedback is helpful, but without direct collaboration, you risk losing real-time context and commitment. Choice C is incorrect. Executive summaries are informative, but they don't invite meaningful dialogue or ensure business priorities are understood and addressed during the sprint. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning a proxy could dilute the stakeholder's voice and undermine the alignment between business needs and product outcomes. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 65. A globally distributed Agile team is experiencing frequent miscommunication due to time zone differences and limited real-time access to subject matter experts. Developers sometimes implement stories based on partial information, resulting in rework and frustration. Which approach would best support effective communication in this environment? A. Ask team members to log clarification questions for discussion during the next scheduled team sync. B. Empower developers to proceed with available information to avoid delays, adjusting during reviews if needed. C. Assign a regional contact to relay questions and consolidate responses across time zones. D. Use shared asynchronous channels with clear norms for asking questions and tagging subject matter experts. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to enable smooth communication in distributed Agile teams, where time zone gaps and access limitations can lead to misalignment and rework. Choice D is the best option because it promotes asynchronous collaboration using shared tools like Slack, Teams, or Jira with explicit communication norms for tagging SMEs and maintaining visibility. This empowers the team to work independently while staying aligned. Choice A is incorrect. Logging questions for later syncs introduces delay and bottlenecks, especially in fast-moving sprints. Choice B is incorrect. While it promotes autonomy, proceeding with assumptions risks misinterpretation and repeated rework. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning a regional contact may help coordination, but adds a communication layer that can reduce direct ownership and speed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 66. An Agile team recently transitioned to a fully remote setup. During the last sprint, user story refinement was inconsistent, and misunderstandings around acceptance criteria led to delays and rework. What should the project manager introduce to improve collaboration? A. Recommend using rolling wave planning to improve refinement by progressively elaborating stories closer to implementation. B. Use interactive digital whiteboards and shared backlogs to align the team during refinement discussions. C. Encourage the product owner to provide story walkthroughs via recorded video summaries before each session. D. Invite relevant stakeholders to attend refinement sessions and provide clarification during discussions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to support real-time collaboration in remote agile environments, especially during backlog refinement, where clarity and alignment are crucial. Choice B is the best option because using interactive whiteboards and shared backlogs enables the team to work together visually and in real time, even when distributed. These tools promote shared understanding and reduce miscommunication on acceptance criteria. Choice A is incorrect. Rolling wave planning helps with progressive elaboration, but it doesn't resolve the need for interactive team refinement. The issue here is about shared clarity, not timing. Choice C is incorrect. Video walkthroughs can help, but they lack the dialogue and clarification that happens in live refinement sessions. Choice D is incorrect. Stakeholders can add context, but the main gap lies within the team's internal collaboration tools, not external participation. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 67. A senior team member frequently dominates team discussions and makes decisions without consulting others. Some quieter team members have stopped participating and collaboration has declined. What should the servant leader do? A. Let the team resolve the dynamic organically to support self-management. B. Ask the product owner to help facilitate discussions until the team dynamic improves. C. Coach the dominant team member privately and promote inclusive participation. D. Implement a time-boxed round-robin format to ensure everyone has equal speaking time. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of servant leadership and team facilitation, especially when team dynamics threaten collaboration and inclusion. Choice C is the best option because servant leaders are expected to foster a psychologically safe environment by coaching individuals privately while promoting group practices that encourage all voices to be heard. This balances team autonomy with mindful leadership. Choice A is incorrect. While self-management is key, ignoring the issue may normalize unhealthy dynamics and further reduce participation. Choice B is incorrect. The product owner's role is to manage the backlog and business value, not to intervene in team dynamics, which is the servant leader's responsibility. Choice D is incorrect. Structured speaking formats may increase airtime, but can feel forced or artificial rather than promoting authentic, inclusive dialogue. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 68. During recent retrospectives, team members have stopped raising meaningful feedback. Discussions feel repetitive, and most of the time is spent on minor issues. The project manager notices that team learning has plateaued. What is the best approach to reinvigorate the retrospective? A. Try different retrospective formats and rotate facilitation to create a fresh environment. B. Ask the product owner to bring in metrics to drive a more structured discussion. C. Focus on gathering feedback anonymously to surface hidden concerns. D. Reduce the frequency of retrospectives so that more meaningful issues can accumulate between sessions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to facilitate effective Agile ceremonies, particularly retrospectives, a cornerstone of continuous improvement in Agile. Choice A is the best option because changing formats and facilitators can help re-engage the team by bringing novelty, fresh perspectives, and greater psychological safety to the session. It supports self-management and team ownership. Choice B is incorrect. Metrics can be useful, but the product owner shouldn't dominate the retrospective. The meeting is for the team, and its tone must stay collaborative and open, not data-driven. Choice C is incorrect. Anonymous feedback may help in the short term, but it doesn't address the need for a transparent, trust-based environment that retrospectives aim to cultivate. Choice D is incorrect. Reducing the frequency undermines the purpose of retrospectives, which is to reflect and adapt continuously, not sporadically. Let's move on to the next question, if you're ready. Question 69. A cross-functional Agile team has begun missing handoffs between development and testing, leading to incomplete stories and frustration. Team members say they assumed someone else was handling the work, but no one raised the issue in recent stand-ups. What should the project manager do to resolve the communication breakdown? A. Assign specific individuals to oversee handoffs between each function. B. Ask the team to track handoffs in a shared spreadsheet to ensure visibility. C. Facilitate a root cause analysis and report the results to stakeholders. D. Guide the team in improving working agreements and clarifying ownership of workflow transitions. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to coach Agile teams through communication and workflow challenges, especially when collaboration stalls across functional roles. Choice D is the best option because strong working agreements and shared understanding of handoffs are essential in Agile. Guiding the team to co-create clarity around transitions builds ownership, accountability, and continuous improvement. Choice A is incorrect. Assigning individuals for handoffs reduces agility and adds artificial bottlenecks counter to the collaborative spirit of cross-functional teams. Choice B is incorrect. While a spreadsheet provides visibility, it doesn't address the underlying confusion about ownership and expectations. Choice C is incorrect. Root cause analysis is useful, but reporting to stakeholders won't solve the problem. This is a team-level process issue, not a reporting gap. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 70. In a scaled Agile environment, multiple teams are working on interconnected components of a large product. Teams are well aligned during sprint planning, but mid-sprint changes and risks often go unshared, leading to rework and integration issues. What should the project manager do to improve cross-team coordination? A. Increase the number of planning sessions so teams can respond faster to changes. B. Establish a mid-sprint synchronization meeting focused on cross-team impacts and shared risks. C. Ask teams to include interdependencies in their definition of done. D. Work with teams to identify potential risks and dependencies during sprint planning. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question evaluates your understanding of communication cadence in scaled Agile environments, where coordination across teams must be continuous, not just limited to planning events. Choice B is the best option because mid-sprint sync meetings, like Scrum of Scrums or Agile Release Train syncs, provide a structured forum to share emerging risks, changes, and dependencies, reducing surprises and improving flow. Choice A is incorrect. Increasing planning sessions adds overhead and doesn't address the need for ongoing coordination during execution. Choice C is incorrect. The definition of done focuses on quality and completeness, not inter-team communication or proactive risk sharing. Choice D is incorrect. Identifying dependencies in planning is helpful, but it won't catch mid-sprint shifts, which require a dedicated, recurring sync point. This wraps up 10 questions for Agile communication and collaboration. You are doing an incredible job of mastering 70 Agile questions so far. Stay consistent. Every question you tackle sharpens your exam readiness. If you're finding these questions valuable, be sure to like this video and subscribe for more PMP exam prep content. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is stakeholder engagement and value delivery, a vital focus in Agile where success hinges not just on what you deliver, but on who you're delivering it for and how well you collaborate with them. In Agile, stakeholders aren't distant observers, they're active participants. Agile teams are expected to engage stakeholders early, often, and authentically. That means building trust, listening continuously, and adapting based on feedback. And yes, these are the kinds of dynamics the PMP exam loves to explore. At the heart of this topic is the principle of value-driven delivery. Agile teams aren't just completing tasks. They're working to maximize business value, align with evolving priorities, and meet real customer needs. You'll want to understand how techniques like minimum viable product, MVP, help teams deliver fast feedback and minimize wasted effort, and how tools like product roadmaps, backlog refinement, and value-based prioritization allow teams to stay aligned with what matters most. The exam may test how you handle conflicting stakeholder interests, real-time feedback, and how Agile teams adjust course using input from sprint reviews and other touchpoints. Stakeholder engagement in Agile isn't a one-time effort. It's a continuous relationship built on transparency, collaboration, and responsiveness. Agile teams show value through working features, not long reports. You'll need to be comfortable with how progress is communicated iteratively, how business value is tracked, and how feedback loops help shape the next increment of delivery. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your knowledge of stakeholder engagement, value alignment, feedback prioritization, MVP strategies, and how Agile teams keep delivery focused on what really matters. Let's dive into the first question in this topic. Question 71. During a newly initiated Agile project, the team is preparing for the first release planning session. While key business sponsors are confirmed, the product owner suspects that voices from support and operations may be missing. What should the project manager do next? A. Schedule a stakeholder mapping workshop with the product owner before the first sprint begins. B. Use sprint reviews to gather stakeholder feedback and update the engagement plan iteratively. C. Ask the product owner to conduct a stakeholder analysis in parallel while the team starts sprint work. D. Work with the product owner and team to identify and engage relevant stakeholders early. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to support early and inclusive stakeholder engagement, which is essential in Agile to ensure value alignment and continuous feedback from all impacted areas. Choice D is the best option because it involves a team and product owner collaboratively identifying and engaging a diverse set of stakeholders early, ensuring that no critical voices are left out of planning and backlog discussions. Choice A is incorrect. Although proactive, it limits input to just the product owner and misses the benefit of engaging the whole team. Choice B is incorrect. Sprint reviews help gather feedback, but waiting for a sprint review to adjust stakeholder engagement is reactive and may lead to missed alignment. Choice C is incorrect. Having the product owner do analysis alone in parallel isolates responsibility and delays cross-functional collaboration. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 72. During sprint review, multiple stakeholders provide feedback that includes competing requests and new features. The product owner is unsure how to handle these competing priorities without delaying upcoming work. What should the project manager do? A. Advise the product owner to log all feedback and prioritize it after the release. B. Facilitate a team discussion to decide which stakeholder request to implement. C. Support the product owner in aligning feedback to product goals and value delivery. D. Ask the stakeholders to rank their feedback based on perceived business value. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question evaluates your role in value delivery and stakeholder engagement, especially in helping the product owner navigate competing inputs. Choice C is the best option because the project manager supports the product owner in making prioritization decisions that align with the product vision and value goals, rather than just responding to competing voices. This approach reinforces the Agile principle of maximizing value. Choice A is incorrect. Deferring all feedback until after release ignores valuable input that may impact the current roadmap. Choice B is incorrect. While team collaboration is important, prioritization is the product owner's responsibility, not the team's. Choice D is incorrect. Asking stakeholders to rank items may help, but it can result in biased or misaligned input that doesn't reflect the overall product strategy. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 73. During sprint reviews, the team has noticed that customers often remain quiet and do not offer much feedback. The product owner is concerned that they aren't getting the input needed to improve the product. What should the project manager do? A. Work with the product owner to ask focused questions and draw out customer input. B. Use follow-up surveys after reviews to gather structured feedback from customers. C. Share more release metrics and performance data to prompt meaningful responses. D. Limit the length of sprint reviews to keep discussions brief and reduce participant fatigue. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to help the team and product owner maximize the value of customer participation, especially in sprint reviews, where direct feedback drives product improvement. Choice A is the best option because asking targeted, open-ended questions during the review encourages customer engagement and gives them a safe, guided space to share insights. This builds trust and surfaces actionable feedback. Choice B is incorrect. Surveys can help supplement reviews, but they lack the real-time interaction and dialogue needed to adapt and clarify during the session. Choice C is incorrect. While metrics provide context, they don't necessarily prompt customer-driven feedback, especially if the environment isn't engaging. Choice D is incorrect. Shortening the review may reduce fatigue, but it could also limit valuable collaboration, making customers even less likely to contribute meaningfully. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 74. A key stakeholder has expressed concerns that they are not being kept in the loop on project decisions. The product owner shares updates during sprint reviews, but the stakeholder still feels disconnected from day-to-day progress. What should the project manager do to increase transparency and rebuild trust? A. Offer to schedule ad hoc meetings with the stakeholder outside of Agile ceremonies. B. Share detailed daily stand-up summaries so stakeholders can monitor activity. C. Assign a team member to act as a liaison and provide regular updates. D. Provide access to team boards and encourage stakeholders to view progress in real time. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question evaluates your ability to foster trust through transparency, one of the key Agile values. When stakeholders feel disconnected, visibility into real-time progress helps rebuild that trust. Choice D is the best option because giving stakeholders access to visual boards like task boards or product backlogs creates ongoing passive visibility. This builds confidence without requiring extra meetings or reporting overhead. Choice A is incorrect. While offering meetings shows responsiveness, it doesn't scale well and keeps the stakeholder dependent on manual updates. Choice B is incorrect. Sharing stand-up summaries adds unnecessary documentation and may not provide the context or visibility stakeholders truly need. Choice C is incorrect. Assigning a liaison may sound helpful, but creates a communication bottleneck and doesn't empower the stakeholder to view progress independently. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 75. Midway through the project, a senior stakeholder begins requesting frequent delivery updates and change requests outside of sprint reviews. The product owner is concerned that this is disrupting focus and pulling the team off track. What should the project manager do to manage expectations? A. Invite the stakeholder to attend daily stand-ups so they can stay informed in real time. B. Help the product owner guide feedback to the right Agile events. C. Schedule separate weekly syncs with the stakeholder to accommodate their need for updates. D. Encourage the product owner to reprioritize the backlog based on stakeholder urgency. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of managing stakeholder expectations while protecting team focus, a key balance in Agile delivery. Choice B is the best option because it reinforces Agile boundaries. By helping the product owner channel stakeholder input through the right events, like sprint reviews or backlog refinement, the team can stay focused while still being responsive. Choice A is incorrect. Daily stand-ups are for the team, not stakeholders. Including them can create pressure and reduce psychological safety. Choice C is incorrect. Weekly syncs create overhead and pull attention away from planned Agile interactions. Choice D is incorrect. Urgency alone shouldn't drive prioritization. Value and alignment with the product vision should. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 76. Two senior stakeholders disagree on the direction of a high-priority feature. One pushes for speed to market while the other emphasizes testing and compliance. The conflict is slowing decision-making, and the product owner is unsure how to proceed. What should the project manager do? A. Invite the stakeholders to the next sprint planning session to resolve their differences collaboratively. B. Work with the product owner to document both views and revisit after delivery risk is assessed. C. Facilitate a discussion with the stakeholders and product owner to align on value and trade-offs. D. Meet separately with each stakeholder to understand their concerns before prioritizing the backlog. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to resolve conflicting stakeholder interests through facilitation, collaboration, and value alignment, all core elements of Agile leadership. Choice C is the best option because it creates space for joint understanding and collaborative decision-making between the stakeholders and product owner. This aligns with Agile principles of transparency and shared ownership. Choice A is incorrect. Sprint planning is for the team to define work for the sprint, not a venue for resolving strategic disagreements between stakeholders. Choice B is incorrect. Delaying the resolution by deferring it to risk analysis avoids the real conflict and creates ambiguity in the backlog. Choice D is incorrect. While hearing individual concerns is helpful, handling the conflict in isolation limits alignment and shared understanding, and bypasses collaborative prioritization. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 77. During release planning, the team discovers that several upcoming backlog items don't align with the organization's evolving business strategy. The product owner is unsure whether to revise the backlog or continue with the current roadmap. What should the project manager do? A. Help the product owner and stakeholders realign the product vision with business goals. B. Support the team in reviewing the backlog and identifying updates to better match business needs. C. Recommend revisiting the product roadmap with stakeholders to adjust direction based on new strategy. D. Suggest prioritizing backlog items based on customer feedback and delivery metrics. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question evaluates your understanding of product vision alignment, which is critical to maintaining strategic value in Agile delivery. Choice A is the best option because it reinforces the collaborative responsibility of the product owner, stakeholders, and project manager to ensure the product vision remains aligned with shifting business objectives. Choice B is incorrect. While team input is valuable, backlog updates based solely on feasibility may not reflect strategic priorities. Choice C is incorrect. Revisiting the roadmap makes sense, but this option lacks actionable alignment steps and delays decision-making. Choice D is incorrect. Prioritizing based only on feedback and metrics could lead the team to optimize tactically rather than aligning strategically with business goals. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 78. A new sponsor has recently joined the organization and wants frequent updates on the Agile team's progress. The team is concerned this may lead to micromanagement and disrupt their workflow. What should the project manager do to balance transparency and team autonomy? A. Ask the sponsor to join daily stand-ups to observe team progress directly. B. Ask the team to send weekly updates to the project manager who will summarize for the sponsor. C. Recommend establishing a cadence of sponsor reviews aligned with iteration reviews. D. Ask the sponsor to attend sprint review sessions to stay informed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question focuses on value-based stakeholder engagement and maintaining team autonomy, two critical elements of Agile delivery. Choice C is the best option because it establishes a regular cadence aligned with Agile events like iteration reviews, where the team can demonstrate progress. This keeps the sponsor engaged while respecting team boundaries. Choice A is incorrect. While it increases visibility, daily stand-ups are intended for the development team, and stakeholder attendance can lead to discomfort or micromanagement. Choice B is incorrect. Routing communication through the project manager and using weekly summaries reflects a traditional communication model which limits direct transparency and undermines team ownership. Choice D is incorrect. Inviting the sponsor to sprint reviews is good practice, but on its own, it doesn't address the sponsor's request for more frequent updates or establish a sustainable communication rhythm. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 79. A new product line is under development and the business has asked the team to deliver something quickly to test market response. The team proposes releasing a minimum viable product, MVP, next month. Some leaders worry this approach may send the wrong message about product quality. Which option best supports a successful MVP release? A. Emphasize the cost savings of delivering only a limited set of features in the first release. B. Clarify that the MVP includes enough functionality to support early user feedback. C. Align with stakeholders on the MVP's purpose, scope, and value as a learning opportunity. D. Launch the MVP as planned and collect customer feedback. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of agile value delivery and stakeholder alignment, especially around lean product strategies like MVPs. Choice C is the best option because it reinforces the importance of transparency and shared understanding with stakeholders. MVPs are meant to validate assumptions, not represent the full product, and gaining buy-in on that purpose prevents misunderstandings and resistance. Choice A is incorrect. While cost savings are a potential benefit, focusing on that misses the MVP's core value as a learning tool. Choice B is incorrect. Though this reassures stakeholders, it doesn't address their concerns collaboratively or clarify why the MVP is being released. Choice D is incorrect. Collecting feedback is important, but launching without aligning expectations first risks negative perceptions and stakeholder pushback. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 80. A senior executive asks how the Agile team ensures value is being delivered continuously to customers. The team shows progress through demos, but the executive is unsure how that translates to actual value. What is the most effective way for the project manager to respond? A. Explain that Agile teams focus on working software, so value is naturally delivered each sprint. B. Highlight how delivered increments are aligned with prioritized business outcomes and customer feedback. C. Show the executive a breakdown of completed story points and total team velocity. D. Emphasize the regular cadence of planning and retrospectives to ensure delivery improvements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question checks your ability to communicate value-based delivery in Agile, especially to stakeholders unfamiliar with Agile metrics. Choice B is the best option because it links Agile outputs to strategic outcomes and feedback loops, which directly support stakeholder understanding of value delivery. Choice A is incorrect. While working software is important, it doesn't guarantee value unless it's aligned with business priorities. Choice C is incorrect. Story points and velocity measure output, not value. They're internal metrics, not business-facing indicators. Choice D is incorrect. A consistent cadence improves team performance, but doesn't directly address how value is measured or communicated to stakeholders. Congratulations, you've completed this set of 10 questions for stakeholder engagement and value delivery. That's a total of 80 Agile questions mastered so far. You are doing an amazing job. Let's keep it up, and I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile Planning and Estimation, where Agile teams balance flexibility with focus, planning just enough to move forward while staying ready to adapt as they learn more. In Agile, planning is not a one-time activity. It's an ongoing process called progressive elaboration or rolling wave planning, where near-term work is planned in detail and long-term work remains high-level and adaptable. Instead of estimating by hours or dates, Agile teams use relative estimation, comparing work items to each other in terms of effort, complexity, and uncertainty. Let's go over 3 common techniques. Story points use a number scale like 1, 3, 5, 8 to compare how large or complex a user story is relative to others. It's abstract, not tied to time. T-shirt sizing uses labels like S, M, L, XL to quickly estimate features at a high level, especially useful during roadmap discussions. Planning Poker is a collaborative team game where members independently choose a number, then reveal and discuss until reaching consensus. It encourages conversation and shared understanding. Once work is estimated, velocity is used to track how much the team delivers per sprint. It's a key input for forecasting future delivery. Don't confuse this with capacity, which is about how much time or availability the team actually has for a sprint. To see the big picture, teams use user story maps, which are a visual layout of features based on the user journey, helping prioritize by value and organize releases more effectively. Each sprint starts with a clear sprint goal, which is a unifying purpose that helps the team stay focused and aligned, even if not every story gets finished. Release plans zoom out further, showing what can be delivered and when. They evolve based on actual velocity and business priorities, giving stakeholders visibility and helping manage expectations. And then there's technical debt, the hidden cost of shortcuts like skipping tests or delaying refactoring. It helps you go faster now, but slows you down later. Agile teams make it visible, discuss it regularly, and plan time to reduce it. On the PMP exam, you'll likely be tested on how Agile teams estimate, plan, and adapt. Expect questions involving changing priorities, forecasting in uncertainty, dependencies, and how these techniques are applied in both Agile and hybrid settings. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of Agile planning, estimation, velocity, technical debt, and more. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 81. The project sponsor asks why the team hasn't created a fully detailed plan for all sprints at the beginning of the project. The team explains they are using progressive elaboration. Which response best reflects this approach? A. Work is estimated and planned only after all stakeholder requirements are confirmed. B. Near-term work is planned in detail while future work is kept high-level and refined over time. C. The team locks in sprint-level detail only after the release roadmap is finalized. D. Planning is deferred until just before each sprint to remain as flexible as possible. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question focuses on progressive elaboration and rolling wave planning, which are key Agile concepts for adaptive planning and iterative development. Choice B is the best option because it reflects the Agile mindset of planning just enough, providing detailed planning for near-term work, while keeping future work intentionally vague until more information is available. This enables teams to adapt and refine based on learning and change. Choice A is incorrect. This sounds like a waterfall mindset. Agile discourages waiting for complete requirements before planning or delivering value. Choice C is incorrect. A release roadmap offers direction but doesn't determine when detailed planning should begin. Agile encourages planning in cycles, not after high-level sign-off. Choice D is incorrect. Although Agile values flexibility, completely deferring planning until a sprint starts can lead to lack of alignment, confusion, or poor forecasting. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 82. During a release planning session, the product owner presents a large set of backlog items and struggles to prioritize what to deliver first. The team suggests using user story mapping. How can this approach help? A. It breaks each user story into detailed tasks to identify dependencies and assign estimates. B. It groups stories by risk and complexity to determine the most achievable deliverables. C. It organizes features around user goals and identifies high-value slices for early delivery. D. It maps technical components to the development architecture to reduce rework. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question checks your understanding of user story mapping, a visual prioritization tool that supports value-driven planning in Agile. Choice C is the best option because user story mapping organizes stories around user workflows or goals, helping teams visualize which features support the customer journey and enabling early delivery of thin vertical slices that provide real value. Choice A is incorrect. Breaking stories into tasks is part of sprint planning, not user story mapping, which focuses on feature alignment and prioritization. Choice B is incorrect. Risk and complexity may influence planning, but user story mapping prioritizes value through user perspective, not just technical feasibility. Choice D is incorrect. Mapping to architecture may reduce technical risk, but it doesn't help prioritize features from a customer-centric or goal-oriented viewpoint. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 83. A new team is struggling to assign story points consistently. What's the best way to improve their relative estimation process? A. Use a reference story as a baseline and compare new stories against it. B. Re-estimate all stories together at the start of each sprint for accuracy. C. Assign story points based on how many hours the task will take to complete. D. Ask the product owner to assign points based on business value. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of relative estimation, a key agile technique that emphasizes comparison over precision. Choice A is the best option because using a reference story or anchor story gives the team a consistent benchmark for sizing other work. This improves calibration and helps teams build shared understanding around complexity. Choice B is incorrect. While frequent estimation can be useful, re-estimating everything each sprint is time-consuming and unnecessary if the team already has a stable baseline. Choice C is incorrect. Story points are not about hours. They represent effort, risk, and complexity relative to other stories, not duration. Choice D is incorrect. The product owner sets priority, not estimates. Estimation is the team's responsibility. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 84. During early release planning, the team uses t-shirt sizing to estimate several new features. A stakeholder questions the value of this method, asking how it helps with planning. What is the most appropriate explanation? A. It guarantees the team will complete all the stories within a set time frame. B. It provides a time-based estimate for each feature to support detailed planning. C. It gives a quick relative sense of effort before precise estimation is needed. D. It identifies technical constraints in features requiring further architectural input. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question evaluates your understanding of high-level estimation techniques, specifically how t-shirt sizing is used in agile planning. Choice C is the best option because t-shirt sizing offers a fast, relative comparison of effort levels. It allows teams to plan at a high level without needing detailed breakdowns, which is especially helpful early in the project. Choice A is incorrect. No estimation technique can guarantee delivery within a set time. Agile estimates are intended to support forecasting, not commitment. Choice B is incorrect. T-shirt sizing is not time-based, it's intentionally abstract, using sizes S, M, L, etc. to express effort or complexity. Choice D is incorrect. While technical constraints may arise, identifying them isn't the primary purpose of t-shirt sizing. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 85. During a backlog refinement session, the Agile team is estimating user stories using Planning Poker. Most of the team agrees on a story being a 5-point effort, but one team member votes for 13. The team begins to move on, assuming the outlier is a mistake. The project manager notices the vote and intervenes. What should the project manager do to ensure the team gets the most value out of the estimation session? A. Ask the team member to re-vote to align with the majority and keep the session moving. B. Use the PERT method to calculate a likely estimate based on all submitted scores. C. Document the discrepancy for future review and proceed with the average score. D. Invite the outlier to explain their reasoning to promote discussion and shared understanding. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question assesses your understanding of team-based estimation practices in Agile, specifically how Planning Poker encourages collaboration and shared ownership of effort estimates. Choice D is the best option because Planning Poker is designed to surface differences in perception. When a team member selects an outlier estimate, it's often a signal that they have insight others may not have. Asking them to explain can uncover hidden risks, misunderstood scope, or technical constraints. This conversation builds team alignment and consensus. Choice A is incorrect. Forcing consensus without discussion defeats the purpose of Planning Poker. Agile values collaboration and psychological safety, which requires allowing different perspectives to be heard. Choice B is incorrect. While PERT is useful in some contexts, it isn't part of team-based Agile estimation. It also fails to resolve underlying differences in understanding. Choice C is incorrect. Averaging scores without discussion can mask misalignment and leave important concerns unaddressed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 86. After 3 sprints, the project manager notices that the team has delivered 20, 22, and 18 story points respectively. A stakeholder asks if the team will be able to complete all planned work by the release date. How should the project manager respond? A. Use the team's average velocity to forecast how many points can be delivered by the release. B. Use the most recent velocity to estimate how much work the team can deliver. C. Ask the team to increase their velocity by assigning more stories in the next sprint. D. Use the lowest story point total so far to estimate and ensure the team can deliver. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question evaluates your understanding of velocity as an agile forecasting tool. Velocity helps teams and stakeholders predict how much work can be completed based on real performance data. Choice A is the best option because using the average of completed story points across multiple sprints gives a more balanced, realistic forecast. This approach accounts for sprint variability and improves confidence in planning. Choice B is incorrect. Relying only on the most recent sprint may lead to inaccurate projections, especially if that sprint was impacted by anomalies or reduced capacity. Choice C is incorrect. Asking the team to increase velocity artificially disregards Agile's focus on sustainable pace and empirical data. Choice D is incorrect. Using the lowest completed value might seem safe, but it fails to reflect the team's true capacity and can lead to underdelivery of value without reason. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 87. Midway through a release, the Agile team realizes that several team members will be unavailable during the next sprint due to training and time off. The project manager needs to adjust expectations for delivery. What's the best approach to plan the upcoming sprint? A. Use the average team velocity and assign fewer story points to account for time off. B. Shift work to available team members to try to maintain the previous velocity. C. Assess available team capacity and select backlog items accordingly. D. Prioritize only technical stories that require less collaboration to reduce impact. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how to respond to fluctuating team availability using Agile principles. In Agile, planning is based on actual capacity, not historical velocity alone. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the proper use of capacity planning, evaluating how much time and effort the available team members have, and then selecting work accordingly. This helps the team maintain a sustainable pace and realistic delivery expectations. Choice A is incorrect. While adjusting velocity sounds reasonable, velocity is an observed measure. It's not manually adjusted. Teams should plan based on capacity, not artificially modified velocity. Choice B is incorrect. Reallocating all work to the remaining team members to keep up velocity can cause overload, burnout, and reduce quality. Agile discourages this kind of reactive planning. Choice D is incorrect. Prioritizing work based on perceived ease or technical isolation avoids real planning and can lead to suboptimal value delivery. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 88. An Agile team is planning for upcoming sprints. The team has been completing around 30 story points per sprint, but recently started forecasting 40 points to meet stakeholder expectations. The project manager notices that velocity hasn't increased despite the higher forecasts, and delivery quality is beginning to slip. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the team to commit to fewer stories and gradually work back up to 40 points over time. B. Use capacity planning to assign work more aggressively across team members. C. Adjust the story point estimation scale to make forecasts more realistic. D. Facilitate a conversation with the team about aligning forecasts with observed velocity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question evaluates how you manage forecasting and velocity pressures in Agile teams. It touches on Agile values such as transparency, realism, and team ownership. Choice D is the best option because the project manager should support a team-led discussion about sustainable delivery and help realign forecasting with actual velocity. Facilitating this kind of open conversation encourages ownership, trust, and prevents overcommitment, all of which are key to maintaining quality and predictability. Choice A is incorrect. While it suggests scaling down, it's a directive approach that assumes the team can eventually increase velocity, which may not be realistic or appropriate. Choice B is incorrect. Assigning work more aggressively pushes beyond sustainable pace and disregards self-management, potentially damaging morale and quality. Choice C is incorrect. Changing the estimation scale doesn't address the real issue, which is misalignment between forecasted and delivered work. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 89. An Agile project involves multiple stakeholders across departments, each with different expectations for product delivery timelines. During the initial planning phase, the sponsor asks the project manager how the team will align short-term sprint planning with longer-term business milestones. What should the project manager do? A. Use the team's current velocity to define a detailed delivery schedule for each sprint. B. Collaborate with stakeholders to create a high-level product roadmap based on priority and value. C. Ask the product owner to lock in features and dates early so the team can plan accordingly. D emphasizes that Agile doesn't use fixed schedules and instead focuses on continuous delivery. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of release planning in Agile environments, specifically how to balance flexibility with the need for visibility into product delivery. Choice B is the best option because creating a high-level product roadmap provides a visual timeline that links product priorities with business goals. It enables collaboration, transparency, and shared expectations while maintaining the flexibility to adapt as priorities shift. Choice A is incorrect. While velocity is useful for forecasting, trying to define detailed delivery per sprint too early contradicts the Agile principle of progressive elaboration. Choice C is incorrect. Locking features and dates early limits flexibility and undermines the Agile value of responding to change over following a plan. Choice D is incorrect. While Agile emphasizes continuous delivery, completely dismissing schedules may alienate stakeholders who still need visibility for planning. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 90. During sprint planning, the Agile team begins selecting backlog items for the upcoming sprint. The product owner shares several urgent items that were just added to the backlog, while some previously refined stories align more closely with the product vision and roadmap. The team feels conflicted about what to include. What should guide the team's selection of work for the sprint? A. The items that were refined earliest, since they are ready for development. B. The items with the highest story point estimates to ensure high throughput. C. The items that best support a clear, cohesive sprint goal aligned with product strategy. D. The items most recently added by the product owner to respond quickly to new needs. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question evaluates your understanding of sprint planning priorities, especially how sprint goals help maintain product alignment and team focus. Choice C is the best option because a strong sprint goal guides the team in selecting backlog items that deliver cohesive value and align with the product vision. This supports Agile principles of transparency, value delivery, and shared understanding. Choice A is incorrect. Refinement helps prepare items, but order of refinement doesn't dictate priority. Strategic alignment matters more. Choice B is incorrect. High story point items do not necessarily equate to higher value. Agile prioritizes value over volume. Choice D is incorrect. New items might be important, but the team should evaluate them in the context of the sprint goal, not just recency. Great job completing all 10 questions for Agile Planning and Estimation. That's 90 Agile questions mastered so far. Stay consistent and you'll master all 150 Agile questions in this series. Let's move forward together when you are ready for the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile Metrics and Reporting, how Agile teams use data and visual tools to track progress, improve transparency, and guide decision-making throughout the delivery process. In Agile, metrics are not about command and control. They're about visibility, learning, and continuous improvement. On the PMP exam, you'll be tested not just on what the metrics are, but when to use them and what they mean in real Agile delivery. You should be comfortable with burn-down charts, which show how much work remains in a sprint or release. The slope tells you whether you're on track or falling behind. Burn-up charts show completed work against the total scope and make changes to the scope visible, something burn-downs can hide. You'll also see velocity trends, which average the amount of work completed per sprint. This helps forecast delivery dates and scope completion. But remember, velocity is a planning tool, not a performance target. The cumulative flow diagram visualizes how work moves across stages, from to-do to done. By analyzing the colored bands, you can spot bottlenecks, measure flow efficiency, and see whether your work in progress is stable or growing out of control. Two other important measures are cycle time and lead time. Cycle time measures how long it takes from starting work to completing it. Lead time measures from the moment a request is made until it's delivered. On the exam, expect to see scenarios where reducing either metric improves responsiveness. For quality, Agile teams track defect trends and escaped defects, which are defects found after release. Reducing these shows improved quality practices. Pairing this with root cause analysis helps prevent recurring issues. Teams also track sprint goal achievement to ensure they're delivering value, not just closing tickets. Meeting sprint goals consistently signals strong focus and planning. The PMP exam may include questions on stakeholder reporting and Agile. This is about showing progress using working solutions and visual artifacts like charts and Kanban boards, not long status reports. Transparency comes from making progress visible, not from static documents. In scaled Agile environments, metrics may roll up from multiple teams. You'll need to understand how reporting adapts to support program-level visibility without sacrificing agility or overwhelming teams with unnecessary metrics. And now we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your knowledge of Agile metrics, how to interpret them, and how to use them to drive delivery, alignment, and transparency. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 91. Midway through the sprint, the project manager notices that the burn-down chart shows little change over the past several days, even though the team has been working steadily. The team confirms that several backlog items are nearly complete but have not yet been marked as done. What should the project manager do? A. Discuss with the team whether extending the sprint would help complete the remaining work and reflect progress. B. Encourage the team to update work item status promptly so the chart reflects real progress. C. Work with the product owner to see if incomplete items should be deferred to the next sprint for clearer reporting. D. Re-estimate incomplete items to reflect remaining effort before updating the chart. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question focuses on how burn-down charts reflect progress and the importance of keeping them up to date. In Agile, a burn-down chart works best when tasks are updated as soon as work is completed or its status changes. Choice B is the best option because it ensures transparency by encouraging the team to update work item status promptly. This allows the chart to accurately show remaining work, supports informed decision-making, and avoids misleading stakeholders. Choice A is incorrect. Extending the sprint is not consistent with Agile practices, as sprint lengths are fixed to provide cadence and predictability. Choice C is incorrect. Moving items to the next sprint just to make the chart look better is manipulating data rather than addressing the root issue, lack of timely updates. Choice D is incorrect. Re-estimating work for the sake of the chart adds unnecessary overhead and doesn't solve the real problem of delayed status updates. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 92. Midway through a release, the sponsor reviews the burn-up chart and is concerned that the team's progress line is flattening while the total scope line is trending upward. Several new features have been added due to recent market changes, but the sponsor is worried the product will not be ready by the targeted release date. The project manager wants to address the concern while keeping stakeholders informed and the team focused. What should the project manager do first? A. Facilitate a discussion with stakeholders to review the impact of scope changes and adjust expectations or priorities. B. Work with the team to explore options for increasing throughput, including potential adjustments to work practices or schedules. C. Collaborate with the product owner to identify lower priority features that could be removed from the scope to protect the release date. D. Update the release forecast based on the latest velocity trend to provide stakeholders with an updated delivery projection. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to interpret a burn-up chart and address scope changes in Agile. Burn-up charts show both work completed and total scope, making them a valuable tool for detecting scope creep early. Choice A is the best option because it promotes transparency and collaboration with stakeholders to review the scope changes, discuss trade-offs, and agree on next steps. This aligns with Agile values of openness and stakeholder engagement. Choice B is incorrect. While exploring ways to improve throughput may help in some cases, focusing first on team speed without addressing scope creep risks burnout and ignores the root cause. Choice C is incorrect. Identifying lower priority features is a valid technique, but removing scope without stakeholder input undermines trust and shared ownership. Choice D is incorrect. Updating the release forecast may be useful for reporting, but without stakeholder discussion, it only communicates the problem. It doesn't help resolve it. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 93. A project manager is reviewing the team's velocity over the last 5 sprints. The numbers vary slightly, but there is an overall upward trend as the team becomes more familiar with the work. The sponsor asks for a release forecast based on these results. What should the project manager do? A. Use the highest velocity achieved to forecast delivery for maximum optimism. B. Disregard earlier velocities and use only the last sprint's velocity for accuracy. C. Average all sprint velocities from the start of the project to avoid bias. D. Use the recent velocity trend to create a range-based forecast that accounts for variability. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. And this question is about using velocity trends effectively in Agile forecasting. Velocity is not just a number. Trends reveal patterns that can improve prediction accuracy while accounting for change and uncertainty. Choice D is the best option because it uses the recent trend to produce a range-based forecast which reflects both improvement and natural variability. This creates realistic expectations for stakeholders. Choice A is incorrect. Using the highest number assumes perfect conditions will continue, which is unrealistic and risky. Choice B is incorrect. One sprint is too small a sample size and could reflect anomalies rather than the true capability of the team. Choice C is incorrect. Averaging all past sprints may dilute the more relevant recent performance data, especially if the team's efficiency has significantly changed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 94. While reviewing the cumulative flow diagram, the project manager notices that the in-progress band has been steadily widening over the last 2 weeks. The team has not increased its work-in-progress limits, but fewer items are reaching the done stage. What should the project manager do next? A. Encourage the team to pick up additional small tasks to help show progress across the board. B. Investigate possible bottlenecks and work with the team to address causes limiting flow. C. Discuss with the team whether temporarily extending the sprint could help complete more items in progress. D. Reduce the scope of the sprint backlog so that remaining work can be finished sooner. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to interpret a cumulative flow diagram and take action when flow problems appear. A widening in-progress band often signals a bottleneck. Work is entering the system faster than it is leaving, which reduces throughput. Choice B is the best option because it focuses on identifying and addressing the root cause. Working with the team to remove blockers or rebalance work is an agile way to improve flow efficiency. Choice A is incorrect. Taking on more small tasks may give the appearance of progress, but it worsens the work in progress and delays completion of existing work. Choice C is incorrect. Extending the sprint length changes cadence and predictability and does not fix the underlying problem. Choice D is incorrect. While reducing scope can sometimes help in specific cases, it doesn't solve systemic issues causing the bottleneck. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 95. During a retrospective, the team discusses ways to improve delivery speed. The project manager suggests tracking how long it takes to complete work items after they begin actively working on them in order to identify delays in execution. Which metric should the team use? A. Lead time. B. Throughput. C. Cycle time. D. Velocity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of agile metrics and when to use them. Cycle time measures the time it takes from when a team starts actively working on an item until it's completed. It's a key metric for spotting bottlenecks and improving execution speed. Choice C is the best option because it directly measures the duration of active work, which is exactly what the project manager wants to track. Choice A is incorrect. Lead time measures the time from when the request is made until delivery, which includes waiting time before work starts. Choice B is incorrect. Throughput counts the number of work items completed in a given period but does not track the time to complete each one. Choice D is incorrect. Velocity measures the amount of work, often in story points, completed in a sprint, not the time to complete individual items. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 96. In the past 3 sprints, the team has seen an increasing number of defects found after release. The project manager wants to improve product quality without slowing delivery. What should the project manager do first? A. Work with the team to analyze defect trends and identify root causes during retrospectives. B. Collaborate with the QA team to strengthen testing approaches and improve coverage in upcoming sprints. C. Allocate part of each sprint's capacity to address quality improvements alongside new feature work. D. Introduce a peer review process for all completed work before it moves to the next stage. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question focuses on using defect trend data to drive quality improvements in Agile. Reacting to defects without understanding why they occur may lead to short-term fixes but not lasting improvement. Choice A is the best option because it prioritizes root cause analysis with the team, using retrospectives to discuss trends, find systemic issues, and agree on targeted changes that improve quality sustainably without sacrificing delivery speed. Choice B is incorrect. While improving testing coverage can help detect defects earlier, it addresses symptoms rather than the underlying causes of defects. Choice C is incorrect. Allocating sprint capacity for quality improvement is helpful, but does not guarantee the right actions will be taken without understanding defect causes first. Choice D is incorrect. Peer review can catch some defects earlier, but it's only one quality practice and may not address deeper process or technical issues. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 97. During the last 3 sprints, the team has delivered all committed backlog items, but in 2 of those sprints, the sprint goal was not fully met. The sponsor is concerned about whether the team is delivering the right outcomes. What should the project manager do? A. In the next sprint planning, ensure the team selects backlog items that can be completed comfortably to help meet the sprint goal. B. Continue tracking delivery based on completed backlog items as this reflects the team's actual output. C. Work with the product owner to refine backlog items so they have clearer acceptance criteria and can be completed within the sprint. D. Review recent sprint goals with the team and product owner to ensure they are clear, outcome-focused, and achievable. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to evaluate delivery success beyond just backlog completion. Completing all backlog items doesn't necessarily mean the sprint goal, which represents the intended outcome, is achieved. Choice D is the best option because it ensures sprint goals are clear, outcome-driven, and realistic, aligning the team's efforts with the product vision and stakeholder expectations. This keeps the focus on delivering value, not just output. Choice A is incorrect. Reducing work commitment may make meeting the goal easier, but it does not address the root cause of misaligned or unclear goals. Choice B is incorrect. Tracking only backlog completion measures output, not whether outcomes and business value are being delivered. Choice C is incorrect. Clearer acceptance criteria may improve backlog quality, but it does not guarantee that the work aligns with or fulfills the sprint goal. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 98. 2 major defects were reported by customers within days of the latest release. These defects were not found during development or testing. The product owner is concerned about the potential impact on customer trust, and the team is worried about quality slipping in recent sprints. The project manager wants to prevent similar issues from occurring in future releases. What should the project manager do first? A. Work with the QA and development teams to expand regression and exploratory testing focused on high-risk areas. B. Facilitate a root cause analysis with the team to understand why the defects escaped and agree on preventive actions. C. Adjust the sprint plan to include targeted defect prevention activities alongside feature development. D. Introduce a pre-release checklist for the development team to review before deployment. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of quality management and continuous improvement in Agile. While adding more testing or checklists can help, they treat the symptoms rather than solving the underlying problem. Choice B is the best option because a root cause analysis engages the whole team to identify why the defects escaped and agree on specific process or technical improvements to prevent similar issues in the future. This approach addresses the systemic causes, not just the visible problems. Choice A is incorrect. Expanding regression and exploratory testing may detect more defects earlier, but it doesn't explain why these particular defects weren't caught. Without understanding the root cause, issues may continue. Choice C is incorrect. Allocating time for defect prevention is positive, but it risks being unfocused without first identifying the causes of the escaped defects. Choice D is incorrect. A checklist can help prevent some errors, but it's unlikely to address deeper process or testing gaps that allowed the defects to escape. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 99. A senior stakeholder says they want a weekly detailed progress report from the project manager because they are used to traditional project updates. The project manager wants to meet the stakeholder's needs while staying aligned with Agile principles. What should the project manager do? A. Provide a weekly written report summarizing team activities and task completion status. B. Share the team's daily Scrum notes and sprint backlog so the stakeholder can track work in detail. C. Invite the stakeholder to sprint reviews and provide a high-level visual summary of progress and outcomes. D. Create a custom dashboard showing individual team member productivity and hours worked. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of balancing stakeholder needs with Agile values. Agile prioritizes transparency and collaboration through interactive, value-focused events rather than static, detailed reports. Choice C is the best option because sprint reviews give stakeholders direct visibility into progress, delivered value, and upcoming plans, while a visual summary reinforces understanding without overwhelming them with task-level detail. This approach also fosters engagement and feedback. Choice A is incorrect. A static written report focuses on activities and output, which doesn't align with Agile's emphasis on value and collaboration. Choice B is incorrect. Providing daily Scrum notes and backlog details may overwhelm the stakeholder and still doesn't focus on delivered outcomes. Choice D is incorrect. Measuring and reporting on individual productivity contradicts Agile's focus on team performance and collaboration. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 100. In a large organization using a scaled Agile framework, multiple teams are working on different components of the same product. Senior leadership wants to understand overall progress toward the next release without receiving separate reports from each team. The project manager is responsible for consolidating progress updates while staying aligned with Agile principles. What should the project manager do? A. Request that each team submit a weekly written status report to be merged into a master summary for leadership. B. Schedule a recurring meeting with all Scrum Masters to review each team's burndown chart and compile a joint report. C. Use a shared spreadsheet where each team updates its completed story points and blockers weekly. D. Create a program-level dashboard that consolidates real-time cross-team progress, dependencies, and risks. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of scaled Agile reporting and program-level transparency. In large initiatives, leadership needs a holistic view of progress without overburdening teams with additional reporting tasks. Choice D is the best option because a program-level dashboard consolidates real-time data from multiple teams, showing dependencies, risks, and overall progress in one view. It supports decision-making and promotes transparency across teams without duplicating work. Choice A is incorrect. Compiling weekly written reports increases administrative effort and delays visibility. Choice B is incorrect. While Scrum Master syncs can be valuable, manually compiling burndown charts into a report is inefficient and less timely than automated tracking. Choice C is incorrect. Shared spreadsheets can provide some visibility but often require manual updates and lack the real-time insights needed in scaled environments. Congratulations! You've completed all 10 questions for Agile Metrics and Reporting. That's 100 Agile questions mastered so far. That is an incredible milestone, and you're building a solid foundation for your PMP exam. Let's move forward together when you are ready for the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile Procurement and Contracts, and this is all about how Agile organizations approach vendor relationships and contract design in ways that support flexibility, collaboration, and incremental delivery. In traditional procurement, contracts often lock in scope, price, and delivery dates before work even starts. That's a problem in Agile because we learn and adapt as the project unfolds. The PMP exam will test your ability to recognize how Agile-friendly contracts create room for change while still managing risk and accountability. In Agile procurement, contracts are designed to align vendors with the delivery of value, not just the completion of tasks. Instead of rigid, one-time handoffs, we want partnership over control. That means vendors and internal teams work toward shared outcomes, iterating together and incorporating feedback along the way. You'll want to understand contract models that work well in Agile environments, such as time and materials (T&M) with performance incentives, which pay for effort and reward early value delivery or quality. Fixed price with Agile milestones, where payment is tied to achieving value-based outcomes, not a single final deliverable. Incremental delivery agreements, where the vendor delivers in small batches allowing for inspection, adaptation, and scope adjustments. Procurement in Agile also means planning with adaptability. Teams might onboard vendors mid-project, change vendors as needs evolve, or adjust the scope of work based on priorities uncovered during delivery. On the exam, expect questions about collaborating with vendors as true members of the Agile process rather than as outsiders. That includes involving them in planning sessions, reviews, and even retrospectives so they understand the product vision and can adapt quickly. You should also be comfortable with concepts like contract language that supports change, techniques for resolving vendor misalignment, and negotiation strategies that balance flexibility with shared risk. Finally, Agile procurement isn't about losing control. It's about maintaining transparency and delivering value across organizational boundaries without sacrificing adaptability. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions to test your understanding of Agile contract models, procurement strategy, vendor collaboration, and how to handle change through iterative agreements. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 101. A large financial services company is engaging a software vendor for a multi-release product delivered using Scrum. The business unit wants flexibility to adapt scope based on evolving regulations, while procurement leadership insists on clear accountability for budget and delivery. Which contract approach would best balance Agile values with procurement's need for control? A. Time and materials contract with no spending cap to allow full flexibility in changing scope. B. Fixed price contract with all features and deliverables agreed before development begins. C. Incremental delivery contracts with payments tied to completion of prioritized features. D. Cost plus incentive fee contract with bonuses based on productivity metrics and story points completed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of selecting contract types that support Agile principles while meeting traditional procurement concerns. Agile-friendly contracts should promote adaptability, transparency, and value delivery while still managing cost and performance expectations. Choice C is the best option because incremental delivery contracts tie payments to completed high-priority features, ensuring the vendor is rewarded for delivering value early and often. This structure also makes it easier to adapt to evolving requirements without renegotiating the entire contract. Choice A is incorrect. While it offers maximum flexibility, a time and materials contract without a spending cap exposes the buyer to cost overruns and lacks the accountability procurement is seeking. Choice B is incorrect. A fixed price contract with all deliverables defined up front removes the flexibility Agile needs and makes it harder to adapt to change without formal change requests. Choice D is incorrect. While cost plus incentive fee contracts can encourage performance, tying bonuses to metrics like story points can promote the wrong behaviors and do not directly ensure value delivery. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 102. A startup is partnering with a software vendor to launch a new mobile app. The startup wants to release usable features to market every few weeks to attract early adopters and investors, while keeping the option to pivot the product direction based on analytics. The vendor is open to this, but wants to ensure they are compensated regularly for completed work. Which contract approach would best meet the needs of both parties? A. Fixed price contract covering all planned features with partial payments released after every month of work to manage cash flow. B. Incremental delivery contract with payments tied to acceptance of each production-ready release. C. Time and materials contract with a not-to-exceed limit and progress demos at the end of each month. D. Retainer-based contract providing upfront payment for a block of sprints with scope adjustments allowed only at the end of the block. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how incremental delivery contracts align with Agile's focus on delivering value frequently while maintaining flexibility. These contracts link payment to completed, usable deliverables, giving both parties clear checkpoints to confirm progress and adjust scope as needed. Choice B is the best option because it ensures the vendor gets paid for each production-ready release while allowing the startup to pivot direction based on market feedback. This balances predictable vendor compensation with agile adaptability. Choice A is incorrect. While monthly partial payments provide steady cash flow, a fixed-price contract locks in scope, making it expensive and time-consuming to adapt the product as priorities change. Choice C is incorrect. Time and materials with a not-to-exceed limit controls cost but still pays based on effort rather than results, which may reduce the vendor's focus on delivering usable features quickly. Choice D is incorrect. A retainer for a block of sprints gives the vendor upfront payment but delays scope adjustments until the end of the block, limiting the ability to respond quickly to market feedback. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 103. During a complex Agile program, your organization is working with an external vendor to build critical components that must integrate seamlessly with the in-house team's work. The vendor delivers on time but often misses subtle requirements, leading to costly rework. The vendor insists that all communication go through their account manager, which slows issue resolution. What should the project manager encourage to improve collaboration and reduce integration issues? A. Require the vendor to submit detailed user story acceptance documentation before every sprint review, to confirm understanding of requirements. B. Integrate vendor representatives directly into relevant Agile ceremonies to enable real-time communication and feedback. C. Hold a dedicated requirement alignment meeting with the vendor at the start of each sprint to reduce misinterpretation risks. D. Assign a dedicated internal liaison to consolidate all vendor communication into a single weekly update. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of vendor collaboration in Agile environments. Agile emphasizes direct communication, transparency, and frequent feedback to ensure shared understanding and reduce waste. Choice B is the best option because integrating vendor representatives into Agile ceremonies, such as sprint planning, daily stand-ups, and sprint reviews, provides direct access to the team, speeds up clarification, and helps catch misunderstandings early, reducing costly rework. Choice A is incorrect. While detailed acceptance documentation can clarify expectations, it relies on written communication alone, which is slower and more prone to misinterpretation than real-time dialogue. Choice C is incorrect. A requirement alignment meeting at the start of each sprint can help, but limiting collaboration to a single touchpoint misses the benefits of ongoing, iterative communication throughout the sprint. Choice D is incorrect. Assigning a single liaison consolidates communication but also adds a bottleneck, delaying the flow of information and reducing opportunities for direct interaction. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 104. Midway through an Agile project, a key vendor proposes a change that could improve performance but will delay delivery by 2 sprints. The client is open to it but wants to confirm the impact before deciding. What should the project manager do next? A. Agree with the vendor to proceed with the change immediately and inform stakeholders during the next sprint review. B. Work with the vendor and team to assess the change's impact on scope, schedule, and value before seeking client approval. C. Ask the vendor to submit the change through the formal contract change control process to ensure documentation and compliance. D. Defer the change to a future release to protect the current delivery commitments and avoid disrupting velocity. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of managing change with third parties in Agile projects. Agile promotes collaboration, transparency, and informed decision-making, especially when external vendors are involved. Choice B is the best option because it ensures that the vendor, team, and stakeholders have a clear understanding of the change's impact before committing. This collaborative evaluation aligns with Agile's emphasis on adapting while still delivering value. Choice A is incorrect. While collaborating with the vendor shows partnership, proceeding before fully assessing the impact risks scope creep, missed deadlines, and reduced trust with the client. Choice C is incorrect. Following the formal contract change process ensures documentation but may slow decision-making and discourage collaborative exploration of the change's benefits. Choice D is incorrect. Deferring the change protects short-term commitments but misses the opportunity to incorporate potentially high-value improvements when they are most beneficial. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 105. Your organization is engaging a vendor under a time and materials contract to develop an Agile solution. Leadership is concerned about cost overruns and wants to motivate the vendor to deliver high-priority features quickly without sacrificing quality. Which contract approach would best address this concern? A. Add a penalty clause for any sprint that does not meet the planned velocity. B. Negotiate a blended rate with a cap on total hours while offering bonuses for meeting quality and delivery targets. C. Include performance-based incentives tied to the timely delivery of accepted high-value features. D. Switch to a fixed-price contract with phased deliverables to allow some flexibility in scope adjustments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of time and materials contracts with performance incentives in Agile. While T&M contracts provide flexibility, they can lead to cost concerns unless paired with mechanisms that encourage efficiency and quality. Choice C is the best option because tying incentives to the timely delivery of accepted high-value features motivates the vendor to prioritize work that delivers measurable business value without sacrificing quality. This aligns payment with outcomes rather than effort. Choice A is incorrect. Penalty clauses based solely on velocity may drive the vendor to focus on output over value, potentially lowering quality and encouraging metric manipulation. Choice B is incorrect. A blended rate with capped hours controls costs but still bases payment on time, not value, which may reduce urgency in delivering the most important features. Choice D is incorrect. A fixed-price contract with phased deliverables can create checkpoints but still limits adaptability to changing priorities and can lead to contentious change negotiations. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 106. A manufacturing company awards a vendor a fixed-price contract to deliver a scheduling system. To satisfy executives, progress must be visible at regular intervals, but the product owner wants the flexibility to reprioritize features after each release. The vendor is open to agile delivery, but wants clear payment terms. Which contract structure best meets these needs? A. Fixed-price contract with milestone payments based on agreed calendar dates to ensure predictable cash flow for the vendor. B. Fixed-price contract for the full scope with all changes managed through formal contract amendments to maintain cost certainty. C. Fixed-price contract that pays equal monthly installments with scope adjustments permitted only at the mid-project review. D. Fixed-price contract with payments tied to the delivery and acceptance of prioritized feature sets at predefined release points. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of fixed-price contracts with agile milestones. The challenge in these scenarios is to balance predictable payment schedules with Agile's ability to adjust priorities between releases. Choice D is the best option because linking payments to accepted prioritized feature sets delivered at agreed release points ensures that value is delivered incrementally while still giving the vendor predictable payment triggers. This supports flexibility for the product owner and transparency for executives. Choice A is incorrect. While calendar-based milestone payments offer predictable cash flow, they don't guarantee that working, valuable features are delivered at each payment point. Choice B is incorrect. Managing all changes through formal contract amendments provides cost certainty but limits agile adaptability, making it harder to reprioritize after each release. Choice C is incorrect. Equal monthly installments offer consistent payment but restrict scope changes to a single mid-project review, reducing responsiveness to evolving needs. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 107. A product owner wants to bring in a specialized vendor during the second quarter of an Agile project. The team wants to ensure the contract supports iterative delivery and avoids delays when the vendor joins. What should the project manager do during procurement planning? A. Set vendor scope and contract terms early to support incremental delivery and integration. B. Include only high-level contract terms and negotiate details after the vendor is onboarded. C. Negotiate a fixed-price contract to ensure the vendor stays within budget regardless of changes. D. Identify the vendor's backlog items early and align contract milestones with planned releases. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of procurement planning in Agile. The goal is to prepare contract terms that support the iterative nature of Agile while ensuring a smooth start when the vendor joins. Choice A is the best option because establishing the vendor's scope and contract terms early while keeping them flexible for incremental delivery ensures the vendor can integrate quickly into the Agile cadence without delays or contractual gaps. Choice B is incorrect. High-level terms can leave too many details unresolved, creating onboarding delays and possible misalignment with Agile delivery needs. Choice C is incorrect. A fixed-price contract may control costs, but often restricts flexibility, making it harder to adapt scope based on feedback. Choice D is incorrect. Aligning backlog items and milestones with releases helps planning, but doesn't address the importance of setting the right contract terms before the vendor joins. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 108. During contract negotiations with a new vendor, the project manager wants to ensure the agreement supports iterative delivery and the ability to adjust priorities between releases. Which contract term would best achieve this? A. Payment tied to a final system acceptance, with partial reviews allowed during development to track progress. B. Milestone payments triggered by completion of predefined feature sets after each iteration. C. A fixed delivery schedule with performance bonuses for meeting agreed feature completion dates. D. Scope defined at contract signing to control risk, with flexibility to swap features of equal size between releases. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of contract negotiation for iterative delivery. Agile contracts should encourage incremental delivery of value while preserving the ability to adjust priorities as the project evolves. Choice B is the best option because tying milestone payments to completed feature sets after each iteration provides tangible checkpoints, supports frequent value delivery, and allows scope reprioritization between iterations. Choice A is incorrect. Although partial reviews give visibility, tying payment to a single final acceptance discourages early delivery of usable features and delays meaningful feedback. Choice C is incorrect. A fixed schedule with performance bonuses incentivizes hitting dates, but it limits flexibility and may push teams to prioritize speed over value. Choice D is incorrect. Allowing feature swaps appears flexible, but locking scope up front still constrains adaptability and prevents full reprioritization as new insights emerge. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 109. Midway through an Agile project, a vendor insists on delivering work in large batches every 2 months, even though the team's cadence is 2-week sprints. This misalignment is causing delays in integration and testing. What should the project manager do to address this issue? A. Adjust the team's sprint length to match the vendor's delivery schedule. B. Negotiate with the vendor to break work into smaller, testable increments that align with the sprint cadence. C. Work with the vendor to keep their current delivery cycle but negotiate earlier partial handoffs for critical components. D. Increase buffer time in the schedule to handle large batch deliveries without impacting releases. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of handling vendor misalignment in Agile. Agile works best when deliverables are produced in small, testable increments that align with the team's cadence, enabling faster feedback and integration. Choice B is the best option because breaking vendor work into smaller increments aligns deliveries with the team's sprint rhythm, reducing integration delays and improving collaboration. Choice A is incorrect. Changing the team's sprint length to match the vendor's slower pace would undermine Agile responsiveness and delay feedback loops. Choice C is incorrect. Negotiating partial handoffs is better than accepting full large batch deliveries, but still doesn't fully resolve the integration and feedback timing mismatch. Choice D is incorrect. Adding buffer time avoids short-term schedule pressure, but fails to address the root cause of misalignment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 110. While drafting a contract for an Agile project, the client's legal team insists on detailed scope descriptions to avoid disputes. The project manager wants to preserve flexibility to adapt priorities as the work progresses. Which contract clause would best support this flexibility? A. Scope changes require a formal amendment process to ensure all parties are aligned and risks are documented. B. Payments are tied to completion of the agreed scope, with minor scope swaps allowed if they don't change total effort. C. Scope is defined at a high level, with specific features to be detailed and prioritized in the product backlog during the project. D. Any scope change can be approved by the product owner if budget neutral, but must be documented and signed off before work begins. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of contract language to support flexibility in Agile projects. The goal is to allow for changes in priorities without creating heavy administrative or contractual barriers. Choice C is the best option because defining scope at a high level and detailing features in the backlog during the project allows teams to adapt priorities based on feedback and evolving needs, while still providing enough contractual structure for alignment. Choice A is incorrect. While a formal amendment process ensures alignment and documentation, it slows responsiveness and undermines Agile's ability to adapt quickly. Choice B is incorrect. Allowing minor swaps provides some flexibility, but tying payments to the completion of a predefined scope still limits the ability to reprioritize based on changing business value. Choice D is incorrect. Allowing budget-neutral changes through product owner approval sounds Agile-friendly, but the required pre-work documentation and sign-off can create delays and reduce adaptability. This wraps up 10 questions for Agile Procurement and Contracts. That's 110 questions completed in our 150 question series. You're building a strong foundation for your PMP exam success. If you found these questions helpful, make sure to like the video and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next topic when you're ready. The topic we'll cover is Agile Risk and Issue Management, how Agile teams deal with uncertainty, reduce risks through frequent delivery, and respond quickly when issues arise. In Agile, risk management isn't a separate phase. It's continuous, built into the way teams plan, deliver, and reflect. Rather than predicting every risk up front, Agile teams minimize exposure by working in short, time-boxed iterations, delivering usable increments early, and gathering frequent stakeholder feedback. This approach reduces uncertainty and uncovers issues before they grow. For the PMP exam, you should understand that Agile teams identify risks early and often during daily scrums, sprint reviews, and retrospectives. These touchpoints create opportunities to spot potential problems, dependencies, or misalignments before they turn into bigger issues. Sometimes Agile teams use spikes, which are short, time-boxed efforts to explore an unknown technical or requirement. This helps reduce uncertainty and lower risk before committing to full implementation. A key concept is team-level ownership of risk. In Agile, everyone is responsible for raising and addressing risks or impediments. Issues are made visible, often using task boards or impediment logs, to promote transparency and accountability. When a problem can't be solved within the team, it gets escalated quickly, often with help from the Scrum Master or Product Owner. The Scrum Master plays a critical role in removing impediments and facilitating issue resolution, while ensuring the team stays focused on delivering value. You'll also want to know how Agile teams handle dependencies and cross-team risks, especially in scaled or hybrid environments. Coordination mechanisms like Scrum of Scrums help manage risks that cut across teams, while hybrid approaches may blend Agile adaptability with predictive risk planning for governance. On the exam, expect scenarios where you'll need to decide how to manage uncertainty, blockers, technical risks, and team ownership of issues. Look for answers that emphasize transparency, frequent inspection, early delivery, and team empowerment. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that test your knowledge of Agile risk practices, issue resolution, and how Agile leaders and teams stay ahead of potential problems. Let's jump into the first question in this topic. Question 111. A financial services company is developing a new digital platform using Agile. Leadership is concerned about high uncertainty and potential risks with compliance and customer adoption. The project manager wants to demonstrate how Agile practices can actively reduce these risks. Which approach best addresses risk reduction in this situation? A. Increasing backlog refinement sessions so that risks are discussed thoroughly before each iteration begins. B. Delivering early, usable increments of the platform in short iterations for stakeholder inspection and feedback. C. Piloting early increments with an internal compliance user group only and delaying broader stakeholder reviews until the solution stabilizes to avoid churn. D. Using retrospectives to capture risks as lessons learned, then applying those insights toward later iterations. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how Agile reduces risk through iterative delivery and frequent feedback. Agile teams minimize uncertainty not by predicting every risk up front, but by delivering working increments early and adjusting based on stakeholder input. Choice B is the best option because early, usable increments allow compliance and customer stakeholders to see real functionality in short cycles. This reduces risk by exposing compliance gaps and adoption issues while they are still easy to correct. Choice A is incorrect. While backlog refinement promotes discussion of risks, it does not actively reduce them without delivering increments for validation. Choice C is incorrect. Restricting feedback to internal groups delays broader stakeholder involvement and raises the risk of late misalignment. Choice D is incorrect. Retrospectives help capture lessons, but this is reactive. Agile risk management requires early delivery and feedback to proactively reduce risks. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 112. During a sprint review, several stakeholders raise concerns that new regulatory changes may affect upcoming work. The Agile team wants to ensure they identify risks like this earlier rather than being surprised late in development. What should the project manager encourage the team to do? A. Hold a dedicated risk workshop at the start of each release to capture and categorize potential issues. B. Ask the Scrum Master to maintain an impediment log that tracks all risks and escalates them to leadership. C. Raise and review risk continuously during backlog refinement, sprint planning, and daily stand-ups. D. Schedule periodic reviews with compliance experts to assess risks after major increments are completed. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how Agile teams proactively identify risks. Agile risk management is not about one-time workshops or end-of-phase reviews. It is about embedding risk awareness into the regular cadence of Agile events so that issues surface quickly and can be acted upon. Choice C is the best option because raising and reviewing risks continuously during backlog refinement, sprint planning, and daily stand-ups ensures that risks are identified early, monitored frequently, and addressed before they escalate. Choice A is incorrect. Risk workshops may help, but limiting them to release-level checkpoints delays identification and increases exposure. Choice B is incorrect. Having the Scrum Master own a separate risk log undermines the Agile principle of shared team ownership of risks. Choice D is incorrect. Compliance reviews are useful, but scheduling them only after increments are complete makes the approach reactive, not proactive. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 113. An Agile team is developing a new product where customer preferences are unclear and requirements are expected to evolve rapidly. The project manager wants to help the team reduce uncertainty while ensuring the product aligns with stakeholder needs. Which approach best addresses this situation? A. Clarify user stories in detail for each sprint during backlog refinement to minimize ambiguity. B. Conduct regular feedback loops through sprint reviews and customer demos to validate increments. C. Ask the product owner to prioritize the most stable requirements first to build a reliable foundation before tackling uncertain items. D. Schedule additional retrospectives focused on exploring unknowns and capturing lessons learned to apply in future sprints. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how Agile addresses uncertainty through frequent feedback loops. Agile teams don't try to eliminate all unknowns up front. Instead, they reduce uncertainty by delivering working increments early and validating them directly with stakeholders. Choice B is the best option because sprint reviews and customer demos create structured opportunities for stakeholders to inspect actual increments, share feedback, and guide evolving requirements. This ensures the product adapts continuously to real needs rather than assumptions. Choice A is incorrect. Clarifying stories in detail during refinement may reduce ambiguity, but over-specification cannot replace real feedback on working product increments. Choice C is incorrect. Tackling only stable requirements first defers the uncertain, high-risk items until later, which increases the chance of late surprises. Choice D is incorrect. Retrospectives provide useful insights, but focusing only on lessons learned after the fact is reactive rather than actively reducing uncertainty as the work progresses. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 114. An Agile team is working on a complex platform with significant technical uncertainty and regulatory exposure. The project manager wants risks to be transparent and to influence prioritization during refinement and sprint planning. Which approach best supports visualizing and managing risks in this situation? A. Sequence the backlog primarily by risk exposure so the riskiest items are delivered first. B. Maintain a lightweight risk register linked to backlog items and review it in sprint planning to inform priority decisions. C. Convert high uncertainty items into time box spikes and manage them as backlog stories, relying on spike outcomes instead of separate risk visuals. D. Tag backlog and board items with clear risk indicators and review these tags during refinement and planning to drive prioritization. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your knowledge of how Agile teams make risks visible and integrate them into everyday prioritization. Instead of treating risk management as a separate document or meeting, Agile approaches embed risk transparency directly into team tools like the backlog and task board. Choice D is the best option because tagging backlog items with risk indicators ensures that risks remain visible and actively influence refinement and prioritization decisions. This approach balances business value with risk reduction in a transparent way. Choice A is incorrect. Sequencing purely by risk exposure overemphasizes risk and ignores value delivery, which may misalign with stakeholder priorities. Choice B is incorrect. A lightweight register is helpful, but keeping risks separate from the backlog reduces day-to-day visibility for the team. Choice C is incorrect. Using spikes addresses uncertainty but does not fully visualize or communicate ongoing risks across the backlog. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 115. An Agile team is working on a product with high technical complexity and the potential for major integration issues. The project manager wants to ensure the team has a way to deal with unexpected risks without creating a heavy upfront plan. Which approach best reflects contingency planning in an Agile environment? A. Document detailed contingency responses for each identified risk in a risk register before development begins. B. Maintain a prioritized backlog that includes risk mitigating stories or spikes to be pulled in when high-risk items need validation. C. Set aside capacity within each sprint so the team can quickly respond to risks or unplanned mitigation work as needed. D. Use retrospectives at the end of each sprint to capture risks that occurred and create new contingency actions for future sprints. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how Agile teams handle contingency planning without heavy documentation. Instead of trying to plan every possible risk response up front, Agile teams build contingency directly into the backlog so mitigation work can be prioritized alongside features. Choice B is the best option because incorporating risk mitigating stories or spikes into the backlog keeps risks visible and ensures mitigation is addressed in planning and prioritized when needed. This integrates contingency into normal delivery flow. Choice A is incorrect. Creating detailed contingency plans for each risk is predictive and too heavy for Agile, reducing adaptability. Choice C is incorrect. Reserving sprint capacity fills Agile, but it disrupts predictability and weakens prioritization compared to backlog-driven visibility. Choice D is incorrect. Retrospectives help capture lessons, but waiting until after risks occur makes the approach reactive rather than proactive. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 116. Several Agile teams are working on a large program with shared components. During sprint planning, one team identifies that a critical feature depends on another team's work, which may not be ready in time. The project manager wants to ensure dependency risks are addressed effectively. Which approach best supports managing these cross-team risks? A. Use a coordination forum such as a scrum of scrums to surface and align on cross-team dependencies early. B. Raise the dependency directly with the other team's product owner to negotiate sequencing outside of team events. C. Ask the product owner to defer the dependent feature until the other team delivers their component. D. Track the dependency on a shared program board and review it regularly with all teams involved. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how Agile programs handle dependency risks. Large initiatives often require multiple teams to coordinate closely, and Agile emphasizes making these dependencies visible and resolving them through structured, collaborative events. Choice A is the best option because forums like Scrum of Scrums allow teams to surface dependencies early, align on priorities, and coordinate solutions transparently across the program. This ensures risks are managed before they cause delays. Choice B is incorrect. Negotiating directly with another product owner seems proactive, but it bypasses broader visibility and risks creating siloed agreements. Choice C is incorrect. Deferring the feature avoids the dependency instead of actively managing it, which can lead to delays and missed value. Choice D is incorrect. A program board helps visualize dependencies, but without active coordination, it becomes passive tracking rather than proactive risk management. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 117. During a sprint, a developer reports that they cannot proceed because a key testing environment is unavailable. The issue is slowing progress, and the team is unsure how to move forward. What should the project manager do to address this impediment? A. Encourage the Scrum Master to work with stakeholders outside the team to remove the blocker while keeping the team focused on delivery. B. Ask the product owner to adjust the sprint scope so the team can shift away from work requiring the testing environment. C. Facilitate a team discussion to brainstorm temporary workarounds until the environment becomes available. D. Capture the blocker in the impediment log and review it in the next retrospective to prevent future delays. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how Agile teams handle impediments that are outside of their direct control. When a blocker arises that the team cannot resolve themselves, the Scrum Master plays a critical role in facilitating its removal while keeping the team focused on the sprint goal. Choice A is the best option because the Scrum Master is responsible for helping the team by removing organizational or external obstacles. This allows the developers to stay focused on delivery instead of getting stuck. Choice B is incorrect. Adjusting scope mid-sprint undermines commitment to the sprint goal and is not the best way to resolve an external impediment. Choice C is incorrect. Brainstorming workarounds sounds collaborative, but it often leads to wasted effort rather than solving the actual blocker. Choice D is incorrect. Tracking the issue for later discussion in a retrospective is reactive. The impediment must be addressed during the sprint, not afterward. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 118. A large project is being delivered using a hybrid approach. Agile teams are building components iteratively, while an overall predictive schedule is used to manage key milestones. The sponsor is concerned about risks that cut across both approaches. What should the project manager do to manage risks effectively in this hybrid environment? A. Conduct a detailed risk workshop at the start of the project to capture all major risks before either approach begins execution. B. Ensure Agile risks from backlog refinement and impediment tracking are integrated into the program's overall risk register. C. Allow predictive and Agile teams to manage risks separately, with each approach using its own tools and reporting methods. D. Establish a cross-team forum where Agile and predictive leaders review risks together, but keep Agile risks outside of the central risk register to preserve team autonomy. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how risks should be managed in a hybrid project. Hybrid projects combine Agile adaptability with predictive governance, so risks must be visible at both levels. Choice B is the best option because integrating Agile risks into the overall program risk register ensures that cross-cutting risks are transparent, monitored, and addressed consistently. This approach keeps Agile teams empowered to surface risks while giving leadership a unified view. Choice A is incorrect. Risk workshops can help, but capturing risks only at the beginning is predictive heavy and misses Agile's continuous risk identification. Choice C is incorrect. Managing Agile and predictive risks separately creates silos and prevents full visibility across the program. Choice D is incorrect. Cross-team forums are helpful, but excluding Agile risks from the central register undermines governance and transparency. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 119. An Agile team is developing a new mobile app. During a sprint, a developer identifies a potential performance issue that could cause scalability problems later. The developer raises the concern in the daily stand-up. How should the team approach ownership of this risk? A. Ask the Scrum Master to document the risk and take responsibility for managing it outside of team events. B. Nominate a single team member with technical expertise to take ownership of the risk and provide updates during stand-ups. C. Discuss the risk as a team, make it visible on their board or backlog, and share responsibility for addressing or escalating it. D. Request that the product owner decide whether the risk should be tracked or ignored since it impacts business value. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of Agile's principle of shared risk ownership. Risks in Agile are not managed by a single role, but are made transparent and handled collectively by the team. This approach ensures accountability and faster resolution. Choice C is the best option because the team discusses the risk, makes it visible on their board or backlog, and shares ownership for addressing or escalating it. This promotes transparency and team-level accountability. Choice A is incorrect. The Scrum Master facilitates impediment removal, but does not own risks exclusively. Choice B is incorrect. Assigning a single expert feels practical, but it undermines shared team responsibility. Choice D is incorrect. The product owner contributes business perspective, but risk ownership is collective, not limited to one role. Let's move on to the next question, if you're ready. Question 120. During a sprint, the team encounters a critical dependency that is outside their control and is blocking progress on a high-priority feature. The developers raise the issue during the daily stand-up. How should the project manager support escalation in this agile environment? A. Document the issue in the risk register and bring it to leadership at the end of the sprint for formal review. B. Ask the product owner to adjust priorities so the team can avoid the blocked work until the dependency is resolved. C. Encourage the team to brainstorm temporary workarounds and continue working without involving others outside the team. D. Ensure the Scrum Master surfaces the issue promptly in a coordination forum, such as a Scrum of Scrums, so the right stakeholders can help resolve it. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of how Agile teams escalate issues effectively. Escalation should be timely, transparent, and collaborative, ensuring the right stakeholders are involved in removing obstacles without undermining team autonomy. Choice D is the best option because the Scrum Master ensures the issue is raised promptly in a coordination forum like a Scrum of Scrums. This approach makes the problem visible at the program level, engages the right stakeholders, and supports quick resolution. Choice A is incorrect. Documenting and waiting until the end of the sprint is too reactive and delays resolution. Choice B is incorrect. Adjusting priorities may avoid the dependency, but it sidesteps solving the underlying issue. Choice C is incorrect. Brainstorming workarounds may feel proactive, but it risks adding waste without addressing the root cause. Great job finishing 10 questions for the Agile Risk and Issue Management. That's 120 Agile questions mastered so far. You're building a solid foundation for your PMP exam. If you find this video helpful, please like the video and subscribe to our channel. When you're ready, I will see you in the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile Change Management, how Agile teams respond to evolving needs, manage change collaboratively, and maintain focus while still embracing flexibility. In Agile, change isn't a disruption, it's part of the process. Agile teams are designed to adapt continuously, and this mindset is what truly separates Agile from traditional predictive approaches. On the PMP exam, you'll be tested on how well you understand this adaptive mindset and how change is handled in both Agile and hybrid environments. Agile teams welcome late-stage changes when they create more value for the customer. That's because the product backlog is a living artifact. It's constantly updated as new insights emerge from stakeholder feedback, shifts in the market, or evolving business priorities. This ensures teams are always focused on delivering the highest value work first. The product owner plays a central role here. They evaluate change requests, collaborate with stakeholders, and decide how to reprioritize the backlog. This ensures that the team adapts without losing sight of the product vision and customer needs. Now here's something important for the exam. Not every change should be handled the same way. Some changes can be incorporated immediately, while others must be deferred. If a change supports the current sprint goal, such as a small clarification or a critical defect fix, the team can adapt and bring it into the sprint. But if a change would undermine the sprint goal, like adding a new feature request or introducing major new scope, it should not disrupt the sprint. Instead, the product owner places it in the product backlog to be prioritized later. This distinction is a common exam trap. Look for keywords like critical defect or clarification for changes that can be included right away, and keywords like new feature request or outside the current sprint scope for changes that should be deferred. The golden rule is to protect the sprint goal. Agile leaders also rely on empathetic listening and servant leadership when responding to change, creating trust and helping teams stay focused while stakeholders feel heard. And through feedback loops like sprint reviews and backlog refinement, Agile ensures that change isn't disruptive, it's built into the system. Another key area is stakeholder feedback. Agile thrives on short feedback loops, integrating input through sprint reviews, backlog refinement, or even ad hoc conversations. This keeps products aligned with real customer needs, not outdated assumptions. Contract design also matters. Agile-friendly contracts include flexibility clauses that allow for scope adjustments without triggering massive renegotiations. This creates space for change while still managing accountability and risk. Finally, Agile teams must balance change with sustainability. It's not about chasing every request. It's about adapting while maintaining a healthy pace, avoiding burnout, and preserving long-term delivery capability. In hybrid environments, change can be more complex, blending Agile adaptability with predictive controls. Here, you'll want to understand how teams balance documentation, governance, and vendor constraints with the need to remain responsive. Now, we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your knowledge of Agile change management strategies, leadership behaviors, backlog reprioritization, and how Agile organizations stay flexible without losing focus. Let's get into the first question in this topic. Question 121. Midway through a release, a key stakeholder requests a significant feature change after learning about new market regulations. The team is concerned this could disrupt their progress. The project manager wants to demonstrate Agile's approach to handling late-stage changes. What is the best course of action? A. Work with the team to explain to the stakeholder that changes should wait until after the sprint to protect the team's focus. B. Facilitate a meeting with the team and stakeholders so the team can decide whether to adjust the backlog based on the request. C. Collaborate with the team to capture the change and schedule it for a future release cycle to avoid disrupting the current plan. D. Collaborate with the product owner to evaluate the request, update the backlog if it adds value, and reprioritize work accordingly. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of how Agile embraces late-stage change requests that deliver value. Agile does not freeze requirements once planning has occurred. Instead, it adapts through continuous backlog refinement and reprioritization. Choice D is the best option because the product owner has ownership of the backlog. They evaluate the request, determine whether it adds value, and if so, adjust priorities so the team's work aligns with business and regulatory needs. Choice A is incorrect. Protecting sprint focus may sound reasonable, but rejecting late-stage changes goes against Agile principles. Choice B is incorrect. Involving the team in backlog decisions appears collaborative, but backlog ownership rests with the product owner, not the developers. Choice C is incorrect. Deferring the change to a future release cycle avoids disruption but sacrifices responsiveness and timely delivery of value. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 122. During a sprint, a developer privately tells the project manager that they feel overwhelmed with their workload and unsupported by teammates. What should the project manager do? A. Listen to the developer's concern, acknowledge it, and bring the topic to the team so they can discuss how to handle workload balance. B. Meet individually with other team members to understand their perspectives before making adjustments to assignments. C. Express appreciation for the developer's openness and encourage them to raise the concern directly with the team during the next stand-up. D. Note the concern and plan to bring it up during the retrospective so the team can collectively discuss workload and support. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how Agile leaders use empathy and transparency to support the team. Leadership in Agile is not about directing work, but about enabling the team to address challenges openly. Choice A is the best option because listening to the developer's concern, acknowledging it, and bringing it to the team promotes transparency, shared responsibility, and collective problem solving. Choice B is incorrect. Speaking to individuals separately may seem empathetic, but reduces transparency and risks creating side conversations. Choice C is incorrect. Encouraging openness is positive, but it puts the burden back on the developer instead of the leader, creating psychological safety. Choice D is incorrect. Retrospectives allow team discussion, but waiting delays action and leaves the developer unsupported during the sprint. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 123. A large program is being managed using a hybrid approach. Agile teams deliver components iteratively, while predictive governance requires formal change control for scope at the program level. A new stakeholder request impacts both Agile work streams and the program's critical milestones. How should the project manager handle this change? A. Ask the product owner to evaluate and accept the request in the backlog and then inform the program PMO so governance artifacts can be updated afterward. B. Coordinate with team leads to plan the change into the next sprint through backlog refinement and release planning and submit the change to the change control board. C. Collaborate with the product owner to update the backlog while also submitting the change for program-level review to assess milestone and scope impacts. D. Submit the change to the program CCB for an expedited decision, allowing teams to continue limited planning activities while awaiting formal approval. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of how to manage change in hybrid environments. In a hybrid project, Agile teams remain flexible through backlog adaptation, while predictive governance requires formal oversight for scope and milestone impacts. The project manager must ensure both sides are respected. Choice C is the best option because it integrates backlog reprioritization with program-level change review. This balances Agile adaptability with predictive governance. Choice A is incorrect. Allowing the product owner to update the backlog first and notifying the PMO afterward creates misalignment and risks unapproved changes slipping into delivery. Choice B is incorrect. Involving team leads in the CCB is proactive, but it bypasses backlog ownership by the product owner and can undermine proper prioritization. Choice D is incorrect. Escalating quickly sounds efficient, but pushing the decision entirely to the CCB removes collaboration and risks unnecessary delays. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 124. During a sprint review, stakeholders suggest several adjustments to improve the product's usability. The development team is enthusiastic but worried about disrupting ongoing work. What is the best way for the project manager to ensure this feedback is handled in line with Agile principles? A. Ask the product owner to log the stakeholder feedback and wait until the next retrospective to discuss how it should be addressed. B. Work with the product owner to capture the feedback as backlog items, refine them as needed, and prioritize them against existing work. C. Facilitate a workshop with the product owner, stakeholders, and developers to immediately adjust the current sprint backlog to include the changes. D. Encourage the product owner to have the team make small usability adjustments right away during the sprint to demonstrate responsiveness. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of how Agile incorporates stakeholder feedback without losing focus on sprint commitments. Agile teams welcome feedback, but integrate it through backlog management and prioritization, not by disrupting ongoing sprint work. Choice B is the best option because the product owner ensures that feedback becomes properly refined backlog items and prioritized alongside existing work, maintaining both responsiveness and focus. Choice A is incorrect. Retrospectives are for improving the team's process, not for deciding how product feedback should be handled. Choice C is incorrect. Involving everyone to change the sprint backlog mid-sprint disrupts commitments and reduces focus on the sprint goal. Choice D is incorrect. Making adjustments on the fly may seem responsive, but it undermines sprint discipline and introduces scope creep. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 125. During a sprint, a stakeholder requests a change to an upcoming feature. The developers are eager to implement it immediately because it seems straightforward and useful. The Scrum Master suggests documenting the request for visibility. What is the correct way to handle this change in Agile? A. The product owner should review the request, determine its value, and update the backlog if appropriate, adjusting priorities as needed. B. The developers should add the request directly to the sprint backlog since they are closest to the technical work. C. The Scrum Master should track the request in the impediment log and bring it up at the next retrospective for team discussion. D. The project manager and product owner should perform an impact analysis and decide if the change should be included in the backlog. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of the product owner's role in managing change. In Agile, the product backlog is the single source of work, and the product owner is accountable for ensuring all changes are evaluated for value and prioritized appropriately. Choice A is the best option because the product owner reviews the request, determines its value, and updates the backlog if necessary. This keeps ownership clear and ensures prioritization aligns with business goals. Choice B is incorrect. Developers provide valuable technical insight but do not own backlog prioritization, and adding items directly to the sprint backlog undermines product ownership. Choice C is incorrect. The Scrum Master focuses on team effectiveness, not backlog management, and the retrospective is the wrong form for product-level change requests. Choice D is incorrect. While collaboration between the project manager and product owner may sound thorough, backlog ownership rests solely with the product owner, not shared decision-making with the project manager. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 126. A project is being delivered through an Agile vendor partnership. The sponsor wants to ensure the contract can handle scope adjustments as priorities evolve without requiring lengthy renegotiations for every change request. Which type of clause best supports Agile ways of working? A. Include a contract clause allowing changes but require formal customer sign-off on each adjustment before backlog reprioritization. B. Allow the project manager to approve minor changes directly, while major changes must still follow the standard change approval process. C. Use a time and materials contract clause that allows ongoing changes and backlog reprioritization. D. Define contract terms that support backlog reprioritization, enabling the vendor and customer to adjust features collaboratively within agreed constraints. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of Agile-friendly contract clauses. Agile contracts should enable adaptation, collaboration, and responsiveness without burdensome renegotiation. Choice D is the best option because it defines terms that support backlog reprioritization while explicitly requiring vendor and customer collaboration within agreed constraints. This ensures flexibility while keeping both parties aligned. Choice A is incorrect. While it allows changes requiring formal sign-offs on every adjustment adds bureaucracy and slows adaptation. Choice B is incorrect. Approvals by the project manager create a tiered change process that feels predictive and undermines agile collaboration. Choice C is incorrect. Time and materials contracts offer flexibility and support reprioritization, but without explicit collaboration and boundaries, they may lead to scope ambiguity and misalignment. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 127. Midway through the release, a regulatory body issues new requirements that must be addressed. Stakeholders agree these are high priority, but the team is already committed to its current sprint backlog. What should the project manager do to ensure the work is handled appropriately? A. Ask the product owner to incorporate the requirements into the current sprint backlog so the team can address regulatory requirements immediately. B. Capture the requirements with the product owner and defer discussion of priority until after the sprint review to preserve the current sprint commitments. C. Collaborate with the product owner to add the new requirements to the product backlog and adjust prioritization for upcoming sprints. D. Partner with the product owner to conduct a quick impact analysis with stakeholders and decide collectively whether to bring the items into the current sprint, then update the backlog. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your ability to respond to mid-sprint change while honoring Agile roles and commitments. Agile teams welcome change, but any adjustment must respect the product owner's authority and maintain focus on the sprint goal. Choice C is the best option because it reflects the product owner's accountability for backlog prioritization. The request is captured and factored into future sprint planning, keeping team commitments stable and respecting Agile roles. Choice A is incorrect. Although well-intentioned, inserting work mid-sprint disrupts focus and should only be done if it aligns with the sprint goal or is a critical blocker. Choice B is incorrect. Delaying discussion until the sprint review ignores Agile responsiveness and value delivery. Decisions should be made based on impact, not ceremony timing. Choice D is incorrect. This adds unnecessary group decision-making to something that is within the product owner's responsibility, which may lead to role confusion and delays. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 128. A new stakeholder request arrives during the second day of the sprint. The request is aligned with business objectives but not directly related to the current sprint goal. The stakeholder insists the team should begin work on it immediately due to visibility with senior leadership. What should the project manager do? A. Support the product owner in deferring the request to the backlog for future prioritization as it does not align with the current sprint goal. B. Encourage the product owner to adjust the sprint goal to accommodate the new request so the team can maintain leadership support. C. Facilitate a team discussion to determine if the request can be squeezed in without impacting sprint velocity. D. Recommend adjusting the sprint backlog immediately to respond quickly to business leadership needs. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of how Agile maintains sprint focus by protecting the sprint goal from unplanned changes. Agile leaders support the product owner's role in prioritization and help the team stay committed to delivering planned value. A is the best option because the product owner manages the backlog and must protect the current sprint goal unless the new item is critical and directly related. Deferring the item maintains team focus and respects the Agile framework. Choice B is incorrect. Although adjusting the goal may sound reasonable, doing so mid-sprint undermines the team's original commitment and weakens the purpose of having a sprint goal. Choice C is incorrect. While team discussions are helpful, squeezing in extra work without proper prioritization and sprint goal alignment leads to overcommitment and process breakdown. Choice D is incorrect. Reacting quickly to stakeholder demands by changing the sprint backlog disregards the agreed plan and the product owner's responsibility for prioritization. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 129. Partway through a sprint, a senior executive bypasses the product owner and directly asks a team member to begin working on a new customer-driven feature. The team member feels pressured and brings the request to the project manager. What should the project manager do? A. Thank the team member for raising the concern and advise them to accommodate the request as executive input should be prioritized. B. Work with the Scrum Master to coach the team member on managing stakeholder requests without disrupting sprint commitments. C. Meet with the executive and the team to negotiate a revised sprint plan that includes the new feature request. D. Ask the product owner to immediately add the request to the sprint backlog since the team has been directly approached by leadership. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests how well you apply Agile principles when external pressure threatens team autonomy. Agile teams are self-managing, but leadership influence can challenge that balance. A strong project manager respects roles and reinforces product owner authority while protecting the sprint. B is the best option because it upholds Agile principles. The Scrum Master supports team empowerment and shields the team from external disruption. Coaching the team member reinforces the sprint commitment and the role of the product owner in handling new requests. Choice A is incorrect. While it acknowledges the team member, encouraging them to act on executive requests, bypasses the product owner and breaks the sprint structure. Choice C is incorrect. Negotiating sprint scope mid-sprint undermines the planning process and encourages ongoing disruption from outside. Choice D is incorrect. Adding the work without PO prioritization and stakeholder discussion creates a precedent that weakens the product owner's authority. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 130. Midway through a sprint, the product owner receives a stakeholder request and confirms that it aligns with the business case and supports the current sprint goal. However, the development team expresses concern about whether they have enough capacity to deliver the additional work without compromising current sprint commitments. What should the project team do? A. Collaborate with the product owner to assess available capacity and, if feasible, add the item to the sprint backlog. B. Acknowledge the team's capacity concerns and prioritize the request in the product backlog for the next sprint to ensure the team stays focused. C. Notify the PMO to revise sprint scope and adjust the delivery baseline in light of the request. D. Work with the product owner and facilitate a replanning session with all stakeholders to redefine sprint commitments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to balance agile flexibility with team capacity and commitment. When a change supports the sprint goal and the business case, the team should explore incorporating it, but only if it's feasible within their current capacity. A is the best option because it promotes collaboration, respects team input, and ensures any addition won't jeopardize current sprint work. Agile allows for change, but only with team buy-in and capacity confirmation. Choice B is incorrect. While it shows empathy and planning, it delays a change that's aligned with the sprint goal and might be feasible, missing an opportunity to deliver value now. Choice C is incorrect. Involving the PMO introduces unnecessary bureaucracy for a change that should be handled within the team. Choice D is incorrect. A full replanning session is excessive for a request that could be integrated without altering the sprint goal or commitments. You've now completed all 10 questions for the Agile Change Management. That's 130 Agile questions mastered so far. Keep it up. You're sprinting toward PMP success. When you are ready, I will see you at the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile in hybrid environments. How Agile practices are blended with predictive approaches to meet the needs of complex organizations, compliance requirements, or fixed scope initiatives. Hybrid delivery is a big focus on the PMP exam because it reflects the real-world reality. Most organizations need a tailored approach that pulls from both Agile and predictive project management. In a hybrid model, Agile is often used where flexibility, collaboration, and iteration bring the most value, such as in product development or customer engagement. Predictive practices may still be needed for governance, regulatory oversight, procurement, or managing dependencies with external vendors. The exam will test how you decide when to use which of them. You'll want to be comfortable with hybrid estimation techniques, where Agile uses velocity and relative sizing, while predictive relies on time, cost, and resource planning. On the exam, expect scenarios where you need to combine both approaches to forecast accurately and satisfy stakeholders. Integration planning is another critical area. Hybrid often means Agile and non-Agile teams working together, so coordinating dependencies and aligning delivery schedules is essential. Watch for exam questions about handling handoffs, documentation needs, or differing cadences. Another theme is governance and compliance. Hybrid teams must balance lightweight Agile documentation with the audit trails and approvals required in regulated industries. The PMP exam may frame this as finding the right-sized governance, ensuring transparency without stifling agility. And don't overlook the role of leadership. In hybrid settings, leaders must act as bridges, protecting Agile values while also respecting organizational structures. The exam may also test your judgment around ethical leadership, like resisting unethical stakeholder pressure while still managing within structured environments. Finally, recognize that hybrid models come with unique risks: misalignment between teams, conflicting reporting requirements, or unclear accountability. Agile leaders reduce these risks by emphasizing transparency, communication, and tailoring practices to fit the context. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your ability to evaluate delivery approaches, balance agile and predictive elements, and apply agile thinking in structured hybrid environments. Let's dive into the first question in this topic. Question 131. You are leading a Scrum team within a regulated organization that requires formal phase gate reviews before major releases. The compliance lead is pressuring you to shift to a fully predictive approach to accommodate these reviews, while your team wants to retain agile ways of working. What is the most appropriate way to address both needs? A. Collaborate with compliance to integrate phase gate reviews at major releases while preserving agile delivery within iterations. B. Modify the delivery approach to include predictive phases for each stage and use agile practices for defect resolution. C. Allow compliance to define delivery checkpoints and let the team self-organize their work using Kanban or Scrum as appropriate. D. Recommend a fully agile pilot for the next project and shift this current project to a traditional phase-driven model to reduce compliance friction. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to tailor agile delivery in complex, real-world environments like regulated industries. Hybrid approaches are often needed, and a skilled project manager must bridge agile adaptability with external compliance expectations. Choice A is the best option because it maintains agile iteration for team execution while respecting regulatory requirements at release-level checkpoints, a common hybrid strategy. Choice B is incorrect. While it incorporates agile, it forces the entire project into predictive stages, reducing the benefits of continuous delivery and team autonomy. Choice C is incorrect. It sounds flexible, but it hands too much control to compliance, undermining clear planning and delivery governance. Choice D is incorrect. Deferring agile to the next project avoids addressing the current challenge. An agile leader should adapt, not defer. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 132. Your project includes agile development teams and a compliance function requiring formal checkpoints. Which delivery strategy best reflects an effective hybrid approach? A. Use agile for all teams and report compliance metrics through the sprint review. B. Have the compliance team follow predictive planning while developers self-organize under Scrum. C. Tailor the delivery approach by component, aligning teams through shared cadence and governance. D. Apply the organization's standard hybrid template and ask all teams to follow it strictly. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of hybrid delivery tailoring, a core skill when working with mixed teams and compliance-heavy environments. Hybrid approaches are not about compromise. They require intentional design to integrate agile adaptability with the rigor of predictive practices. Choice C is the best option because it shows thoughtful tailoring by component, preserves team autonomy, and ensures cohesion through a shared cadence and governance structure. Choice A is incorrect. While sprint reviews promote transparency, using them as a substitute for formal compliance reporting fails to meet regulatory needs. Choice B is incorrect. This isolates teams and introduces coordination risk. Hybrid doesn't mean siloed execution. Choice D is incorrect. Following a generic hybrid template without tailoring ignores project-specific needs and may undermine both agility and compliance. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 133. During a hybrid project, a senior stakeholder pressures the team to bypass testing for a high-visibility feature to meet a launch deadline. The team is concerned about risk, but the stakeholder insists that delays will damage the company's reputation. What should the project manager do? A. support the team's decision to complete testing and help communicate the risks of skipping it to the stakeholder. B. Conduct a performance impact analysis with the team and communicate the findings to the stakeholder. C. Acknowledge the stakeholder's urgency, document the risk, and move testing to the next release cycle to meet the deadline. D. Facilitate a trade-off discussion where the team and stakeholder align on scope reduction to preserve quality. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your ability to handle ethical stakeholder pressure while balancing delivery expectations in a hybrid environment. Agile leadership means maintaining transparency, protecting product quality, and fostering collaboration even when demands escalate. Choice D is the best option because it encourages a shared solution that protects quality while addressing urgency. Scope reduction is a legitimate Agile technique when capacity is constrained, and involving stakeholders in trade-offs ensures alignment. Choice A is incorrect. While it shows support for the team, it places the burden of pushback on the team alone instead of fostering collaborative resolution. Choice B is incorrect. It provides insight but avoids addressing the stakeholders' pressure to skip quality controls. The ethical concern remains unresolved. Choice C is incorrect. It sounds responsive, but deferring testing without a validated quality plan introduces delivery risk and could impact users and brand trust. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 134. A program team is delivering a complex product using a hybrid model. Some components follow a predictive lifecycle for stability, while others use Agile for flexibility. Teams report inconsistent integration timelines and misaligned dependencies. What should the project manager do to address this issue? A. Create a single master schedule and require all teams to align to its milestones to ensure predictability. B. Introduce a recurring integration checkpoint across teams and use shared milestones to guide coordination. C. Assign integration ownership to the Agile release train engineer and ensure sprint reviews reflect progress. D. Use change requests to synchronize timelines as delays arise between Agile and predictive deliverables. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of cross-team coordination and proactive integration planning in hybrid environments. In hybrid delivery, integration issues are common because Agile and predictive teams operate on different cadences, tools, and assumptions. Choice B is the best option because it introduces a lightweight coordination structure, recurring checkpoints and shared milestones. That helps align deliverables without imposing a rigid schedule. It maintains flexibility while improving visibility across teams. Choice A is incorrect. While predictable, enforcing a single master schedule ignores the reality of differing delivery rhythms and can lead to bottlenecks or resistance. Choice C is incorrect. It assumes an Agile-specific role, release train engineer, will manage integration for all teams, including predictive ones, which may not be applicable across the hybrid program. Choice D is incorrect. It reacts to problems after they occur, using formal change processes that may delay integration instead of proactively addressing the root issue. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 135. In a hybrid project, the PMO requires formal documentation for key decisions and scope changes. The Agile teams express frustration, saying the process slows down delivery and duplicates what's already captured in their tools. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the Agile teams to complete the required templates after each sprint to ensure PMO compliance. B. Collaborate with the PMO to streamline the documentation process and align expectations with Agile artifacts. C. Negotiate with the PMO to exempt Agile teams from traditional documentation requirements based on transparency in Agile tools. D. Provide summary documentation to the PMO on behalf of Agile teams to shield them from administrative tasks. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to balance governance requirements with Agile team autonomy in a hybrid environment. Successful hybrid delivery depends on honoring organizational controls without imposing unnecessary overhead on high-performing Agile teams. Choice B is the best option because it encourages the project manager to work with the PMO to adapt documentation expectations, using agile artifacts like user stories, sprint reviews, or decision logs as valid inputs. It protects delivery speed while fulfilling compliance needs. Choice A is incorrect. It imposes documentation on agile teams without addressing the root cause, inefficiency, and redundancy. Choice C is incorrect. Negotiating full exemption ignores legitimate governance concerns and may erode trust with the PMO. Choice D is incorrect. While well-intended, shielding teams can create bottlenecks and undermine shared accountability. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 136. A project includes both Agile and predictive teams working on interdependent components. The Agile team is delivering working software in short iterations, while the predictive team follows a stage gate process. Recently, integration delays and conflicting timelines have surfaced. What should the project manager do? A. Ask the Agile team to align their sprint schedule with the predictive team's phase gates to reduce integration issues. B. Facilitate joint planning sessions and develop a shared delivery roadmap to coordinate timelines and key milestones. C. Organize weekly cross-team meetings to share status updates and identify upcoming integration risks. D. Require both teams to document their progress in a shared tool to increase transparency and reduce miscommunication. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your ability to manage delivery coordination across teams working in mixed methodologies. Agile and predictive teams operate on different cadences, and aligning their dependencies requires more than communication. It demands proactive, shared planning. Choice B is the best option because facilitating joint planning and creating a shared roadmap helps both Agile and predictive teams align on milestones and delivery timelines. It's a foundational technique in hybrid delivery to prevent timing mismatches and integration delays. Choice A is incorrect. Forcing Agile teams to follow predictive schedules undermines the Agile cadence and limits adaptability, reducing the value of iterative delivery. Choice C is incorrect. Cross-team meetings help surface issues but don't address misaligned delivery cycles or integration plans on their own. Choice D is incorrect. Documentation adds visibility, but without real-time coordination, it won't prevent the delays caused by timing conflicts between teams. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 137. A hybrid project includes Agile teams using story points and burn charts and predictive teams using earned value metrics. Senior leadership expects consolidated updates to evaluate overall performance and make funding decisions. What should the project manager do? A. Create a report that includes both Agile and predictive metrics with brief explanations. B. Provide both Agile and predictive reports separately to leadership to provide transparency. C. Ask Agile teams to provide status in % complete format so it aligns with predictive progress reports. D. Report predictive metrics to leadership and maintain Agile metrics separately for team-level tracking. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your ability to build reporting practices that reflect the complexity of hybrid delivery. In environments where both Agile and predictive teams coexist, project managers must balance clarity, stakeholder expectations, and the integrity of each approach's metrics. Choice A is the best option because it offers a unified view that honors the strengths of both methodologies. Including brief explanations helps leadership interpret the data without losing context, promoting alignment and better decision-making. Choice B is incorrect. Providing separate reports may appear transparent, but it forces stakeholders to interpret fragmented data without guidance, increasing the risk of confusion. Choice C is incorrect. Converting Agile metrics to % complete misrepresents progress and eliminates valuable insights unique to Agile methods. Choice D is incorrect. Reporting only predictive metrics limits visibility into Agile team progress, resulting in an incomplete picture of the overall project. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 138. A hybrid program includes a large predictive component managed by a centralized PMO and multiple Agile teams working in parallel. Risks are tracked in different tools by each workstream. During an executive review, leadership raises concerns about lack of visibility into risks that cut across teams and delivery methods. What should the project manager do? A. Align all teams to use a single risk register and assign a centralized risk lead to manage updates across the program. B. Ask each workstream to submit weekly risk summaries so that the PMO can consolidate them for leadership reporting. C. Collaborate with the PMO and Agile teams to introduce a shared risk board while allowing teams to continue using their preferred tools. D. Direct the predictive team to adopt the Agile team's tooling so that all risks appear in the Agile program board. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests how well you can manage risk visibility in hybrid programs where teams use different processes and tools. Without a shared understanding of risk across delivery methods, leadership can lose confidence and decision-making becomes harder. Choice C is the best option because it promotes collaboration without forcing standardization. Creating a shared risk board that aggregates risks from both agile and predictive teams ensures alignment while allowing teams to work in the ways that suit them best. It's a realistic, inclusive, hybrid solution. Choice A is incorrect. While standardizing the tool may seem efficient, it reduces flexibility and may alienate Agile teams who rely on their own tooling for responsiveness and autonomy. Choice B is incorrect. Submitting summaries introduces delays and creates a one-way reporting mechanism that lacks transparency and collaboration. Choice D is incorrect. Forcing the predictive team to adopt Agile tools disregards their methodology and may cause unnecessary resistance and inefficiency. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 139. An Agile team working within a hybrid program faces repeated delays due to milestone slippage from a predictive team it relies on. Despite backlog adjustments, the Agile team is unable to meet sprint commitments. Which action would best improve cross-team delivery alignment? A. Coordinate with both teams to agree on a shared view of dependencies and align upcoming work through regular check-ins. B. Meet with the predictive team to review delivery expectations and request they adjust milestones to better support Agile sprints. C. Facilitate a working session between both teams and have the Agile team adapt its backlog to absorb the delays. D. Collaborate with the product owner to remove the risky dependency and reprioritize the backlog for more stable delivery. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests how well you can navigate coordination challenges in hybrid environments. Agile teams frequently rely on predictive partners whose timelines follow different rhythms. Effective collaboration and shared visibility are key to ensuring alignment and minimizing disruption. Choice A is the best option because it establishes a structure for shared understanding and joint planning. By coordinating with both teams and agreeing on a clear view of dependencies, the project manager builds trust, improves predictability, and supports the delivery flow across both agile and predictive work streams. Choice B is incorrect. Meeting with the predictive team to adjust milestones may appear proactive, but it still frames the issue as one-sided and doesn't encourage shared ownership of outcomes. Choice C is incorrect. Facilitating a session is helpful, but expecting the Agile team to continue absorbing the delays reinforces an imbalance and could harm long-term delivery. Choice D is incorrect. Reprioritizing the backlog may help in the short term, but avoiding the dependency doesn't address the core issue. Dependencies in hybrid settings need to be surfaced and jointly managed, not sidelined. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 140. In a hybrid program, the Agile teams value servant leadership and collaboration, while the predictive teams expect directive oversight from project managers. Recently, conflicting expectations have led to tension over decision-making authority and team autonomy. What should the project manager do to demonstrate effective leadership in this hybrid setting? A. Establish a single leadership style across all teams to ensure consistency in governance and accountability. B. Empower Agile teams with servant leadership while coordinating with predictive leaders to align decision-making structures. C. Escalate the issue to the PMO and request clear authority guidelines for all teams to eliminate confusion. D. Allow predictive managers to retain decision authority while Agile teams remain fully autonomous to avoid conflict. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of leadership roles in hybrid settings, where teams operate under different delivery models and expect different leadership approaches. Effective leaders in hybrid environments must adapt their style and bridge the gap across methodologies. Choice B is the best option because it respects Agile principles by applying servant leadership while also aligning with predictive governance needs. This dual approach fosters collaboration, reduces conflict, and ensures authority structures are clear without undermining team autonomy. Choice A is incorrect. A single leadership style may seem consistent, but ignores the different expectations and values of Agile and predictive teams, creating further friction. Choice C is incorrect. Escalating to the PMO pushes responsibility away and delays resolution rather than demonstrating adaptive leadership. Choice D is incorrect. Allowing teams to remain siloed may reduce immediate conflict, but risks misalignment in decision-making and weakens overall program cohesion. Awesome work finishing the Agile and hybrid environment topic. That's 140 of 150 Agile questions completed. You're in the final stretch and building a strong foundation for your PMP exam success. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And let's move forward together when you're ready for the next topic. The topic we'll cover is Agile governance and compliance, how Agile teams operate within organizational controls and regulatory frameworks while still delivering iteratively and maintaining agility. On the PMP exam, you'll likely see questions that challenge your understanding of how Agile teams align with governance expectations, especially in hybrid or scaled environments where oversight and compliance cannot be ignored. Agile doesn't avoid governance, it integrates it into the way teams work. Tools like the product backlog, the definition of done, and even automated testing provide traceability, transparency, and audit readiness without slowing teams down with heavy processes. You should be familiar with how Agile governance differs from traditional predictive governance. In predictive projects, governance often relies on formal sign-offs, gated reviews, and documentation-heavy controls. In Agile, governance is achieved through incremental delivery, continuous feedback loops, and lightweight documentation tied to working solutions. The exam may also test how Agile ensures compliance through acceptance criteria, definition of done standards, and practices like continuous integration and automated testing. These support both quality assurance and regulatory requirements. In hybrid projects, Agile teams may still need to participate in gated reviews, formal checkpoints for progress, compliance, or financial approval. The Agile approach is to prepare by ensuring increments are demonstrable, well-documented, and aligned to strategic goals, even when delivered in short cycles. At scale, Agile teams also align with corporate governance frameworks. This means balancing organizational oversight with team autonomy, making progress visible across multiple teams, and ensuring delivery stays in sync with broader strategy and compliance needs. For the PMP exam, remember this: Agile governance is not about control for control's sake. It's about ensuring quality, compliance, and alignment while still preserving adaptability and value delivery. Now we'll go through 10 practice questions that will test your knowledge of Agile governance, regulatory alignment, quality assurance, and how Agile fits into larger oversight structures. Let's jump into the first question in this topic. Question 141. A project sponsor is used to predictive governance and asks for detailed sign-offs and documentation at every phase. The Agile team is concerned this will slow down delivery and reduce focus on working software. How should the project manager address governance in this Agile context? A. Require the Agile team to provide phase-based sign-offs but streamline documentation by using Agile artifacts such as backlogs and sprint reviews. B. Explain that Agile governance is achieved through incremental delivery, backlog transparency, and definition of done standards, rather than heavy sign-offs. C. Collaborate with the PMO to design a hybrid governance model that includes some formal checkpoints alongside Agile reporting practices. D. Suggest shifting this project to predictive governance to align with the sponsor's expectations and reduce conflict. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of governance in Agile versus predictive environments. Sponsors and PMOs often expect predictive-style governance, but Agile teams emphasize lightweight controls and transparency. The project manager's role is to bridge these expectations. Choice C is the best option because it shows collaboration with governance stakeholders and adapts governance to fit a hybrid setting. By blending formal checkpoints with Agile reporting practices, the project manager meets oversight needs without undermining team agility. Choice A is incorrect. While it uses Agile artifacts, requiring face-based sign-offs still mirrors predictive governance and risks slowing the team with unnecessary formalities. Choice B is incorrect. Explaining Agile governance concepts is useful for education, but it doesn't address the sponsor's need for assurance through formal structures. Choice D is incorrect. Switching the project to predictive may appease the sponsor, but sacrifices the benefits of Agile delivery and adaptability. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 142. During an internal audit, a stakeholder asks how the Agile team ensures traceability between requirements, acceptance criteria, and delivered product increments. The sponsor is concerned that without predictive documentation, compliance gaps may appear. What should the project manager emphasize to demonstrate Agile traceability? A. Agile traceability is maintained through sprint retrospectives, which capture lessons learned and process adjustments. B. The team's daily stand-ups provide visibility into task progress and serve as the primary audit trail for requirements fulfillment. C. Release burn-up charts and velocity metrics demonstrate how requirements are progressively completed and validated. D. The product backlog supported by acceptance criteria and the definition of done links requirements to completed increments. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is D. This question tests your understanding of Agile traceability. While predictive methods rely on documentation-heavy traceability matrices, Agile achieves the same goal through lightweight but effective mechanisms. Choice D is the best option because the product backlog, combined with acceptance criteria and the definition of done, ensures that every increment delivered ties back to requirements. This satisfies audit needs without slowing down delivery with unnecessary documentation. Choice A is incorrect. Retrospectives are about team improvement and learning, not formal requirement traceability. Choice B is incorrect. Daily stand-ups give transparency into progress but do not provide a formal linkage between requirements and deliverables. Choice C is incorrect. Burn-up charts and velocity metrics track progress trends, but they don't demonstrate requirement-level traceability for compliance purposes. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 143. An Agile team is preparing for an external audit. The auditor asks how the team demonstrates compliance without producing the traditional phase-based documentation usually required in predictive projects. What should the project manager present? A. A requirements traceability matrix and signed-off design documents from each iteration to show linkage and approvals. B. Backlog items with acceptance criteria, sprint review records, and evidence from the definition of done to demonstrate compliance. C. Burn-down charts, daily stand-up notes, and velocity reports to provide visibility into team progress. D. Retrospective notes and process improvement logs to highlight continuous improvement and quality practices. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of meeting audit requirements in Agile. While predictive projects rely on sign-offs and documentation-heavy controls, Agile provides compliance evidence through transparency, working software, and artifacts that link requirements to outcomes. Choice B is the best option because backlog items with acceptance criteria, sprint reviews, and definition of done evidence show that requirements were validated and delivered to agreed standards. These lightweight artifacts are audit-ready without slowing down the team. Choice A is incorrect. A traceability matrix and signed-off design documents reflect predictive practices. They may satisfy auditors but don't align with Agile's way of working. Choice C is incorrect. Burn-down charts and daily stand-up notes provide progress visibility but don't demonstrate compliance or fulfillment of requirements. Choice D is incorrect. Retrospectives help the team improve, but don't serve as formal proof of requirement to deliverable compliance. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 144. A financial services project must comply with strict regulatory requirements for security and data handling. The Agile team wants to avoid slowing down delivery with heavy manual reviews. Which approach best ensures compliance while supporting Agile delivery? A. Incorporate a manual compliance check into each sprint review so stakeholders inspect deliverables for regulatory issues before acceptance. B. Schedule recurring compliance checkpoints with auditors to review completed work before moving forward. C. Integrate automated testing and continuous integration pipelines that validate regulatory requirements throughout development. D. Strengthen the team's definition of done to require detailed documentation for each feature as evidence of compliance. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of regulatory compliance through automation in Agile projects. Manual reviews and heavy documentation slow delivery, while automation supports continuous compliance and fast feedback. Choice C is the best option because integrating automated tests into continuous integration pipelines ensures compliance is validated at every step of development. This reduces errors, supports faster delivery, and satisfies regulatory requirements without adding heavy overhead. Choice A is incorrect. Adding compliance checks to sprint reviews provides visibility but is manual, inconsistent, and risks delaying feedback until late in the process. Choice B is incorrect. Regular checkpoints with auditors might reassure stakeholders, but they interrupt delivery flow and don't embed compliance directly into the work. Choice D is incorrect. Strengthening the definition of done to include documentation looks Agile-friendly, but paperwork alone doesn't guarantee compliance or prevent issues during development. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 145. An Agile team is delivering a product in a regulated industry. The compliance officer reminds the project manager that documentation must be available for audit readiness. The team is worried that extensive paperwork will reduce their ability to focus on delivering value. What should the project manager recommend to balance compliance and agility? A. Create documentation templates for each sprint and have the team fill them in alongside Agile artifacts to satisfy compliance needs. B. Rely on Agile artifacts such as backlog items, acceptance criteria, and the definition of done as lightweight documentation that demonstrates compliance. C. Capture compliance evidence during sprint reviews and link it to backlog items to reduce the need for additional paperwork. D. Produce essential compliance records as part of the release process using Agile outputs to keep the effort focused and minimal. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of lightweight documentation for compliance. Agile teams should avoid being burdened by heavy paperwork, but still must meet regulatory needs through transparent, auditable practices. Choice B is the best option because Agile artifacts like backlog items, acceptance criteria, and the definition of done provide built-in documentation that shows compliance without slowing delivery. Choice A is incorrect. Templates may provide structure but add unnecessary overhead, reducing agility and slowing the team's focus on value delivery. Choice C is incorrect. Sprint reviews provide evidence of delivered work, but relying only on reviews leaves gaps in traceability that auditors may require. Choice D is incorrect. Producing compliance records only at release reduces ongoing transparency and risks discovering issues too late in the process. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 146. A hybrid project requires gated reviews to satisfy organizational governance. The Agile teams worry these reviews will slow delivery and add bureaucracy. How should the project manager handle gated reviews in this hybrid environment? A. Integrate gated reviews into existing Agile events, such as sprint reviews or release reviews, so governance needs are met without adding extra ceremonies. B. Integrate gated reviews into Agile events but require additional sign-off documents for each gate to provide assurance to auditors. C. Integrate gated reviews by scheduling them as separate checkpoints outside Agile events to avoid disrupting the team's normal cadence. D. Integrate gated reviews by holding special governance-focused sessions at the end of each sprint to ensure compliance is addressed thoroughly. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of managing gated reviews in hybrid projects. Governance requirements must be met, but Agile teams work best when ceremonies are not duplicated or overly burdensome. Choice A is the best option because integrating gated reviews into Agile events, like sprint or release reviews, allows governance to be satisfied while minimizing disruption to the team's cadence. Choice B is incorrect. Adding extra sign-off documents makes the process more bureaucratic, slowing down delivery without adding real value. Choice C is incorrect. Scheduling gates as separate checkpoints creates delays and adds unnecessary overhead instead of aligning with Agile practices. Choice D is incorrect. Special governance sessions after every sprint may seem thorough, but they duplicate effort and add more ceremonies than needed. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 147. An Agile team is developing a product in a fast-paced environment. Leadership is concerned that without formal quality gates, defects may slip through and affect customer satisfaction. How should the project manager ensure quality assurance in Agile delivery? A. Establish a separate QA phase at the end of each release to thoroughly validate the product before deployment. B. Incorporate testing and quality checks into the definition of done, ensuring each increment meets agreed standards before acceptance. C. Rely on sprint reviews with stakeholders to identify quality gaps and capture corrective actions for future sprints. D. Validate completed work against acceptance criteria after each sprint to confirm product quality. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is B. This question tests your understanding of quality assurance in Agile projects. Unlike predictive approaches, Agile ensures quality is built in from the start rather than added as a separate phase or checkpoint. Choice B is the best option because embedding testing and quality checks into the definition of done guarantees that every increment meets agreed standards before it is considered complete. This ensures quality is continuous and not deferred. Choice A is incorrect. A separate QA phase reflects a predictive model and delays defect detection until late in the release cycle. Choice C is incorrect. Sprint reviews provide stakeholder feedback, but they are not intended as a formal quality check and may miss critical defects. Choice D is incorrect. Validating work against acceptance criteria after the sprint helps identify issues, but still treats quality as a separate step, not as an integrated part of delivery. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 148. An organization's corporate governance framework requires periodic reporting, risk reviews, and compliance checks. Agile teams in a new program worry these requirements will slow delivery and conflict with Agile practices. How should the project manager align Agile practices with corporate governance? A. Integrate governance by adding extra sign-off steps within sprint reviews to ensure formal approvals are documented. B. Integrate governance by requiring the team to create separate governance artifacts in addition to their normal Agile outputs. C. Integrate governance requirements into Agile practices, for example, capturing risks during backlog refinement and providing reporting through existing reviews. D. Integrate governance by scheduling dedicated governance checkpoints at the end of each sprint to address compliance items. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of aligning Agile practices with corporate governance. Agile teams must still meet governance requirements, but the key is doing so without duplicating effort or slowing delivery. Choice C is the best option because embedding governance into existing Agile practices, such as using backlog refinement for risk reviews and sprint reviews for reporting, satisfies compliance while preserving agility. Choice A is incorrect. Adding sign-offs into sprint reviews introduces bureaucracy that undermines the lightweight nature of Agile ceremonies. Choice B is incorrect. Creating separate governance artifacts increases overhead and duplicates information that already exists in Agile outputs. Choice D is incorrect. Dedicated governance checkpoints may seem useful but add extra ceremonies, slowing the team's cadence. Let's move on to the next question if you're ready. Question 149. An organization values flexibility in delivery but also requires strong oversight to ensure risks and compliance are managed. The project manager is asked how to balance agility with the organization's need for control. What is the most effective approach? A. Allow Agile teams to self-organize while embedding governance reviews into existing Agile ceremonies to meet oversight needs. B. Require backlog changes to be reviewed and approved by the PMO before the start of each sprint. C. Maintain predictive-style documentation for all features so auditors and stakeholders have complete traceability. D. Rely on working software for progress but provide minimum governance updates to satisfy control requirements. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is A. This question tests your understanding of balancing agility with organizational control. Agile emphasizes flexibility, but organizations still expect oversight for compliance and risk management. Choice A is the best option because it keeps Agile teams empowered to self-organize while ensuring governance reviews are incorporated into existing Agile ceremonies. This satisfies oversight without adding bureaucracy or slowing delivery. Choice B is incorrect. Having the PMO approve backlog changes ensures control, but undermines agility by limiting responsiveness to change. Choice C is incorrect. Predictive-style documentation may reassure auditors, but burdens the team with heavy paperwork that slows down value delivery. Choice D is incorrect. Relying only on working software while minimizing governance updates underdelivers on oversight, leaving risks and compliance gaps unaddressed. Let's move on to the last question, if you're ready. Question 150. A large organization is running multiple Agile release trains across business units. Executives want assurance that governance standards, risk management, and compliance requirements are being met without undermining the team's ability to deliver value. What should the project manager recommend? A. Apply the same governance approach used in small Agile teams to all release trains to keep practices consistent. B. Establish centralized governance reviews outside Agile ceremonies so executive reporting needs are addressed directly. C. Use scaled Agile practices that integrate governance into portfolio and program-level events, aligning oversight with delivery flow. D. Apply scaled Agile practices and add an extra governance checkpoint after each release train increment to confirm compliance. You can pause the video here if you need more time to work on the question. The correct answer is C. This question tests your understanding of governance in scaled Agile environments. Large-scale Agile delivery requires both strong oversight and flexibility to deliver value across multiple teams and release trains. Choice C is the best option because scaled Agile practices such as safe portfolio and program-level events integrate governance into the natural flow of delivery. This ensures risk management and compliance are addressed without slowing teams down. Choice A is incorrect. Applying small team governance across release trains oversimplifies the problem and fails to address portfolio-level risks. Choice B is incorrect. Centralized reviews outside Agile events create duplication, delay, and reduce alignment with delivery flow. Choice D is incorrect. Adding extra governance checkpoints may seem thorough, but it introduces unnecessary delays and undermines Agile value delivery. Congratulations! You've just completed all 10 questions on Agile governance and compliance, bringing you to the end of the 150 Agile question series. That's a huge milestone. Well done! You're building incredible exam readiness with every question. If you found this series helpful, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more PMP prep content. Finally, best of luck with your PMP exam. You got this!